Vegan memes.
Wow. What? Did you link me this yesterday? Are you linking me this again?
Team Meat Boys. Chew him up, deuce T, knee.
No.
Monthly Twitch Primerino.
Well, thanks, buddy. Alright, what's up, my dudes? Oh shit.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Midlife Achievement Award.
Ah, not yet, Michael Spam. Link it up again, my dude. Dude, I found some guy emailed me 2 songs yesterday. I don't normally like the shit you guys email me, but for some reason I really like these 2 songs. I don't know why.
Same hotel?
Yeah.
Same price?
Make it cheaper though.
No! There's a bunch of different prices out there all
Holy
over
shit.
the internet.
How? What can I get the best one
Trivago
with?
instantly compares them to find your ideal hotel
Oh
for
shit.
the best price. Hotel? Trivago.
Well, I'll try it next time, dude. Thanks for the heads up. What a bro. What is XXX10? I don't know. It looks, the name looks retarded as fuck. The song is sick as shit, dude.
When you woke up, my feet weren't covered. When you started getting dressed, the sun started setting fear.
Whoa, I will not get an ad blocker. Listen, I have YouTube, Brad. I just need to sign into my account over here.
My feet weren't covered. When I killed fighting inside out at dawn, the sun's eye just arose. When you came onto the horse I broke, my feet weren't broken. When his goal is to rip everything apart. Don't leave this town, my dear. Don't leave here for the day. I'm on the ropes again.
Will the tank actually let me kill this shit? I don't believe you guys.
The oar starts sinking when you let go. To use your hands while speaking. Say, don't ever let us float. Don't leave this time at you. Don't leave even for the day. I'm on the ropes again. I need you as I am. I must have caught your call. I could not sleep alone. I'm hanging on the ropes. I need you as I'm
Well, that was pretty dang. Okay, we got one more. Hold on. I think this is dank. I listened to this one time. I'm not sure. This isn't normally the type of shit I listen to, though.
people. Whoa, whoa. People love you when they undermine. That is love's currency. I've been thinking about her all the time. I've never seen somebody put together perfectly. What do I have to do to call you mine? Someone like you is so hard to find. You can open up your eyes or you can walk in blind. All I ask is that you hurry. I won't hurt you, don't you worry. Listen to me, I'm a
Have you heard XXX Tentacons? No, I don't know. No idea who it is.
break your heart again. Go through the worst to reach the ecstasy. When your imagination's on pretense. I never thought that it would feel this way. You never taught me how to heal the pain. I wish you got me on a different day when it was easier to be happy. So just a little taste and you know she got you. Can you hide away? Can you hide away? Sound as honest as they all just watch you. I kinda find it strange how the times have changed, but I wish we could go and be free once. Baby, you and me, we could change the world forever and never come back again and leave it all in the rearview. To leave it all in the rearview. You don't have to cry. You don't have to cry. You don't have to cry no more. You don't have to cry no more, little girl. You don't have to cry. Man, mend a broken heart, but if you can, I don't expect you to be capable. You got the world right in your hands, and that responsibility is
Holy shit. Oh my god.
be a different man. Please give me the chance to go and live again. I'm having some trouble. Can you give a hand? It seemed life precious, ain't a need to go and kill yourself. Yeah, I ain't so sure that there's an end.
Dude, I should have watched the no bullshit debate, and I should just reuse every single argument no bullshit used. Do you think the vegan gains dude would kill himself? Holy shit.
If I lose my life, push me down the Hudson and turn
down the book in my hand, so the minute you hear my single, just know that it's in my.
I did everything for New York.
Yeah. New Yorker in California, pack Brooklyn up in his bag. I'm in Malibu with the Bronxes and Kevin Love with your man. Kyrie needed the king, I'm just making you understand what I rustle up in the West, cause my reach is Kevin Durant. Records of every pop with a pocket deeper than sand. A juxtaposition, Sam Cooke, Billy Joe, Steely Dan. Changing the fucking spectrum, I need you to understand. Like I took the fall for some drugs, I've been nominated for Grams. Skinny Genius got blueprints up in my hands, so the minute you hear my single, just know that it's in my plan. Advantage of demographics, I'm Jigga, Bruno, and Sam Smith. I'm moving business, I'm Taylor Swift in a van. This game, boy, is very, very advanced. I'm very, very New York.
What are you doing awake, not sending? What the fuck? Is it PUBG time?
Letting go with your throat, I could sing the hook if you scared.
Lay me down in Brooklyn if I lose my life. Push me down the Hudson and turn on the radio. Long Island.
Alright, we're done with this. I love you very much. It's sub-movie time. What the fuck is sub-movie time? What does that mean? Do you have a goal with this factory? I just want a dank fucking factory. I want people to look at my shit and be like, damn, that dude's factory is dank as fuck. Is that so fucking wrong? I watch movies with my subs. Okay, alright. Like on stream? Or like, do you guys hang out in a chat room and tell everybody to go download a movie, or what? We use rab.it. So does that mean somebody streams it, or are you guys all streaming from a common source? I don't know what that rabbit shit is. I know people have used it before in my chat. You all look at the same browser and I run it. So do you actually stream using the app, or is it just it is like a streaming thing? Don't get in trouble, dude. Dude, look at all these productivity modules I have. Oh my god. Renegade is now playing Oh, Kyle. Kyle awake at this time of the day? Oh, I guess it's not early for Kyle. It's really early for me. Oh, I left a message to that L Pop guy, that dude that had that whole breakdown of my life. I wonder if he wants to come on and talk. I don't think he'll do it, but oh shit, dude. I don't stream on Angel Thump, Lana, Tsumi. Is my stream muted? Can you hear me right now if I talk to you? Yes, I can hear you. Angel Thump is a site created by a fan. He pretty much built a CDN out of, out of like DigitalOcean VPSs or whatever. Basically what it is basically people from my chat will go there and they stream using that site, and then everybody else watches, and then they use my chat to watch shit like that. But Angel Thumb is not affiliated or associated with me in any way, size, shape, or form. It's just a fan-made project. What am I doing? Oh, laser turrets and shit, I guess. Alright. What'd you say, Ryan? You wanna watch Whiplash? I'll cancel my vegan debate right now and we'll do it. I don't know why I agreed to do this. It's probably a good thing I am. I mean, I didn't realize the guy was so big. I thought that the vegan debate dude was like, I thought he was just like another like 300, or not 300, like a 30,000 sub YouTuber or whatever. I didn't realize this guy was a fucking monster. Holy shit. I'm gonna call him a pussy for not eating meat. I'm gonna add strawman him the fuck out of this dude. I'm just gonna bring out all my dirty debating tactics. I have a friend who was vegan once, and he tried veganism and he died. Dude, I'm on point with this shit. Can you guys stop harassing my shit? Everybody says the dude is like fucking crazy, but every time I've seen him, he seems, I don't know, he doesn't seem that crazy in his videos. No crazier, not as crazy as I am. I don't know. Alright, how are we doing? We need to come and bridge this shit. He is crazy? He's batshit crazy? Can you give me, like me a video of him being batshit crazy? Please don't die just placing fucking walls, guys. Oh god, they're gonna die placing walls and shit. Oh, never mind. What are you doing?
So Lex Fitness came to Canada and he's throwing a tantrum now because he couldn't figure out how to use milk bags. Canadians use bagged milks, if you didn't already know. And now he's challenging me to fight him in Montreal. And it's funny how he always makes these threats and challenges when he's hundreds, if not thousands of miles away from me.
Oi, vegan gains, why don't you come down here to Montreal and I'll give you a right wallop?
Now, Lex's recap of what happened at that expo is very interesting, and I think everyone should take his side of the story with a grain of salt since he doesn't have the best track record for honesty. I mean, natural bodybuilder, really? Oh, and by the way, is this real bodybuilder?
Is he riding? Is he a rider? Is he on gear?
Really? Oh, and by the way, is this fight we're going to have drug tested? Now, I'll be honest, Lex, when I went up to you at that expo, I knew you weren't going to do anything to me, just like how you know full well I'm not going to go over to Montreal to fight you. So, congratulations, Lex, on still being the king of making empty threats online. Here's the thing, Lex, when you threaten people online and start challenging people to show up at expos and you do nothing, it not only makes you look stupid, but it also makes you look like a huge pussy. Not to mention, I never even wanted to fight you in the first place. You're the only one here who got upset and started throwing a tantrum. So why would I go out of my way to fight you now when you've embarrassed yourself to the point where I would have literally nothing to gain from this?
We gonna get some good memes from this debate,
I'll be reasonable. That video I made was about criticizing you and not your girlfriend, and I think you're a fucking asshole for encouraging your girlfriend to starve herself to the point where—
Holy shit! What?
she looks like a human anatomy chart, which is why I made that insult, and it was supposed to be directed at you. So, if I actually did offend your girlfriend, then I do sincerely apologize to her, not to you. So, does that satisfy you? Did the baby get his bottle? Good.
What a relief! When will this poisonous product cease? This is another public service announcement. You can believe it, or you can doubt it. Let us begin now.
Okay, you gotta find me something better, because this didn't achieve the effect that you wanted it to achieve. Is this supposed to make him look really bad? Come on, you gotta have something better than this. Am I about to find out that the only reason people hate this dude is because he's a vegan, and you guys are actually all like biased as fuck? Is that the only thing going? All right, hold on. We got more. We got more. We got more.
So the only use I can see getting out of you is cutting your fucking skin off. And only want to have children so that they don't have to work and that they can get taken care of. Women also use children to control and manipulate you to prevent you from leaving an unloving, abusive relationship or to steal money from you after you break up. And I don't give a fuck what you say, oh, I love my man and I just want to have babies with him. It's fucking bullshit. Women trick men into having kids so that they don't have to work, and by the time the kid is 5 or 6 years old and it doesn't make any more sense for them to stay-at-home moms, and the time comes for them to get a fucking job, they try and trick men into having more children so that they can keep getting taken care of.
All right, he's a little red pill. He's a little red pill. That's okay.
And steal money from you until the kid is 18.
Nobody's perfect.
The threat of that happening is often enough to trap men into these horrible fucking relationships. I'm not going to let any women take advantage of me like that. I fucking hate children. They literally make me sick. When I see babies in a commercial, I start to gag and almost throw up, and I have to look away and mute it. And when I see babies in a stroller, especially when they're crying, I just want to put my foot through the fucking thing and step on it until it's nothing but blood and pulp on the fucking pavement!
Children. There's just nothing like biting into a child's sweet, juicy neck flesh.
And you try and kill me, so if you think you have the fucking guts, come to the fucking Toronto Veg Fest! This human race, I just have absolutely no respect for. So don't get on my bad side, make some vegan gains, and be nice to animals or I'll kill you. So...
I don't know. I think I've said worse.
Told you to fuck off!
Oh shit. All right. Yeah, I think it's okay. I think we're okay. Here's a video. Oh, I remember this. This is a little bit crazy.
Living room saw him just not really being responsive, and yeah, he was having a fucking heart attack. I called 911. They told me to perform CPR on him until the paramedics got there. So I was performing CPR on him for a few minutes until the paramedics got there. Then I took out my camera, started filming, and of course you can't see the footage but that's what happened. Now, why this heart attack happened, it's obvious. He was eating like absolute fucking shit. He had a heart attack about 60 years ago, and again, that was from eating like absolute shit, not
I don't think anybody has a heart attack in their early 20s from a poor diet. That's gotta be like some genetic predisposition shit, no? Holy shit. I mean, I guess it's possible if you like, you're trying really fucking hard, maybe. I don't know. I always ask this, and I always know the answer. There's no way to repair armor in this game, right? I just have to build another one if this is starting to get broken. Here is XXX, whatever dude's most popular
Beta,
song.
I am ready for the BET Awards.
Check it out. Future gonna be there. Chris Brown, Chance the Rapper.
Hey, I like bitch who is your mess. Hey, can't keep my dick in my pants. Hey, my bitch don't love me no more. Hey, she kick me out on life, bro.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. 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 Hey. 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 I like bitch who is your mess. Hey. Can't keep my dick in my pants. Hey. My bitch don't love me no more. Hey. She kick me out on life, bro. Hey. That bitch don't wanna be friends. Hey. I give her dick, she a man. Hey. She put her 10 on my dick. Hey. Look at my wrist about 10. Hey. Just got a pound of the booth. Hey. Bought that shit straight to the booth. Hey. Tell me my health is a foos. Hey. She said one fuck, bitch, I do. Hey. You put a gun on my mans. Hey. I put a hole in your parents. Hey. I just got lean on my Subies. Hey. I got a Uzi, no Uzi. Fuck on me. Look at me. Hey. Fuck on me. Yeah. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Yeah. Fuck on me. Yeah. Hey. Look at me. Yeah. Fuck on me. Look at me. Fuck on me. Yeah. Look at me. Fuck on me. Yeah. Hey. Tell these fuck niggas vote me up, pipe up.
Okay. Read my donation message. Which one? Who is the guy? Is he a rapper? Or is he just a producer or what? He's just a producer rapper.
Listen up. That zoo shit, so maroon shit. Niggas talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Niggas say that he a goon, he ain't tryna prove it. CSPG be the movement, free Ruben.
This that motherfucking zoo shit, but this that new shit. I never gave a fuck like I'm approved, bitches know I do this. Yo, so drier than the broom, bitch, hit up with the pool stick. My bullets stay on the cool stick, free Nell and free slick.
In that perk, getting smoke, put that on my broomstick. Cultivating all the racks, off these fucking shrooms, bitch. Metro Zoo, we go to ATL, you know we booming. Put your bitch right on the track, running just producing.
Cause bitch, I'm a rated clan killer. You a team, nigga, smoke all the perk. X-Star the dealer. You a fuck, nigga, I can't fuck. Break your brakes, break, pillow, pussy nigga, killer. Face, I'm a star, body dog, in my truck, bitch, clap on my dick. If you tweet, I'm a stick, ayy, fuck, do you link? Ain't that bang, I just bang. If you bark, I put your face in the dirt like pussy, shit, ayy.
Mama?
Bobby, what's up? Where the sun don't shine and tears don't show, won't hurt me now, cause Heart's been broke, I hate myself, but it won't show. I constantly lose all my remorse, and it's 10 for the wolf and 3 for the shepherd, and it's 1 for the sheep who led by your leopard often gave his perception as a handle of weapon. Took a bite of your apple, give me all you can offer. Now I'm trapped in a changing maze, setting my soul ablaze. Couldn't control the pace, words is going hay. Heartless is reckless, it's this word of a pacifist to word of a masochist. I'm all for the man, my lord. I spoke to a bat for me. He said he would save me if I gave you one thing you needed. What is this thing I pleaded? Boy, it's the kid that even. And as I spoke, my fingers strong. Taking it back, he smiles and tells me, what you crave was still yours. But what I crave is already mine.
Okay. When objects are being destroyed. What if we didn't do that, though? Please listen, my friend.
Ma'am?
Keep a gold chain on my neck, fly as a jet. Boy, better treat me with respect. Keep a gold chain on my neck, fly as a jet. Boy, better treat me with respect. Keep a gold chain on my neck, fly as a jet. Boy, better treat me with respect. Keep a gold chain on my neck, fly as a jet. Boy, better treat me with respect.
Rock the boat like a one-eyed pirate. Rick James, I could get it on my eyelids. 2 a.m. at 5 on the highway. Whole world get a little misguided. With the spotlight, put me in the spotlight. Trust no one that put you in the wrong light. I scream when I hit her with the long pipe. Ice cream when I hit her with the sweet thing. Do my thing, no I do not do speaking. Till my shot pointed out like Ruth, man. I'ma run this bitch out, I got a mood swing. I'ma run this bitch out, I got a mood swing. I got bipolar confidence, wake up like shit. Then I feel like the shit, so I guess I'm the shit. Yeah, I guess I'm the shit.
Keep a gold chain on my neck, fly as a jet. Boy, better treat me with respect. Keep a gold chain on my neck, fly as a jet. Boy, better treat me with respect.
Okay. I didn't disconnect this from my power, did I? Oh my god, I think it did. That one gaming YouTuber started an actual cult. Is that about a theme?
Hey dog, left my PC on when I went to bed. Woke up and now my VGA 1080SC seems to not be sending any signals to my screens. iGPU works, LEDs and card are off. Is it possible that my card contracted autism? What do mate?
Dude, I can't, I don't fucking know. There's a million things that could be wrong without being there to actually touch your shit. I don't think I can fix anything, I'm so sorry. I believe in you though, you'll figure it out, buddy. You're a tough memer. What's up, my dude? Hello, hello?
Hello.
Alright, how you doing, buddy?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Great. Yeah,
I guess I just wanted to talk to you because like this is one of those topics where like you know, academic philosophers have been talking about it forever and ever and ever, and there's a lot of sort of contention, and I don't want you to get steamrolled by somebody who has no fucking idea what they're talking about, because there's a lot of there's like a lot of convincing arguments that sound really good on paper, and then you like think about them and they don't make any sense.
All right.
So can I ask
we got
you like
10 minutes? Yeah.
Can I ask you like what your thought on this issue is? Like, where do you stand as far as veganism goes?
So philosophically, the way that I rationalize meat eating is that I don't consider animals anything worthy of any kind of moral or ethical treatment, is essentially how I come at the issue.
Right. Why? Like, what led you to that conclusion?
Hold on one second. Because I just don't put animals on a level where people are. I guess I don't really draw the distinction between like animal and person, or I'm sorry, between like animal and plant. Like I wouldn't really draw a distinction there.
Okay, and the basis that you use for that is like intellect?
So the basis that I use for it is mutual respect of like ethics or moral, or like I guess like social reciprocation. So like for instance, like I have a reasonable level of expectation that I can get another human being to reciprocate some sort of social or ethical standard with me. I can't really say the same for an animal.
Oh yeah, I heard this meme in one of your last conversations. So the only problem about that is that like it's not extensible to like infants.
Maybe not to some extent, but I can speak to the potential of an infant. This is kind of gets like a little pro-lifey, but I can say something along the lines of like, well, I would expect that at some point in time an infant will be able to reciprocate these things, right? Whereas an animal will never have the capability to do so.
So that would be versus somebody. So then you would be committed then to the idea that somebody in like a permanent vegetative state also would have no sort of moral standing, like you'd be okay with wantonly killing that person.
If you could prove that they were in a permanent vegetative state, then yeah, I would barely consider that. I don't even know if I would consider that alive. I'm big on the brain function.
How about somebody with like a really serious cognitive disability? Like this is going to be a little bit memey, but
no, it's not memey at all. No,
serious Asperger's.
No, it's totally, well, not serious Asperger's, but maybe like low functioning autism or like Down syndrome or whatever. Sure. No, these are totally legitimate questions. So I guess so. We get into like a little bit of a hazy territory. I don't know if I lose some consistency here. I would consider them to some extent to be worthy of some of the protections that we extend other humans, I guess because they are human and because you have the possibility of being one of them, kind of that mutual respect thing. But also, I would also make the argument that we do treat people like these as, I don't want to say less than human, but as a different type of person, right? So like you say something like, okay, well, what about people that also don't have the ability to respect your rights? Well, if you look at people like murderers or something, like these people are deprived of their freedom as humans and oftentimes put into jails, right? This is a way of kind of disrespecting, like this is an action that is socially unacceptable, right? Enslaving somebody or imprisoning somebody, but we think that that's acceptable for people who are like criminals, right? And then for people that are very, very much fucked on the mental spectrum, things like low functioning autism or Down syndrome or whatever, these are people whose freedoms we also oftentimes deprive, right? By giving them permanent caretakers or restricting them to types of homes and whatnot. So I would argue
not that we could
Not
that we could cause those people like permanent suffering, like like not that we could sort of wantonly do whatever we want to them. And then I guess you also have animals like that to an extent, maybe not on the same level as a human, but to an extent can reciprocate, sort of social cues and stuff. Like you have dogs that like save people's lives and like to a certain extent. I know that's a little bit memey, but
no, I mean it's a good point. It's a good point.
And you've also you kind of said something which is the crux of the issue there, like to an extent you feel that way because they're not human. I mean, then you run into that whole like what if aliens
that's why I kind of hit it up with the reciprocation argument. So I guess alien invaders land on Earth and they decide to exterminate us. However, they're perfect logisticians. So if you can justify your abuse of animals, how would you tell an alien like not to fuck you, right? So I guess I would kind of try to reach out the same way. My argument would be something along the lines of like we have the capability of respecting your right to exist. We can do that on an intellectual level. Therefore, I don't think you should destroy us because if you came across another advanced civilization that wanted to end your existence, you would hope to use the same argument against them, I guess would be the way that I would try to do it. Although maybe they don't give a fuck and they don't care if they get eliminated anyway, so I don't know if that's even...
Yeah, so I don't know how much time you have. Like, I would really, really, really like to address what you were saying right now, but I don't know how much time you have.
We got 9 minutes, dog. Speed talk it.
So I guess the dominant philosophical thought right now, at least from what I've read and the papers that I've wrote, come from a philosopher named Peter Singer. Okay. So I'm gonna kind of speak out what he says, and you can maybe just talk about that while you. Okay. So his whole idea is that no matter what like first of all, that you can't just make a distinction between humans and animals because they're humans and those are animals. Like it's not you need something that's a little more sensible than that. So he points a lot to sort of like intellect or rationality, but I think it extends to basically most distinctions that you can make between people or animals, no matter where you set the bar for like what's morally considerable. So like in the case of intellect, it might be like, well, you know, humans, you have to set the bar of intellect for humans to be morally considerable. Or maybe it's like, you know, like what you said, social reciprocation, like you have social,
So,
yeah.
Speaking to that real quick, I don't like, so I like the distinction between humans and animals because that's a very hard line that you can draw. I like hard lines, which maybe is a fault of mine, but like that's like a hard line where it's like a human is a human and a non-human is not human.
Oh yeah,
Whereas
I would agree with you.
When you get into things like animal or like intellect or whatever, that I feel like that gets really weird. Like what level of intellect do you magically need to be worthy of not being eaten? And why aren't you just right. Yeah, and it feels like you're really arbitrarily drawing that. Like, well, I want to eat animals, so I'm going to draw the line right here. Like, well,
oh yeah, it is arbitrary. That's kind of the point of this is that is kind of an arbitrary line, and just because like of the species of the being that you're talking about, like doesn't really, that's too arbitrary for Singer, I guess. So the idea is that no matter where you decide to draw that line, like either some animals fall into the category of morally considerable, or some humans fall below it. So like because there are animals that are like humans in a variety of ways, including how smart they are and how able they are to like sort of socially reciprocate. Any line that you draw is either going to include a bunch of those animals or disinclude a bunch of humans. So if you are going to draw the line of morally considerable at all human beings or like most human beings, then you also have to draw it like around some animals. So if you like are gonna go into this conversation and argue with this guy that like, yeah, you know, veganism is not 100% right for those reasons that you just listed, I think you just need to be cognizant to the idea that it also commits you to maybe saying that some humans, including those people with significant mental disabilities, are also not morally considerable. And some people find that idea like kind of reprehensible at the start. I don't know exactly where I fall on that spectrum because, like you said, like that the distinction can be kind of arbitrary, but you know, you have to just sort of keep that in mind while you're chatting with this guy.
Okay.
Yeah, do you have any questions about that? I mean, I think we could literally talk for hours about what you said about the social.
Yeah, I'm sure we could. This is one of those issues where like I said that I'm pretty sure I would pretty easily win a debate against myself if I had to argue veganism versus meat eating. This is one of those things where I'm like 75% sure that in like 200 years or whatever, we probably look back on meat eating as one of those things that I can't believe people actually like did this. This is like really fucked up. That's kind of like my guess.
Yeah, I've had a lot of cognitive dissonance over the last, I don't know, probably 2 years about eating meat. Like I still eat meat, but I really feel like I probably shouldn't.
Yeah,
especially when you get into the meme of how animals are actually treated to produce meat, and then you're like, wow, this is probably, even if they're just a tiny little bit morally, like even if they have a little bit of moral responsibility assigned there, like it's totally fucked up. Like they really, yeah. Even if you only value their suffering or the lack thereof, like a tiny little bit, then the way that animals are treated is totally reprehensible. So I don't know. It's really complicated.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you ever want to get on at a later time and talk about that idea about social, like sort of social, what is that word? It starts with R.
Social what?
Like you were talking about, like they can respond
to
you
reciprocation.
Sorry, yeah. Thanks. If you ever want to get on and talk about that, just send me a Twitter DM. I'd really love to talk about it with you.
Yeah, if you want to chat after my conversation with Vegan Games, whatever, I'll be free too. So.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh yeah, I really want to listen to it. Okay, cool. So I guess I'll maybe talk to you later then.
Yeah, I'm hoping that hopefully this is like an ethical argument that we never actually all have to agree on. That we'll get to the point to where like lab grown meat replaces normal meat, and we don't have to think about it.
Oh yeah, God, I hope so, man.
Yeah.
Okay, well, take it easy and good luck.
Yeah, thanks a lot, buddy. I'm gonna get fucked, dude. Fuck. This is like the hardest fucking shit in the world to defend. I shouldn't even be having this conversation. I should cancel. I'm 99% sure that I could win a debate against myself. Over meat eating. But I'm so lazy, dude. I could never go vegan. What does that say about me? I had Nathan, right? Even though that was that was some work. I'm not sure. How the fuck am I gonna get a train over here? I guess I could just extend this. And run it right through that oil? Is it gonna go through the oil? No, we should be okay. Why would it be hard to go vegan? I don't know. I'd have to start buying totally fucking different shit. And I'd have to do a bunch of reading and a whole bunch of... Oh, fuck all that shit, dude. I'd have to start eating tofu everything. It's okay to do some morally wrong things. I think that being a meat consumer is like telling a white lie. It's not good, but it's not like it makes you a bad person. We're not arguing whether or not it makes you a bad person or not. But if you're complicit in something that you've deemed to be morally unacceptable, I think that speaks poorly of your character. Right? It should be avoided. I don't want to be a man of low character. Uh-oh. God damn it, dude. Is there no faster way to move? Holy shit, this shit takes for fucking ever. Do cars move faster than 5 exos? Do you know?
I went vegan 7 months ago as a college student after reading too much. It's not hard. A lot cheaper too. Fuck the ethical arguments, it's amazing for your health and is good for the environment.
Wow. Destiny, I'd recommend if the debate starts going bad for you, try to drag the argument into an hour-long debate about the semantics of what is possible and probable. It means vegan gain sounds like the kind of guy who has no patience and will completely spurg out if you JF him. Oh shit. My memes. My memes. My memes, 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 memes. What am I doing, dudes? What were we doing? Oh, we need steel. Oh, I need tracks. Oh, I need these stack inserters too. Fuck.
K-pop is cheap too and good for the environment, just saying.
No. Alright, yeah, he's 2 minutes late. I think I win by default. I think we're doing it, boys. Angel thumb. Fuck, I really like this song. I don't know why. Holy shit. Alright, one more time. We gotta get pumped, okay?
Shop. Let's talk it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are we in bed together now?
When you woke up, my feet weren't covered. When you
Why does he have the throat clearing in this song? It's kind of weird.
the sun starts to set in fear. When you all I ask of you is pure. My feet weren't covered. When I killed from the inside out at dawn. The sun's not just a rose. When you came onto all the hearts I broke. My feet weren't covered. When this goes to rip everything apart. Don't leave this town, my dear.
WEW lad, I got 3 KYS in a row. CCCCCOMBO, carrot.
Wow.
The oars start sinking when you let go. To use your hands while speaking. Say, don't ever let us float. Don't leave this town, my dear. Don't leave even for the day. I'm on the ropes again. I need you as I
Don't worry guys, I won't commit suicide. I don't have the white genes to do it. 8.
It's true, only white people kill themselves in the United States. I don't know why. Well, not only, but like 5 times as much as... Oh, white people and Native Americans.
I should have pulled out.
Wow, nice. Sure, then Core Star. This guy is, he said he's got to set up a stream and stuff, so he might be a couple minutes late.
But you didn't.
Wow. Fresh memes, guys. Keep up. Keep up these fresh memes. Do you think Geisha's gonna spill the beans on ice, dude? Sweats to me.
Yeah, of course you can. You have AIDS or something? Just double checking.
I get it.
I don't. That was not an African joke. I promise.
No, it's okay.
I promise.
Oh no! That sounds like a joke I would have made. Oof. Why do these fuckboys on my Twitter like, have you ever said anything mean about Hillary? Why do people still bring Hillary up? Oh my god. Destiny, do you think this is awkward?
Let's do a song that's not boring and shit.
Run to the hills, run for your lives. Soldiers blue in the barren waste, hunting and killing's a game, raping the women and wasting the men. The only good engines are tame, selling them whiskey and stealing their gold, enslaving the young and destroying the old. Run to the hills, run for your lives. Thank you.
That was good.
Is he doing like a... Is it like a Jack Black impression? Or is it a Jack Black song? I have no idea. It didn't sound horrible. If that's what he was going for, did it really sound that bad? Oh, Iron Maiden? I have no fucking idea. I don't listen to this shit, okay? Does it sound anything like Iron Maiden? When is this debate gonna happen? Listen, chill out, okay? Vegan Games had to go take his supplements, alright? He's gonna hear me talking shit. Fuck, I gotta watch it. Okay, this is right. So we come in from the right, and then we drive away on this side. Okay, maybe that wasn't that close. You're about to join. Hang out on air. Okay, got it. Join. Oh shit. Can you hear me, buddy?
Hey. Yo.
The man, the myth, the legend. Vegan Games.
Okay, so this is Destiny, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still paranoid about random people joining because of what happened with the Warski debate.
Oh shit.
All right, so are you just not going to use a webcam or?
I have my stream running and I can't really do them both. Is that okay?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Whatever then. Okay, so I guess I'll start the broadcast now. Okay, so we should be live right now. I'm going to wait for this to actually show up in my control panel. All right. So it looks like we are live. Okay, cool. So welcome, Destiny. So I guess the way this all set up was somebody on Twitter tweeted at both of us and I guess asked us if we'd be interested in having like a debate or discussion on veganism. And I wasn't sure like what your stance on this whole topic was, and like I said, sure, I'm down with having a debate or a discussion with you about veganism. And from what you posted on Twitter, it looks like you're mostly or like halfway convinced about the whole like the ideological principles of veganism. So like I'm sure you know. Okay, good idea. I'm sure you understand my whole side of this whole thing. I think the animal agriculture industry is completely unethical, unjustifiable. I think it's wrong to kill and eat animals for food if you don't have to. So why don't you just talk about your position on the whole thing?
Yeah, so I guess I guess my goal is going to be to present an argument, an ethical argument in favor of meat eating, or a moral one. And then to run through, I guess, some of yours. I think there are a lot of arguments that people use in favor of veganism that aren't really legitimate arguments.
Right.
But I understand that this is, I feel very strongly about a lot of views I have, but this is one of those things where in like 50 to 100 years, especially if lab-grown meat continues to make progress, I can see this as being something that we look back on and think like, what the fuck were we thinking? Like, so, yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about things. And then I also kind of just feel bad for you because I look at your conversations with people like no bullshit, and I see you like talk to a lot of like really fucking stupid meat eaters. So, yeah.
Like people always say that I attack low-hanging fruit, but it's not really the case. It's really those are the only people who will bother to have a debate with me.
Yeah, no, I understand. And honestly, like if I had to choose a side with more intellectual integrity, like honestly, most people that eat meat are retarded as fuck anyway. Like you have people that own animals and are like crying that like Cecil the lion died, but then they eat like fucking millions and millions of pounds of beef like every year, and it's like it seems a little bit inconsistent to me, but yeah.
Right. Okay. So why don't we just have why don't you talk about your side of the story? Maybe go through some of the reasons why you think it might be ethical or justifiable to eat meat right now.
Sure.
Like for you.
So basically the way that I kind of set up my argument is I guess it's a little bit axiomatic in that I just define the fact that humans exist on a different level than animals, and that gives us the right to do whatever to them. Basically, the way that I kind of draw this distinction is that animals aren't really capable of reciprocating social value the same way that people are. So, for instance, if we can have like a social standard of values amongst humans, I can say, like we shouldn't kill each other, we shouldn't steal from each other, et cetera, et cetera. Other humans can respect that. They can, if they're too young to, they can grow to respect it, right? They're capable of like intellectually recognizing that thing. Whereas animals, for the most part, are not, except maybe with very few exceptions, although I'm not even sure how real that is. So for instance, I could respect a lion's right to life as much as possible, or a cow's right to life or whatever, but these animals will never share that same respect with me, and to take it further, will also be constantly killing other animals in the wilderness as well. I can never hold them to any kind of moral or ethical standard. It's kind of like how I approach it.
Okay, so I think I even discussed this a little bit with No Bullshit and the Warskis.
Okay.
You're basically saying social contracts are what essentially make it right or wrong to kill an animal. So because an animal can't form a social contract with you, therefore it's okay to kill an animal?
Oof, yeah, that's it.
Like that is your argument? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Okay, well, the thing is, like, this kind of falls apart when you put this in an anthropocentric context, because if a human being can't form a social contract with you, does that make it okay to kill that human being? So, like, I'm not even talking about, okay, like, horrible, violent. I'm not even talking about horrible, violent criminals. Like, obviously, when they break a social contract, we, put them in jail or prison or something like that. What about, like, uncontacted tribes people where if they see you, they'll, like, try to attack you and kill you on sight? Do you think it's okay to massacre like indigenous populations who have been like uncontacted and are violent towards any outsiders?
Yeah, so the way that I to address your earlier points and then to move to the tribes people, like I would argue that we already do to some extent accept a kind of a lower class of treatment for people that don't reciprocate values. You already brought up people like prisoners, people that murder, right? If somebody steps into your property to kill you, then you immediately remove all respect from them, right? If they right, and then even you could even extend that further, as fucked up as it sounds, to people with severe mental illness as well, right? Like we treat them as lower class citizens. Oftentimes they are required to have permanent caretakers. They can be restricted to certain facilities. To take it a step further for tribes people, I guess I would kind of lean back on that earlier argument that I know that humans are capable of being cognizant of social contract. So even if they weren't currently, they have the potential to be so. But to take it a step further, we'll assume in your world that they're past that point. They're all in their 30s or 40s or whatever, and they're never going to grow to that level. Then I don't know if morally I would say like, oh, well, it's not okay to I guess, genocide that group of people since they're never capable of reciprocating that social contract.
Right. Like, you don't see that as sort of a double standard where this really doesn't become something about a social contract. It's really more to do with you just being kind of biased to your own species in a sort of illogical way.
Well, I mean, I would argue that I am biased towards my own species for sure, because it is my species, right? Because you have a chance. Like, for me personally, that's where a lot of the social contract comes from, right? Like, it's a self-interested point of view. Like, I respect your rights to live and exist because I want you to respect my rights to live and exist, right? I'm a human, you're a human. We share these kinds of values with one another. And again, like that's something that we can reciprocate, I guess, because we're humans, that other animals can't necessarily reciprocate. So I would agree with you in calling it a bias. I don't know if I would call it an irrational bias. I think it is founded on some rationality, but.
Well, the thing is, if you're going to say social contract is what makes it okay to kill animals, but in the situation I gave you, you wouldn't accept that for a human being. You don't find that sort of hypocritical and sort of a double standard?
Wait, where I wouldn't accept what for a human being?
Well, no, sorry. Like, if a human being can't form a social contract with you, you wouldn't say, okay, we have to murder that person. Whereas you would say,
oh no,
like,
I
that's
said
totally
I
acceptable.
yeah, I said I would. If you came across a tribe of people, whatever, and these people were never ever like I was assuming, like in your world, say these people were past the point of ever being integrated into society, and they will constantly try to kill other people. I would say that in that case, yeah, sure, it's okay. I would find it morally, I guess, acceptable to genocide that group of people or whatever.
Really, like, even if I can't remember the exact name of this tribe, but there's this very small island where a tribe of people live. They're, for the most part, they've never really been contacted. I think there's one, like the British at one point contacted them, but they had a really bad experience. And since then they've been super, super hostile to outsiders. Like, they just shoot bows and arrows at anyone who tries to come by their island. Well, like, the thing is, we understand that these people, like, they're human beings, they're sentient, they can experience pain and suffering. And even though, like, they're primitive and everything, and they have like a violent culture, at least they're violent to outsiders, we can sort of respect their right to life. We can see them as human beings. So it's just completely unnecessary to go up to them and just completely massacre them all. And that's sort of how I see the animal agriculture industry. Like, okay, even if they can't, reciprocate rights or, respect a social contract, you're just causing harm and suffering for absolutely no reason.
So there's kind of two parts to that. I guess in the first one, if it was completely and totally avoidable, if there was absolutely nothing to gain by, I guess, genociding an island full of these tribes people or whatever, I would argue it's probably unnecessary. I don't know if I would attack that from a moral or ethical point of view, though, and just say that this is a waste of resources or something, which you can probably make similar arguments about the animal agriculture industry as well. For the second part of that, oh, fuck, what was the second part of what you said? I just lost it.
Oh, okay. Well, I was basically saying, I see the animal agriculture industry as completely unnecessary, sort of like how it would be completely unnecessary to go over to that island and just massacre those group of people for, like, pretty much no reason. Like I just don't see the purpose of animal agriculture industry.
I'm sorry, I got it. So for the second thing, in terms of like how I construct rights or civil liberties or ethical, moral behavior, or whatever for people, typically my default assumption is that everything is okay unless it's not okay to do so, right? And then when something becomes...
that's a little confusing.
Sure.
Maybe.
So, I'm loving it. So everything is okay unless it's not okay to do so. And what makes something not okay is generally when you're infringing on the rights of another human. So for instance, is it morally ethical to like masturbate, right? Well, if you're not hurting anybody else, it's fine. Is it morally ethical to smoke weed or drink alcohol? Sure thing, that's fine. Is it morally ethical to steal something from somebody else or to rape or murder somebody? Well, no, because now you're infringing on the rights of another human, a person whose rights we respect, right? And then when it comes to somebody like animals, right, because at least in my worldview, I've set it up to where I don't really respect the rights of anybody that's not capable of reciprocation. You do what you wish, right, is essentially my approach to it.
Okay, so indigenous tribes people, like if you just so wish to, maybe you just enjoy killing people, you think it's not a moral issue to just massacre an entire island of indigenous people who just, who are hostile to outsiders.
If they're not capable of reciprocating, then yeah, go for it.
Really?
It sounds really cold, but yeah.
Okay. Like I see another issue with this this argument of the social contract argument because like you could use that to justify the Holocaust because like, okay, Nazis can just say, well, we don't give a shit about forming a social contract with Jews, so we can just kill them. Like it's almost like a might makes right argument.
Hold on, let me write these down so I don't forget these. So the thing about that is that when you talk about Jews, right, now you're starting to split people up into different groups of people, and I would have to ask what your rationale is for doing something like that. So for me personally, I don't put groups of humans above other groups of humans. Some people might do it on the basis of race or gender. Men are better than women, white people are better than black people, Asian people, or whatever, right, like that. But if you're going to make that kind of assertion that you want to draw a line or a distinction between like Jews and non-Jews, then you have to ask for a reason why. You have to give a good rational, logical argument for that. And I don't think the Nazis provided any kind of compelling argument for why Jews were worthy of extermination, And insofar as my definition goes, I think that Jewish people are probably plenty capable of engaging in social contract or any other kind of, human-like behavior. I think most humans are. Or if not all humans are, right, aside from the severely mentally disabled or murderers or rapists or whatever. So I don't think that you could use my philosophy to defend Nazism, because Nazism calls for a special argument for why Jews are subhuman, which I don't think they adequately ever provided.
Okay, so then this sort of comes back to the name the trait argument, though. I guess you are choosing social contract, but like the issue I see there is if you're going to say social contract is what ultimately makes something like morally justifiable, then basically anyone at any point could just say, like, I don't choose to have a social contract with you. And therefore, like again, it's basically a might makes right argument. You're not like what you consider moral doesn't have anything to do with actual outcome of a situation. It's just whether or not somebody can like reciprocate these moral values with you.
Yeah, so for the first, so this is a two-parter. To take the first part, when you say anybody can leave a social contract, I mean, they can. People can leave a social contract anytime they want. If I want to, I can walk across the street and murder my neighbors to steal their shit if I want to. But as soon as I exit that social contract, then other people no longer have the responsibility to maintain that social contract with me, right? The police will show up, or somebody else could kill me in the act of my robbery and whatnot. For the second part, what you consider moral has nothing to do with the outcome of the situation. I'm not very much an ends justify the means person. I think that morality should be considered through and through. So, for instance, you get into weird territories when you're like, should you consider the outcome when you're talking about morality? Like things like the trolley problem at that point, right? If you could push somebody in front of a moving train to save four people, would you do it? Or would you kill one person to harvest organs to save 10 people? Like I feel like you get into weird areas that I don't usually consider morality based on outcomes, but more on the actions that you're committing.
Well, this isn't even really a trolley situation here. It's like you could either choose to cause the suffering death of animals, or you could choose not to. It's not like you have to kill somebody to save a bunch of other people. Like, no, you're literally just choosing, am I going to kill these animals or not?
Oh, sure, yeah. No, in that situation, I agree. I was just speaking to the general idea of considering morals based on the outcome. So, and again, like to back up, for choosing the suffering and death of animals, this is where I wouldn't draw a distinction between the suffering, death of animals versus the suffering and death of a plant. Like these things I would consider to be morally equivalent.
Plants aren't sentient, and they have no consciousness. Like, they can't suffer.
I mean, I feel like suffering is a pretty loaded word. We could go into that specifically, or sentience. I guess we can go into that as well.
You actually think plants are sentient?
Well, no. I was gonna say, why does sentience matter? What do you mean by sentience?
Oh, sentience, like having consciousness, the ability to have pain and suffering, have thoughts, feelings, emotions, experience life from a subjective point of view.
Gotcha. So I guess I have a very cold view, I guess, of all of this. So I don't. Are you spiritual at all, or do you believe in religion or anything?
No, like, I'm not religious at all. I don't believe in any kind of God. I guess I wouldn't call myself spiritual, necessarily.
Gotcha.
But,
so when I look at things like pain and suffering, this is all going to sound really cold, I'm sorry, but like when I look at things like pain and suffering, like these are essentially mechanisms that organisms have to avoid negative stimuli, right?
Well,
essentially,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
If you hit an animal, if you hit a person, right? You know, you have some built-in natural responses, right? You cover your face, you turn your back, you know, maybe you do things to avoid pain, right? Animals are much the same way. If you kick an animal or kick a dog, oftentimes they'll cry out for help, or they'll run away, right? But I think you can there are similar types of avoidance mechanisms in plants as well, right? Certain plants will grow towards sunlight to maximize nutrients. I'm sure that there are different ways that plants do things to maximize their gathering of nutrients, right? Weeds will grow deeper roots to try to take nutrients from grass and shit. Like, I just view these all as like I guess like mechanisms of things that exist. I don't necessarily add like a moral weight to it just because something has the mechanism built in to avoid you know, some sort of negative stimuli. I don't know if that suddenly grants it any kind of like moral I guess moral right to exist. I guess I don't know, something along those lines.
Okay. I don't know how far like you take this. Like, are you really saying that it's perfectly fine to skin animals alive?
Yeah, yeah, I would. So here's the big fuck up with meat eaters, and this is why I think most meat eaters are really fucked. And I understand. I think we're kind of going down the emotional appeal route, but I think that when it comes to animal rights, I think it's either everything or nothing. And I'm very much, obviously, since I'm making the argument from the meat eater point of view, I have to stand on the everything side. I don't think that if you are a meat eater, if you're watching this debate as a meat eater, I think it's really stupid to try and draw a distinction between like, well, I think that it's okay to massively harvest and torture and eat tons of animals, but I don't think that like bullfighting or skinning animals is okay. Like, this is a bad thing. So I'm going to sit on the end of pretty much any treatment towards animals is permissible, because I don't consider them as having any of the rights that humans do, would be my point of view.
Okay, so like the problem I have with this is okay, this is strange. So you don't actually, it seems like this is a very nihilist perspective. You're basically saying,
to some extent, sure.
Like, you're basically saying it doesn't matter who you harm, how, like, for what reason. It's basically like you're saying morals just don't exist.
Well, unless you're capable of reciprocating, right? The social contract is kind of what I construct everything off of, right?
Okay.
So if they are capable of that, then you extend to them the same rights that you would extend to yourself, or demand for yourself, rather.
I don't understand how that is the only determining factor that would make something either like immoral or moral. Like, why don't you take the outcome of the situation into account? Like, okay, you don't have to kill and eat animals. Like, you can just eat plants. So you do recognize that animals are sentient beings that can experience pain and suffering. Like, why don't you recognize that, okay, even though these animals can't reciprocate rights and, you know, agree to a social contract, I'm just causing unnecessary suffering and death to these animals that would rather not suffer and have a will to live. Like, why don't you recognize that as something important?
Okay, so to kind of break this down point by point. So for the first one, in terms of, I never look at like what you have to do or don't have to do, right? There are a lot of things that you do that you don't necessarily have to do, right? We don't have to be engaging in a conversation, you know, right now online. We don't have to play video games or have to do what a million other things we do, right? So I don't really consider those to be, I guess, like arguments against something. In terms of the animals are sentient beings, so sentience is a trait that in and of itself I just don't see much value in. I mean, I don't know how you can necessarily quantify that or what its relevance really is to regarding whether or not or how you should treat something, right? Like a murderer or somebody else might be sentient, but that doesn't really mean anything to me in regards to whether or not I should respect their right to life. And then when you talk about like unnecessary suffering of death for animals and whatnot, I mean, we're kind of circular at this point to where I would say that I would need a compelling reason to believe why animals should have some kind of right to exist. Like, what is it? What is the compelling defining thing that makes it so that I should look at an animal and go, okay, well, this is something that is worthy of protection, worthy of some sort of right being extended to it, aside from like the sentience thing, I guess, is the argument that doesn't necessarily do it for me.
Like, do you just like are you actually a sociopath?
maybe
No,
a
like,
little
seriously,
bit,
like
maybe a little bit, but I don't think it's relevant to the conversation.
No, well, I think it kind of is.
Okay.
Like, most people have empathy, and they can understand that, you know, I don't like it when I get hurt, or I wouldn't want to be killed. And since these animals are also sentient, like, obviously they don't have the same cognitive ability that we do, and they're not sentient to the extent we are. They still have a will to live, similar to us, and, you know, they feel pain similar to us, like even emotional pain. Like, if you rip a baby cow away from its mother, like they both, it's insanely stressful for both the mother and the baby cow. So, like, knowing that, why would you be perfectly fine with just causing that harm to another living being?
So, so again, in breaking all of these down, I'm trying to do this like as rationally as possible. So I'm trying to avoid the emotional arguments here. When you talk about how like I don't like it when I'm killed, since these animals are also sentient, etc. Like, this is, I think this kind of plays into my end where it's like I don't like to be killed, and I don't want to be killed or raped or hurt or whatever. And because of that, I extend that right to other people who can also understand and accept that. So I don't kill my neighbor or steal his shit or kill his children or whatever because I don't want him stealing my shit, killing me, or killing my children, right? I can engage in that contract with him. He understands it. I understand it. And then all of society is kind of built on this reciprocation. If I venture into a forest and there's like a, you know, like a hungry fucking bear or some shit, I can respect him and his right to life and not hurt his children all I want. But if he's hungry and he sees me, I'm just a fucking meal to him. He'll never, ever, ever have that same respect for me.
Right. Well, I don't see why that matters. Like, you can just choose, I don't know, not to walk into the forest and walk into a bear's territory and not kill it.
Yeah, I mean, I could choose that, or I could choose to walk into the forest and kill it. I just don't see a strong moral compulsion one way or the other. And if killing it or whatever brings me entertainment or joy or food or whatever, or even just entertainment, right? Because let's be real, you don't really need to eat me to survive, right? So we'll just say entertainment. I would need a compelling reason not to entertain myself. And since I don't have a strong argument for respecting the life of a bear any more than the life of a tree or a stalk of corn or whatever, I just wouldn't see a compelling reason not to do it.
Okay, so you're saying that your own personal enjoyment is worth more than any animal's life?
Yeah.
Okay.
But much the same way that it would be worth more than the life of like a tree or a plant or whatever. Not in the same. Now, I wouldn't make the argument like you should be able to set fields ablaze or whatever, because there are a ton of other negative things that can happen as well. But
okay, the problem I'm seeing here is, like, you're basically saying, well, sentience, like the ability to feel pain and suffering, that doesn't matter, and you just throw away that as any kind of value. But it's almost as if you're arbitrarily placing a value on a social contract.
So again, things become like a little bit axiomatic here, where we're kind of, I'm assuming something to be true because it is. Like, the reason why I harp on the social contract is because I think that you can build an entire civilization of that, of perfectly functioning human beings that function and exist and live with each other peacefully because of that social contract. So I guess you could argue that that might be arbitrary, but then I turn around and I ask you, like, how do you draw a distinction between, you know, plants versus animals, or you know, especially lower animals versus more complicated plants? Like, I feel like your distinctions become as arbitrary as mine. Whereas at least for the social contract, I can point to, well, I can build society and civilization around this. So that's kind of how I look at the social contract, as being my way of constructing everything, you know?
Well, it's not like I don't understand that there's sort of a hierarchy of life. I mean, a human life, I'd say, is more important than a fish's life.
Why?
But, well, because we have a higher cognitive ability, we live longer, we're more sentient, we have a higher emotional range. Like, just the impact on the world that we can have is just greater than a fish. So
looking at that real quick, just to kind of draw into there. So one thing that I get uncomfortable with when people make certain arguments is when you start to get into like really gray, arbitrary areas. When you say things like we are more intelligent or have more emotional intelligence, why do you reach a certain level where all of a sudden that emotional or intellectual intelligence makes you worthy of life? Well, like what level? How does that magically, like, what threshold do you cross that does that?
Well, I think it's reasonable to say that if we can recognize that a creature is sentient and has, or at least has some level of sentience and can experience pain and suffering, I think to some extent it has a right to life. But like, where I draw the line is like, okay, what is the most reasonable way for me to exist in the world while causing the least amount of suffering or death possible within reason? So, like, I'm not going to just go abandon civilization and live out in the woods just so that I can, like, avoid, I don't know, buying something on Amazon and then, like, the plane that it was shipped on hitting a bird. Like, I think that's unreasonable, but, like, it's like, I can just very easily choose not to consume animal products. Like, I can very easily choose not to buy meat from the grocery store. Like, it's just a very reasonable, common sense situation where I don't have to support that sort of pain, suffering, and death, and I can live quite comfortably. Now, if insects were to, like, infest my apartment, like termites, cockroaches, or something, I can recognize that they're sentient to a very limited extent, but they're interfering with my well-being, and I think it's fine in that situation to exterminate those insects who, you know, are actually affecting my well-being. Like, what you're doing here is you're basically throwing out like every animal in every situation, saying none of that shit matters because social contract, I only care about people. Whereas I think I have a much more common sense approach, and like, I'm just taking context into account where, okay, like, I can recognize that most animals are sentient, they can experience pain and suffering, and I'll just do whatever I reasonably can to eliminate or reduce their pain and suffering. But, you know, in some situations, you have to have a certain standard of well-being, and you have to, like, exterminate cockroaches sometimes.
Damn.
Basically what I want to say, the main problem I have with you is you're saying, like, instead of saying like let's just do a common sense thing and try to reduce suffering, you're just saying, okay, well, it's either all or nothing. If we can't eliminate all suffering, then just fuck them all.
Yeah,
like,
so
that's what I'm getting from
so
you.
to speak to this, I don't believe in like reducing suffering of animals, because I'm trying to make an argument that what I see as being as the most morally consistent argument. If your goal is to reduce the suffering of animals, then the only reason you would be interested in that is because you think that the suffering of animals is something that should be avoided. If you think the suffering of animals should be avoided, then I don't think there is any good argument that you can make in favor of eating meat. I think it makes you a hypocrite at that point, because it's very possible to live off of a diet that involves no animal products whatsoever. So I don't see how you could possibly be in favor of eating meat if you're also in favor of reducing suffering, right? If you've already admitted that killing animals for food is wrong, how can you ever be in favor of it, right? So this is why my approach seems really all or nothing, because I'm trying to be as consistent on this point as possible. And again, like, if you start to say things like, well, I don't think we should, you know, like, torture animals, like skin an animal, like, that's not okay. So, well, why don't you think that's okay? Why is it that that's not okay, but killing an animal for food when you don't need to is okay, right? That seems really hypocritical to me.
Right. Just to be clear, so are you saying animals should have no rights at all? And like the current animal rights policies we have with regards to like humane slaughter, like we do have humane slaughter laws where the animal has to be stunned before it gets its throat slit open. Like cruelty to pets, like you can't abuse your dog. Like you think all of those rights just that we give to animals shouldn't exist?
Yeah, I think they're absurd. I think they're absurdly hypocritical. I think it would be similar to having like ethical treatments of slaves. Like we would never, ever, ever, ever accept these arguments for people. Why do we accept them for animals? What do you mean?
Well, we have. Well, if you just read the Bible, like there is ethical treatment of slaves.
Well, sure. I'm not religious. I'm sorry. So I'm sure.
I know, but I'm not talking about this from a religious perspective.
Yeah, no. In the past, there might be, but like
had these laws.
for what we decide right now, yeah, I'm sure there were probably laws on how you should treat slaves in the 1800s and whatnot. But like, I'm not. But this kind of morality isn't something that I engage in, right? And today, with our current understanding of ethics, like nobody would be okay with saying like, okay, well, I have a slave. You know, I have slaves that are humans and everything, but I treat them really nicely. You know, I don't torture them or anything. So that's kind of cool, right? Well, people go like, well, no, what the fuck? That's slavery. That's fucked up. That's wrong, right? I think it's really bizarre that we live in a world where where you can get in trouble for kicking your dog. Like there's laws against that kind of animal cruelty. But we lock up chickens and shit in coops for their entire fucking lives. Shitting out eggs and whatnot for human consumption. Like that seems really hypocritical to me as a vegan. That doesn't seem. Yeah. So this is why I say like I think most meat eaters are very fucking hypocritical. Or people will cry because of some fucking lion that gets shot an ocean away, and then they go down to the store and they buy a ton of fucking ribeyes and shit for dinner tonight. Like that seems really morally inconsistent to me.
It is morally inconsistent and it's totally hypocritical. I agree with you. But again, there's this all or nothing sort of mentality that you have where like, why don't you, even if it is hypocritical, like, why don't you just see this as, okay, it's hypocritical, but maybe this is a step towards something better. Like if we can give rights to dogs to like make sure like it's illegal to abuse your dog, like beat the shit out of them. Like, why isn't that okay? Let's build upon this. Let's extend that to other animals, or let's make.
For me personally, that's not something I would ever build upon. That's a decision for me. If I decided at one point that animals, we'll say with sentience is kind of your argument, with sentience or a certain level of metacognizance or intelligence or whatever, are worthy of protection, that's an all or nothing thing. That's like okay, well, I've made this decision. I'm a vegan because I'm not going to sit here and protect the rights of some animals and then fucking massively slaughter and eat other ones. It's like an insanely hypocritical. Like I could never feel like I'm being a moral or ethical person. It just feels so inconsistent to me.
Okay.
Right. And I imagine, like, as a vegan, like, I'm sure you see that too. Like, that has to be really irritating when you see somebody, like, loving and petting their dog and cat and they think they're so cool, and then they run and they eat, like, a giant fucking steak and shrimp dinner or something. Like, that has to be, like, hypocritical as fuck, right?
Well, totally. Okay. The thing here, too, like, you don't think it's sort of a better perspective to have where, okay, let's give rights to, even if we're not planning on building upon it, like let's give rights to dogs or cats or pets where it's not, we draw a line in the sand, it's illegal to abuse them. Don't you think that's sort of a better sort of moral or legal structure to have than just say fuck all animals, just do whatever the hell we want to them?
Well, so I would have to ask why. I mean, we already own animals are essentially, and I know a lot of people get mad, but animals are really slaves, right? That's what they are. We lock them up in our house. We don't let them roam anywhere. We keep them inside. We usually feed them shitty diets of fake food, and then we force them to stay around to entertain ourselves, right? They stay because we feed them, right? Like,
well, again, like, are you actually saying that causing less harm to animals isn't a benefit to anyone?
Correct. That's
even
the stance.
To them.
Well, I mean, maybe to them, but I'm not concerned with them, right? I think that it sounds extreme, but I think this is the only reasonable stance to take. Again, because if you start to make concessions that, well, maybe we shouldn't be mean to animals, then it's like, okay, well, why are you eating them, right? I don't think you can sit in a gray area here. I think it has to be all or nothing. For the record, I don't like vegetarians either because I think that sits on a really weird line. Like, I don't know how you can make the decision to be a vegetarian and not just be a vegan. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Like, the thing with the social contract argument you're making too, have you ever owned any pets?
Yeah, I have a cat right now.
Okay, maybe I think cats will eat your corpse as soon as you die. They don't really give much of a shit about you. Yeah, but
I'm a dog person though. I've had dogs in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you've ever owned a dog, they really grow to love you. You haven't actually noticed that?
I mean, like, I feel like this is getting into more kind of emotional territory.
Well,
I
no,
mean,
no, no. It's not really emotional because they are sort of forming a social contract with you because, a wild feral dog, if like they'll just rip you to pieces.
mhm.
But your own, family pet, like your pet dog, they really grow to love you, and they'd never do that to you. You don't really consider that as some sort of social contract. Like, obviously, it's not to the same extent a human will form a social contract with you, but
I mean,
you don't.
at the risk of sounding colder than the fucking North Pole, like, do they grow to love you? I mean, to some extent, sure, but anytime you keep an animal around and you provide it with enough food and shelter and you hang out with it, like, it will begin to foster these feelings, right? Like, I mean, you could get a guinea pig.
You can make that same argument with human children. Like, if you don't fucking take care of them, they'll grow to hate you.
Well, sure,
Like,
but human
obviously-
children can grow to respect the social contract, right? Which was kind of my central axiom for why I respect humans and not animals, right? Even for children that aren't currently capable of respecting social contract, they have the intelligence to grow to respect it.
Well, again, like, if you don't treat a child well, like if you don't take care of it, don't feed it, it's just going to grow to like totally resent you. And if a kid is brought up in that sort of environment, you really think they're going to grow up to respect social contracts? Like, these are the type of kids who become insane fucking psychopaths.
Sure. I mean, I would consider that to be a fault of the parent, but I would also agree with you as well. Again, if somebody comes up to me on the street and say I have an ability to flash and look at his entire life, and I see that for whatever, due to years of neglect and abuse, he's grown up to not be a respectful member of society, that doesn't change my stance on him. If I think he's going to hurt me or fuck with my shit, then, you take appropriate action. You wouldn't extend to him the same respects and rights or whatever that you would another more reciprocating human being.
Right, but the issue here is, so do you, like, the issue I have here is it seems like you're sort of ignoring the fact that animals, like, can to some extent have sort of a social contract with you. Like, even if you think, okay, it's not real love, they're just like, the only reason they like you is because you fed them and gave them a warm home and everything. Don't you think just the fact that they'd sort of return the favor to you, like be affectionate towards you, not bite you because you give affection to them, like, you don't think that gives them any sort of right to any kind of respect?
Not particularly, no. I don't think that the fact that something is grateful that you feed it, I don't think necessarily entitles you to the same rights that humans have, or any level of rights that would be similar to a human.
Okay, so like, even if, like, so you just think anyone should be able to like torture their dog to death?
Pretty much, yeah. Because it's a possession and you don't extend the same rights to the animal that you would to humans, yeah.
Okay, and if your next door neighbor, if you found out that your next door neighbor buys dogs, tortures them to death, like skins them alive, you wouldn't think that person should be locked up?
Well, I mean, I might for a host of other reasons, but
well, exactly.
But this gets into more like because typically people that like murder or torture animals have severe empathy issues. I think it's natural for human beings to there's a word I'm looking for, anthropomorphize. There's a word I'm looking for where you assign human traits to animals because some of the ways they act are superficially similar to humans. So if somebody's like torturing animals on the daily, there's probably something fucked with them mentally. But again, like to the argument that you just said, like, would you be uncomfortable? And I know like everybody in your chat is like, I would be uncomfortable if there was a guy torturing animals and shit next door to me. People will say that, and even meat eaters will say that, but then they will go and they will buy food that they don't know how those cows are brought up, they don't know how those chickens are brought up. Some of those farms are fucking horrible places, and they don't give a fuck that they're stuck on their feet all day or injected full of hormones or whatever, and they'll eat them. They don't really care. So I feel like this is more like an emotional argument that meat eaters are inconsistent on.
Okay, I'm getting the feeling that you're either not being totally genuine with what you're saying, like you don't actually believe what you're saying, or you may just actually be a sociopath.
This is kind of the problem. So with animals,
can I just ask you something?
Yeah,
ask you something? Do you think you have it in you to torture a dog? Like, would you feel ashamed of yourself? Would you like even just kill a dog? Like, do you think you have it in you to do that to an animal?
I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. I guess if I had to. I don't know. I've never really thought about it before.
Have you ever killed an animal before?
No, I don't. I enjoy shooting and everything too, but I don't really like hunting. I don't think any of that is very entertaining to me.
Like, okay, so you've actually never killed an animal before? Like I'm sure we've all killed spiders or something.
Yeah, maybe I've like ran over. I mean, I slow down if I see like a bunny crossing the road or whatever. Like, I don't
why
get
is
enjoyment.
that?
Because I don't get enjoyment out of killing animals and shit. It's not something.
Okay, well, if like I think that's telling a bit, because again, this makes me feel like you're not actually being genuine with what you're saying, because if you're saying who gives a fuck what happens to any animals, they can't reciprocate rights, well, why would you slow down when you see like a rabbit or a bird or a squirrel on the road?
So I feel like you have to be careful when you go down this road, because you can very easily find people who do get, like, what if I were to tell you, well, actually, yes, I love hunting. It's actually really enjoyable for me to hunt. Like, there's something beautiful about seeing the life flicker away from an animal's eyes or something, right? Like, if I were to answer like this, then you kind of like run into a dead end. For me personally, I just don't, I'm not a big, like, I don't like killing things at all. It's just not something that's very entertaining to me. That doesn't mean I'm assigning like a moral weight to it. If I had a friend that was a hunter or whatever, I wouldn't think less of them, you know? It's just, for me personally, it's just not something that I enjoy at all. But when you run down the emotional or quote unquote common sense arguments, you have to be careful, because, you know, a lot of the same people, I'm going to pull the same thing you did to no bullshit, right? A lot of the same people would say the same thing about black people for slavery, right? Like, well, you know, are they really human? You know, do they really feel the same way that we feel? Like, I mean, just look at them, common sense, you know, like, I think that it's really, you have to be really careful going down those emotional routes. I seem like I'm being ungenuine because I'm trying to be as like rigidly logical as possible, but I'm not trying to give you the impression that I will like go outside and look for dogs to skin because I have nothing better to do with my time.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Like, when we create laws like don't murder, don't rape, don't steal, I don't think most people think of it in the way you're thinking of it.
For sure,
like,
I agree.
It's just pure cold hard logic. Like, okay, what's the best, most efficient way we can exist in society and, you know, be as productive as possible? Like, most people don't see it that way. Most people see it in a very emotional, empathetic sort of way. Like,
I agree.
Do I want to be killed? No, like, it's basically a golden rule sort of thing. Don't treat others the way you wouldn't want to be treated. And again, I think you do think in that sort of way. And I just think you're trying to be as logically consistent as possible so that you can justify eating meat without being an absolute hypocrite. Because again, you were saying if you're driving a car and you see a rabbit crossing the road, or say like a squirrel or a dog or whatever, you slow down and try to avoid running it over. Like, why would you inconvenience yourself like that?
Well,
like,
I mean, if I saw like a tumbleweed rolling across the road, I'd probably slow down too, because I don't want to like fuck my tire or my car up or something. I mean, I don't think that that's like a good litmus test for like what are your actual like moral foundations if you don't, you know, run over an animal and cause it to explode on the road and fuck your tire and your car up. Like, well, like, I mean, I don't think that's like the way to. I don't think that's a good way to like attack my.
Okay, assuming, let's say you're driving a tank. Okay, and you saw, like, I don't know, bunny or a squirrel or something crossing the road, would you slow down to not run over that animal?
If I'm driving a tank, I mean, why am I driving a tank? If we're in like a war zone, I'm probably just fucking going through. Like, I don't.
Well, what I'm trying, like, what the point I'm trying to make, I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you actually do on some level care about animals, or if you're actually being genuine, because it's actually starting to seem like you're not being totally genuine with me here, because like you admit that you're not really interested in just running over animals. You would sort of inconvenience yourself a little bit to avoid causing, you know, suffering and death.
But it's not to avoid suffering and death. I don't really care. I just wouldn't do it because I don't feel like running over an animal. I wouldn't run over anything. I think you're reading a little bit too much into it. Like, I'm not like avoiding it because like I'm thinking like the bunny is running home to its children or something.
Well, if you knew that it couldn't possibly harm the vehicle you're in or like inconvenience you in any way, like running the thing over, it wouldn't fuck up your tires or something, like driving a tank, would you actually bulldoze over a rabbit or a squirrel or, you know, anything that's on the road?
I mean, I don't like littering or fucking up like the environment either. Like, I don't like throwing shit around. I mean, but let's assume that I didn't care about any of that. Let's assume I didn't care how the road looked or whatever. There was a magical street cleaner at the end of the day. Then yeah, I guess I would. It wouldn't really bother me.
You would. You
Yeah.
just run over an animal, even though like if you just slow down a little bit, it could just wander off, and then
Correct.
it'd be perfectly fine.
Correct. And this is and again, and I know I understand that like it sounds like I'm being really extreme, but I agree with you that I consider 99.99999% of meat eaters to be complete and total fucking hypocrites. So I'm giving you what I believe to be the most morally and logically consistent platform possible. I'm not going to sit here and defend the rights of some animals and then say that we should eat meat. I don't think that position is defensible. And I will tear apart any meat eater that wants to talk about, well, you should respect bunnies or deer or dogs or cats, but then on the other hand say also I eat fucking tons of chickens and steak all the time. Like, I don't think that's a legitimate argument. I think that's totally unfounded and completely hypocritical, in my opinion.
Okay. It's an interesting perspective. I don't think I've actually met anyone who gave this sort of argument before, but what I'm still not really... Like, I still don't entirely understand your position here because, again, it's like you're just arbitrarily placing ultimate value on social contract, but you're ignoring, like, actual empathy, which I think does matter, like, the actual outcome of your actions, how this affects other beings. Like,
So
I don't
this
understand
is-
why that doesn't matter to you at all.
So you phrase this as, I put arbitrary value on social contract while ignoring empathy. But my argument would be, I think I've reasonably defended the importance of social contract, and I would argue that you place arbitrary value on empathy. Like, why is your defense of empathy less arbitrary than my defense of social contract? Like, I feel like I've rationalized social contract. Can you tell me why you feel empathy is a really important basis to build your moral system around?
Well, because it actually considers outcome, whereas yours doesn't. It's
Well, what do you mean by that? Mine considers outcome. It's the outcome of how people function in society, right? I don't kill you, so you don't kill me. The golden rule reciprocation.
It's entirely anthropocentric. Like, why can't we extend empathy towards animals at all? And again, this really does come back around to humans, because if we're not going to extend empathy to animals, like, you really think that people who just torture and kill dogs for fun, you don't think there should be some sort of social contract where you'd actually be breaking a social contract with another human? Like, you don't think there should be any legal consequences to that? Because obviously somebody who do that is seriously fucked up. And I think there should be some legal consequences to doing that. Like, outside of like me just saying, oh shit, you harmed animals. It's like, no, this person's fucking dangerous. There's something wrong with them. And like, it's a danger to humans as well, not just animals. Like, who the fuck would torture and kill a dog? Like, who would skin a dog alive?
Yeah, but like, you kind of just answered that in and of itself. Like, if I was worried about somebody, you know, like torturing and killing dogs, it's not because they're killing dogs, it's because they represent a threat to humans as well, right? I wouldn't be concerned about the animal killing.
Well, I think both of it is important. I think.
Well, of course, because you're a vegan. I mean, yeah, I understand that.
Well,
that's your point of view.
most, not even just because I'm vegan. Like, really, your perspective is incredibly rare. I don't think I've ever met anyone who is using the same sort of logic and argument you're making. So,
yeah, I agree. Again, I can't stress enough how much I hate the average person that eats meat. Like a dumb fuck, like no bullshit, trying to justify their meat eating. Like, I do believe it has to be all or nothing.
Like, you're literally talking about 99% of people who agree with me, and like that includes non-vegans. Like, the only people who wouldn't are sociopaths or people who are like just being dishonest, sort of like no bullshit.
Sure. Well, I don't think no bullshit is dishonest. I think he's just very stupid.
He is pretty dishonest, but I don't think he's taken it as far as you did. He did agree that needless suffering is bad.
Yeah. So I guess if I can kind of back this up, I think there's kind of there's one central point that that we kind of come to, that we kind of gotten past, and I think it has to do with, why do we value the sentience of animals? Why is that something? Because this is ultimately what separates the animals from plants for you, right? So I think that's kind of what the whole central thing is. Like, is the sentience of animals something to be valued, and if so, why?
Well, like, it really comes down to empathy. Like, I can understand that another being wants to live. I can understand that it can feel pain and suffering. Like, why would I want to cause pain and suffering to that animal when I wouldn't want that for myself?
Well, so like the desire to live and all of that, like these are things that are just necessary functions of a biological organism, right? There is no biological thing that is not going to want to live because it wouldn't exist.
Well, just because it's biological, that doesn't mean it doesn't matter.
For sure, but just because it's I would agree with you there. I would say it's neutral, but just because it's biological doesn't mean it matters either.
Well,
right?
you know what? Like you could argue that the social contracts that human beings make, it's sort of biologically wired in us. Like you could argue that.
For sure.
Does that make it not matter?
Well, so I would say it does matter because you're human, right? It's intrinsic to you as a being, right? The social contract and the existence of civilization all revolves around you as a human. Whatever animals think or feel is not really relevant to you as a human or to human civilization. So because you are human, right? That's like that hard line in the sand that I can draw. That's why I try to stay away from like arbitrary definitions. Like because you are human and because you are interested in the existence of other humans because you want them to be interested in your existence as a human, right? That's where the social contract comes from.
Okay, I don't think we're going to get much further here because we're sort of arguing in circles, but just to sort of wrap things up, I just have a few like other questions.
Yeah.
So would you say it's like if the entire world could go vegan, we'd eliminate animal agriculture, would you say that's a better way of life than, you know, what we're doing now?
I mean, there are other arguments you could start to dip into.
Well, and that's what I want to get into later, like health and environment. But so like, I mean, from a moral perspective, do you like?
No, I would have to say
causing less harm.
I would have to say no. I would have to say no to that because if I say yes to that and I still eat meat, I'm essentially being a hypocrite, right? I don't think you can like skirt that line there. If I genuinely believed that animal suffering was wrong, then that would compel me to be a vegan. I couldn't go and eat meat and then on the other hand say I wish that we stopped eating meat. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so you're basically saying you're completely neutral and indifferent with respect to like the morality of causing animal suffering and death in the animal agriculture industry or choosing to go vegan and not causing that suffering and death. Like it literally makes no difference to you.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I guess let's talk about how this affects people then, because I think this will be a little more interesting to you. Like, let's talk about like health.
Sure. So
how the animal agriculture industry affects health.
These probably won't be as interesting. So when you talk about veganism, I think that the strongest arguments that you can make in favor of veganism are the moral ones. I think that everything else gets a lot more wishy-washy because when you're going to start talking about things like environment or health, people already make suboptimal decisions in these regards anyway, even being meat eaters. I don't know how you morally compel somebody to choose a more optimal path for life. We could start, I guess, with the health reasons if you want. But
well, the thing is, if we could just eliminate the animal agriculture industry, like the vast majority of people, they wouldn't have access to meat, dairy, and eggs. I guess people could still hunt, but you know, it wouldn't support, you know, the majority of people. Like the majority of people wouldn't have any access to animal products.
Sure.
Like unless everyone just starts eating like a tremendous amount of junk food like Oreos and vegan ice cream and vegan donuts, potato chips, like assuming that most people follow like primarily a whole foods vegan diet, like they switch steak out for lentils and potatoes and stuff like that, you'd greatly improve the health of the population. Like you'd at least be cutting heart disease in half. So like you don't see that as a benefit?
So, I mean, it definitely is a benefit, but any argument that you can make towards getting rid of meat, I could probably make 10 times over getting rid of sugar, right? Sugar is a cancer in Western diet. It's one of the worst fucking things that I think has happened to us as a species. You would improve everybody's quality of life, their diets immensely by trying to axe out as much sugar. We have sugar in fucking everything these days. But just because I can say that cutting sugars would make us healthier, I don't know if that makes it a moral imperative to do so, right? You get similar arguments you can make for exercise as well, right? Getting out and running every day, even if you don't lift or whatever, is going to improve your health immensely. But I don't know if that makes it like a moral imperative to do so.
Like, I think people should have freedom of choice. Like, I don't think anybody should be forced to live a healthy lifestyle if they don't want to, but like, again, you're obviously not going to agree with this because you literally do not give a shit about reducing animal suffering. But like, that's always the point I make. Like, we could improve health and even if you don't care about health, you'd still be saving animals.
Yeah, so
Or
again,
at
we're
least-
kind of
yeah.
running back to the moral argument, which I think is the strongest
Right.
argument. I think it's the only one that's really relevant because there's a million things that we can do that would make our cars are something. Even the United States, there's a
Well-
lot of people that could get by driving bikes or riding bikes without having to get a car. A lot more people could do it, but they don't, and we were killing the environment and everything, and animals as well, right? And
Well,
protection, all that.
The thing is, like, again, this is very all or nothing sort of approach you're having.
Mhm.
Like, I it's really hard for me to wrap my head around how you can just flat out say, it literally makes no difference if you kill a billion, like 50 billion animals each year.
Mhm.
Like, if you could choose to not kill over 50 billion animals each year and improve the health of the population, even if all the other lifestyle factors like eating sugar, not exercising enough, even if you can't do anything about that, like, how is that not a huge benefit to cut out animal product consumption, even if people still aren't going to live like totally optimal lives? That would still reduce chronic disease and death in the human population, which, like, I think you would agree that is a benefit. And you would be saving a tremendous amount of animals from like horrible suffering and death.
Yeah, so I mean, so again, because if we're disregarding the moral arguments and we get rid of the saving animals from death part, what you're essentially asking me is, should we axe an entire industry to improve the health of some people? And these go into like kind of these fundamental questions of freedom of choice and whatnot, right? Should you have the choice to drink alcohol? Should you have the choice to smoke cigarettes? Should you have the choice to lead an unhealthy life? I think you probably should, and at least at this point in society, that's the decision that we've made. If we decide that maybe people shouldn't be left to those decisions on can you act in ways that are suboptimal to your health, then in that case I would probably agree, like, yeah, maybe axing animal agriculture is probably a good idea, or at least severely curtailing it. But it doesn't seem like that's how we make any decision in society. Like, should everybody be compelled to run 1 mile a day? Should everybody be compelled to bike a certain amount? Like, none of these are like moral imperatives that we place on people. Sorry.
Well, the thing is, like, you're talking about personal rights.
Mhm.
This is more about like corporate and business rights.
What do you
Like,
mean by that?
Well, you're not necessarily taking away people's right to eat meat. Like, they could still shoot a squirrel, say, or go hunting.
Mhm.
But you'd prevent it from being a business. Like nobody can actually profit off of it. Start like, a farm or sell meat. You don't think that would be a good thing?
Well, you're kind of doing the same thing, just one step removed, right? That would be like saying, like, I'm not going to make guns illegal, but I am going to make it illegal to sell a gun. Now, if people want to go into the back and get a smith or a forge and, start harvesting or start crafting their own weapons and forging their own weapons, that's fine. I'm not making it illegal, but I am going to make, like, I think that you kind of effectively do the same thing, right? You're cutting off access for tons of people to ever have access to this. I think it's more or less the same thing. I don't think the distinction matters much.
Okay. Like, yeah, again, you're either just an actual sociopath, or I'm still getting the feeling that you're kind of being dishonest with me.
I'm really not. Someone in your chat said, I would rather be a sociopath than a hypocrite. I really would. Like, I do a lot of these kinds of discussions, and I put a fair amount of thought into this. And like I said, I really do think that veganism, especially with the advent of like lab grown meat, will probably be a thing in like 50 years. I'm still kind of on the fence about it, but I'm really trying to be as morally consistent as possible, because on all of the things that you're talking to me about, like, meat eaters are very, very hypocritical about it, and I'm not going to jump and defend like some animals and not all of them. It doesn't make sense to me. Sorry, go ahead.
And from a moral perspective, you don't see any benefit to eating lab-grown meat compared to raising meat in agriculture, and obviously causing suffering to animals and then killing them.
Well, again, so I don't have a compelling reason to believe that I should be concerned with the suffering of animals, right? That's the thing that I'm missing. Is that if that thing was there and I could plug that in, then everything else would fall in line to point towards veganism, right? If you believe that the suffering of animals is something that should be avoided, but I don't, and I don't have a compelling argument for why it should be.
Okay, so you're saying suffering and quality of life doesn't matter, because it doesn't affect you?
No, for animals, because it's just not something we're concerned with. We would never go into like, sure that I'm concerned with, yeah, as a human, right? We would never go into like a forest or a rainforest or some shit and try to find animals and hire their quality of life or protect them from other predators or anything like that. We would never be concerned with this kind of a thing, right?
Well, again, it seems like the only reason you're not concerned with it is just because it doesn't affect you.
To some extent, yeah, in a roundabout way, sure. The self-interested thing, the way that the social contract works, is ultimately about selfishness, right? We engage in social contract with others so that they engage in it with us, right?
Right. So, like, you're actually suggesting that you're basically saying, like, even quality of life doesn't matter.
Yes.
Unless it personally affects you.
Well, or another human, yeah.
Well, again, like you said, social contracts really, like, it's the only reason you're in a social contract to begin with is ultimately to benefit yourself.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so if you could wave a magic wand to, like, stop human suffering, would you do it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, why wouldn't you do that for animals?
Because I have no compelling reason to care about animals.
Well, no. Like, again, like, you don't have any compelling reason to prevent the suffering of humans, really, outside of, like, social contract, just so it doesn't happen to you. But I'm saying, if you were, like, a god and you were just observing this, you would end suffering of humans. Like, if you could just wave a magic wand and just stop all people from suffering, why wouldn't you just do that to animals? Like, it seems like you do understand empathy, like you do sympathize with people when they're suffering. Why don't you just sympathize with animals?
So if there is a God being, we'll give you the perfect possible universe. A God being offers you the decision to come up and say, or to acknowledge, I want to end the suffering of all human beings, right? I would say, I would go up and I would say, yes, I do. And I would hope that any other human being, because of the social contract, would engage in a similar deal with any kind of omnipotent being. Now, if a deer were to approach a God figure with that decision, I think the deer would probably just take a shit and walk off, or a bear or a dolphin or any other kind of animal, because I don't think they have the same
it doesn't have the cognitive ability to understand what's going on.
Exactly.
Like,
So this is kind of where I
have language.
Yeah. So that, well, and I'm not even saying they would have to say it, but I'm just saying, like, these are beings that can't even conceptualize right society. So yeah, I would be interested in ending all human suffering. I would hope that every human is interested in ending all human suffering, but I don't think that any animal is concerned with ending any human suffering.
Well, like, again, they don't have the intelligence we do, so it's hard for them to even imagine this. But they do have empathy to some extent.
Well, everything has empathy. It's a biological process that helps us get along with family.
Well, right. But, like, I'm saying, just because these animals, like, can't form a social contract with you and maybe don't necessarily care about you, like, you can still understand that they're living beings that can feel pain. Like, I'm just wondering why, like, if you were a god being who could just wave a magic wand and stop all suffering, like, why wouldn't you do that? Like, is it literally just totally indifferent to you? Like, if you could just stop all suffering, like human and animal suffering, like, you just wouldn't do it to animals, but you would do it to people?
Yeah. I'm not even sure how the stopping all animal suffering would work. Like, what about, like, the carnivores and stuff? Like, would they not eat other animals, or?
Like, it's a magic wand. Like, the ecosystem would still magically exist. It's like a weird hypothetical. I'm trying
to give you as much leeway on the hypothetical as possible, without missing the point of it. But, like, for humans, like, humans could probably exist with no suffering via agriculture, right? But, like, how does a wolf, like, are they going to start farming or eating plants only? Like,
what I'm basically trying to get here is, I'm trying to figure out if you do actually care about people on an empathetical level, and not just because you adhere to a social contract, and the only reason you treat people with, respect and dignity, and you respect their rights to life, is it just because you're trying to protect yourself?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Do you actually have empathy for another person?
I'm not going to lie to you about anything you ask me, I swear. So you can just ask me, like, do I care about people on an empathetical level? The answer is no. That's not where any of my morals or ethics come from. It has nothing to do with empathy for other human beings, and it has everything to do with social contract and everything that I can reason out from there. It has nothing to do with empathy. Yeah.
Have you ever had a girlfriend or been in a loving relationship? Like,
believe it or not, yeah, I have somehow. Yeah.
You have.
Yeah. But I don't think this argument is going to help your
No, like, it's just very fascinating to me. Like,
sure. I'm trying to
know,
be
you seem
as
like a
logically
pro-sociopath.
consistent as possible again. I'm just empathizing that, or I'm oh god, there's a word, emphasizing. I'm sorry, I'm emphasizing that. I'm just trying to be as logically consistent as possible in this argument. So.
Okay. I'm kind of at a loss for what to say to you, because like like everything I come to, you're basically like, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, for in terms of
like
animal
as long as
suffering.
it,
I think that, like,
Right.
from your point of view, I think that the easiest way to attack me is, I think that anybody that owns and loves an animal or a pet, or is concerned with the suffering of animals, like if you go to a zoo and you're sad that an animal is trapped in a cage or whatever, I think that all of these people should be vegan. I don't see how, like, these are really easy positions. I feel like I could argue in favor of veganism very, very, very easily against the average meat eater, because I don't see how you can possibly love some animals and think it's okay to massively harvest and slaughter others. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Right. You did say you own a cat, and
Yeah.
You have owned dogs. So like, were these did you buy your cat, or did you like?
Well, my cat belongs to my girlfriend, and then a dog belonged to
Okay.
an ex-girlfriend.
Okay, so you never actually bought an animal yourself.
Personally, no, I don't want the responsibility of taking care of one. But I mean, I
Right,
enjoy
right.
animals. Like,
Okay. All right. So like, I was gonna ask, like, would you treat it any differently if you were the one who went out and bought that animal, or if you adopted it? Like, would you treat it differently than how you're treating it now?
yeah, probably. I would probably take care of it a lot more. I mean, I take care.
Really?
It sounds really fucked up, but like, I bought a new car and I take care of that thing way better than I would any rental car. But I would view an animal as a possession, just like a vehicle, right, or a computer, or any other thing like that, an instrument.
Right. Like, I'm just wondering. So, assuming this wasn't your girlfriend's cat, or like, let's say your girlfriend died, or she left you and you were left with that cat, would you treat it any differently than how you're treating it now?
I imagine probably. What are you trying? I don't understand what we're getting at.
What I'm basically trying to ask you is, like, would you just lock it in a box, basically?
I mean, I enjoy the cat. Like, I get personal enjoyment out of it being here. If it ever became an inconvenience, then I guess maybe I would give it to the Humane Society or something. But I don't feel like a moral obligation to keep it. But I would keep it.
Why would you give it to the Humane Society?
I don't know, because they can give it to someone else, I guess, or they eventually put it down, I guess. But I don't have like a, I don't
Why
feel
wouldn't
like
you just put it down yourself?
I mean, I guess I could. I don't know. It seems like a waste of a thing.
Okay, so even if, like, say you could see the future and you knew no one would get that cat, like, maybe it's just a really ugly cat.
He's
just
not ugly.
Somehow, well,
But no, I know what you mean. Yeah, say no one else would get it, then yeah, I guess I would. Sure, I wouldn't have a problem putting it down.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
If no one else is gonna get it, if it was just gonna sit like in the pound or whatever, and no one was ever gonna get it or whatever, then yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. This is weird fucking conversation. I didn't expect for you to come out with this.
Sure. I understand, but do you agree? You must agree that my position is the only reasonable one for a meat eater, right? Do you agree with that, or it drives me crazy when people try to like ride the line between liking some animals and not liking others. It seems really strange to me.
I don't know if I'd consider your position the most reasonable one.
Mhm.
Like, it's strange. Like, I would have considered the most reasonable argument would come from somebody who's just uninformed. Like, there are people who
Hitler-
genuinely believe that humans absolutely need to eat meat for health.
Okay.
And the most reasonable arguments I've seen coming from that perspective are like, okay, we do need to like drastically reduce animal agriculture. We need to eat way less meat to be more ethical. We need to raise these animals in like, an open farm and grass-fed kind of situation. Like, that's what I'd consider the most reasonable argument, but like, those people are just uninformed.
I guess
like with you, it's weird. Like, what I consider unreasonable about your argument is you literally do not give a fuck about the outcome of the situation. Like, you're saying suffering doesn't matter, death doesn't matter. All that matters is my own personal well-being, and what determines my own personal well-being is a social contract. And since animals can't have a social contract with me, like, fuck them. I literally don't care if they suffer and die.
Sure.
Like that's what I find unreasonable.
Yeah, I understand that. So I guess I would take issue with people because these are arguments that you would never make for human beings. When you talk about like nice ways to kind of enslave animals and then harvest their organs for food, I don't consider that to be something that we would ever accept for treatment of humans. For instance, there is no ethical argument you could provide really for slavery right now in the West, right? Well, like I have slaves, but they have a really nice bedroom. I give them toys, every month. I provide them free internet access. They've got Wi-Fi when they're out working in the fields. Like, nobody would ever accept these arguments. They would say, dude, slavery is a moral sin. Like, you cannot do this. This is disgusting. You cannot enslave people. So, like, if a meat eater wants to say, like, well, I'll eat meat and stuff if it comes from cows that are, like their bellies are rubbed every day and, they're grass-fed and all of that. Like, okay, well, that's strange. So you are acknowledging then that torturing and killing animals is wrong, but you can kill them if you do it in certain ways. Like, that seems really hypocritical to me.
Right. I do have something to say about that. Like, if you look at religious texts, like the Old Testament, for instance, there's a lot of like very strange ethical rules involving slavery. And what's especially weird is that supposedly the Israelites were enslaved by the Egyptians for the longest time, and then when they were finally free, they allowed for slavery. So,
yeah, but
like,
I mean, I would reject. I don't like any.
Well,
sorry,
well, just let me carry on here. And they have rules regarding like how you can keep slaves. Like, there's a very strange rule where if you beat your slave and he dies within a day or two, then you're guilty of murder. But if he survives, it's fine to beat your slave if he's being disobedient. Like, there's stuff like that. Like, basically, there are general rules around how you can treat your slave. Even though this is hypocritical, like, it's very, very strange how you'd think slavery is okay, but you have to treat your slave, in a certain way. Like, people, even in that situation, value empathy to some extent. Like, I think and I think even you'd admit there's a biological reason for empathy. Like, it does help us even create these social contracts.
Yeah,
So,
I understand what you're saying. This is
So, like, the thing is, like, the problem I have here is basically you're saying empathy doesn't matter, and I think it does. I think it's like totally necessary for us to even respect social contracts.
So in looking at this, I think that you can derive a social contract using only logic. I think as edgy as that sounds, right? I think that you can logically derive a social contract without needing to rely on emotions at all. The problem that I have when you kind of make this I don't want to say like an appeal to nature, but when you're talking about like it's in our nature to be empathetic and emotional, I agree that is true. But like I can point to another system that exists that's largely built out of emotion that's totally dysfunctional. The prison system in the United States is built largely around emotion, right? If you ask somebody like what's the purpose of prison, well, it's retribution. Or they won't say retribution, they'll say it's justice or whatever, right? But it's really revenge, right? That's what a lot of the principles of justice in the United States are more or less built around revenge. When that doesn't logically make any sense at all, right? Prisons should exist for rehabilitation. The fact that we have insanely high recidivization, I think that's the right word, rates, people that go back to jail after coming out, the 3 strikes and you're out rule, the disproportionate sentencing between black people and white people, the strange ways that we sentence people to crimes based on how much money they have for a lawyer, right? All of our kind of prison and lawyer and all of that shit, all of that is kind of built around this weird emotional construct of like we need to get even with people that do bad things in society, and that doesn't really serve society at all. Now, we have an emotional drive to get even with people that wrong us, sure, but that doesn't contribute to a better society. The prison system in the United States sure as fuck isn't helping us at all. It's a giant money sink. It probably hurts people more than it helps them, because when you lock people up, it fucks the rest of their life up if they've got prison charges for stupid shit like weed or whatever on their record. But like, I would point to something like the prison system to say like, well, look, here's an example of us being emotional and it being fucking horrible for us. You know?
I don't think that is an example of us being emotional. I think that's an example of us being greedy and not actually caring about empathy, because the people who are running the prison system, they're making a shit ton of money off of it. And the reason there's bullshit like 3 strike laws in Florida It's because people are profiting off of the private prison
But
system.
but that's not true. When politicians get up and they make these arguments, now I will tell you that is what happens, right, with private prisons and shit for sure. But when politicians get up and they have to argue in favor of prisons, right, what are the arguments they always use? They're always emotionless. We need to do this for the children. When you talk about like, hey, maybe we need to have better ways of reintegrating people into society, what do they say? Oh, so you want to let murderers back out of prison? You want to let rapists come out and rape your daughters?
Well, that's what they say, but that's not necessarily the intent.
It might not be the intent, but
the intention in their speech.
That's the boat that it kind of sails on. That's how it's sold to people in society, is emotionally, right? Like these are people kind of manipulating your emotions. So it's just kind of like my general argument for like, I don't think that trusting your emotions is a good way to decide, you know, like why did we go to Iraq and Afghanistan? Because we were ready to blame anybody in the world, you know, for what happened on 9/11. That was a very emotional decision to go overseas and to enter that 10-year war, you know. Or occupation so much, right? So I don't think that like an appeal to emotion is a good way to decide what our system of values or ethics should be.
Well, it's not an appeal to emotion. I'm just saying like emotions do matter to some extent. Like our empathy does matter because like I am arguing that without empathy, we wouldn't even really be able to maintain social contracts.
So I don't agree with that. I don't think that emotions do matter when it comes to deciding law or ethics or morals. You say that without empathy, we can't maintain social contracts. I mean, I can be very selfish. I want to play computer games all day, and then I want to go out and I want to drive my car, and I don't want anybody to fuck with me. I don't care about anybody else, but I don't want anybody to fuck with me. I understand that in order for me to assume that nobody else will fuck with me, I can't fuck with anybody else. Because as soon as I go over to my neighbor's house and start fucking his shit up, what right do I have for other people to not fuck me up? So like using social contract, I think that you can generate a system of ethics and morals that works even on people with no empathy whatsoever. Even if I don't give a fuck, I could maybe watch my neighbor die in his front yard of a fucking heart attack and walk away from it and not care. But I still wouldn't go over and kill him myself because I want that same respect for me.
I have a problem being convinced by this argument because the vast majority of people have empathy. So
a vast majority of people also feel feelings of like revenge and retribution and shit too, though, right?
Like these emotions are valuable. Like we wouldn't have them if they weren't valuable and if they didn't help us form these social contracts, which allowed us to be this successful in the first place. Like one of the reasons why this is a successful is because we can cooperate so easily.
This is a really bad road to go down, I think, because you're saying essentially that these emotions serve some value to us, which I don't really want to agree with that. But if I did agree with that, then my next question would be, well, emotionally, you know, we are very much drawn to enjoying, you know, eating meat. Like this is something that has a huge cultural impact to us. It's something that we've done throughout all of our history. Eating meat is something that we are biologically wired to do. We've got sharp canines in the front that help us tear into flesh. You know, we've got the enzymes to digest. Well, yeah, we've got the enzymes and everything to digest, you know, all the different shit we eat. Like,
well, we haven't evolved digestive enzymes for the reason of digesting meat. Like we have pepsin and trypsin. Those are the two basic ones that digest protein. They happen to be able to digest meat. Like cows, rabbits, they have pepsin and trypsin. Like they can actually digest meat. Like we haven't actually made really any physiological adaptations to eat meat.
Well, why do we have sharp teeth in the front of our mouth and our canines?
Well, we don't.
Compared to the molars in the back?
Like our canines aren't sharp. They don't protrude. They're terrible.
They might not protrude a ton, but we digested and ate raw meat for a long time, right? One of the important
not really. If you look at Australopithecus specimens, a lot of them have. Well, I guess there aren't too many, but there are Australopithecus specimens that have bone abnormalities consistent with vitamin A toxicity. So what that suggests is Australopithecus, when they first started eating meat, they weren't able to really consume like muscle tissue. So what they relied on was organs, particularly the liver, which is particularly soft, easy to rip off and chew. Liver happens to be extremely high in vitamin A, and it's very easy to suffer chronic and acute toxicity from vitamin A. And one of the side effects of that are bone abnormalities. And that's like that again. That's more evidence that we haven't really adapted to eat meat.
Why did we consume raw meats for so long? Hunting was such a big part of like early humanity.
Well, because you could either choose to die from not getting enough food,
okay,
or you could, eat meat. It might give you some pretty bad health issues, but you'll survive and you'll be able to live long enough to pass on your genes. Doesn't mean we've made adaptations to eat meat. It just means it's good enough for us to survive.
Why do we have the ability to run like longer distances than any other animal if it was just to forage for plants? Or why do we have teeth in the front of our mouth? Why aren't all of our teeth just flat?
Well, again, if we look at other like primate species, like we have teeth that are very similar. I mean, what, orangutans, they have bigger canines than we do, and they eat almost nothing but fruit. They eat some vegetation, like, you know, greens, and you know, some insects. They have larger canines than we do. Like, canines are an adaptation, like can be an adaptation for self-defense. There's also sexual selection, like females just may prefer that look. Like, it's
sexual
not necessarily
selection that doesn't
adaptation
confer
we
any
made.
other type of a biological advantage? That doesn't sound very reasonable to me. Isn't most selection made for, especially for males, right?
Well,
Would be
I'm
things that
talking
offer
about
you.
Well, I just mentioned self-defense, and there's also sexual selection.
Sure. I got
Well,
you
I'll
probably
give you,
know.
like, I'll give you peacocks as an example. Peacocks, like female peacocks, go after peacocks with the largest tails.
Mhm.
The peacocks with the largest tails are very easily preyed upon by predators.
Gotcha. So I guess like you could be correct
Well,
in this,
not
right? But
like not every adaptation is completely ideal for something, and not every adaptation is the most practical. Like, sometimes, like, things like sexual selection and just not having enough time to adapt to something, like, that happens.
Gotcha. I guess it's just strange to me that we have the ability to detect like rancid meat. We have the necessary faculty to digest raw meat, and we were given a very effective set of evolutionary tools to hunt.
Well, wait a second there.
What?
With raw meat, Dr. Richard Wrangham, who's an anthropologist, I think he's a professor at Harvard University, he's actually talked about how fire and cooking our food is what actually, you know, caused our brain development.
Yeah, because it freed up so much of our resources to
Well, it not only freed up time, like we spent an insane amount of time chewing, but it
Yeah.
also just allowed us to get way more nutrients out of our food.
Yeah,
We
biological
don't-
resources. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, yeah, we can digest raw meat, but we're not too good at it, and we're also very inefficient at like actually chewing it, which is why early humans, before we had fire and any kind of tools, we'd just eat the liver, and then we'd get vitamin A toxicity from it and get bone or abnormalities.
Well, but
or
that clearly
die from
wasn't the only
toxicity.
thing we were eating. Hunting has always been a really big part of human history. Like, it's not like all the people that ate meat like started to die of like. I think you're blowing up this liver toxicity thing a lot. Like, I'm sure maybe there are some people that suffered from this, but the vast majority of early humans ate food or ate animals, right? It was this discovery of agriculture and everything that kind of set off all of human civilization.
When, like, if you're going to make that argument, like, remember, the human species covers a vast portion of the globe, and you know what we ate was seasonal. We were nomadic creatures. Like, you can't just say we ate a ton of meat all the time. Like,
well, we hunted for meat, but this isn't the argument that I would want to make. I wouldn't appeal to this. I'm just saying that when you appeal to like emotion, I'm just saying that's kind of like a strange road to go down, because then I could say, well, emotionally, you know, like we enjoy eating meat, we're wired to eat meat or whatever. Like, it just seems like a strange road to go down.
well, we're not really wired to eat meat.
Well, okay, we have the ability to digest it. We have the ability to tell if it's bad or not, and we enjoy the flavor of it substantially.
We have an ability to tell whether or not any food is bad or not. Like, that's just important for us because we can easily get sick.
Yeah, but it's not. But it's not like raw meat smells bad to us. Period.
Yeah, it does.
Meat or dairy?
Oh, you mean before it goes bad?
Yeah. Before it goes bad. It's not like all of it smells bad, right? We have an ability to detect when it's gone past that rancid point, right? So I'm not trying to say that, like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make the argument that, like, we need to eat meat to survive or anything. I'm just saying that eating meat has been a pretty big part of human history, right?
Well, what I'm saying, like, I'm not denying that, but I'm saying we haven't really made any physiological adaptations to eat meat, at least none that are adequate to suggest that it's a healthy part of our diet to any extent. And we don't have any biological drive to eat meat. It's entirely cultural. Like, you even admitted yourself you have no interest in killing animals. Like, if you have no interest in killing animals, how is eating meat a biological instinct?
Well, maybe. Well, I mean, that might have been an instinct that's been weeded out by living in society. I mean, I also don't have like an instinct to kill other people, but I mean, if I lived in like a forest or some shit and I saw a neighboring tribe, maybe I would. I mean, society, nurture to a large extent is weeded out a lot of that. So like, I'm not going to try to you know, make an argument that this is some like ingrained and natural thing. I would just say, I was just speaking to you earlier saying, well, we have emotions and they're important, but you could use that to justify like a lot of really fucked up shit. Well, like if the meat eating thing isn't like adequate, you could say that like people are tribalistic to some extent, right? People like to stay next to people that look like other people or look like themselves, right? So you could make that argument to justify racism or something like that, you know?
Okay, I don't really want to quite end the discussion right here, but like the problem I'm still seeing is like you're refusing to accept that the actual outcome of the situation like has any significance, and it correct me if I'm wrong.
What do you mean by outcome?
Well, I mean like just causing unnecessary suffering. Like you're basically saying that outcome has like no value as long as it doesn't affect you. Like that's pretty much what you're saying. Like as long as it doesn't break a social contract. Like the thing is, why does the social contract, why is that the only thing that matters? Like whether or not you break a social contract, why does outcome not matter at all? Like the outcome of unnecessarily causing the suffering and death of animals, why does that not matter? Only because you're not breaking a social contract. Like what, correct me if I'm wrong, but really what your argument seems to be, as long as it won't ultimately come back and affect me, like I don't care. Like it just seems like an I don't care argument.
Sure. So are you asking me to justify how I like axiomatically approach the social contract or whatever? Is that essentially like I'm so when I look for morals or ethics, I'm looking for things that I can try to impose on other people because I want them to share my point of view. So I feel like the social contract is something that I can very easily impose on other people. I could tell another person, listen, I want you to believe these things because if you believe them, it will be the best for you, right? I would approach most of these arguments in a self-interested way. I want you to believe this, not because it's better for everybody, blah, 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 but because it's better for you, right? So I feel like it's the easiest kind of idea to spread to another person. It is why I favor things like the social contract so much.
Okay, well, it might be easier to explain these ideas to another person, like especially if somebody's a sociopath.
Well, no, but it wouldn't. No. That's not valid. Right? We've already gone over this. Like, I can very easily get a sociopath on board with what I believe because it's in their personal interest, right? Yeah.
I understand that, but I still don't see how that makes like the outcome of needlessly causing the suffering and death of sentient beings like value. Like it doesn't matter.
Well, but it's not It's not completely without reason, right? It's because meat tastes good, right? Would be the argument for doing it. And then if if you've got an activity that's pleasurable or enjoyable, and somebody tells you can't do it, the burden is on them to say, okay, well, why is this activity immoral, right? Akin to something like masturbation, right? Tell me why I can't do this if all I see it is a way to, you know, enrich or pleasure myself, and I don't see the value in animals. You have to make the argument that animals are worthy of value or respect in order to make that jump and say you need to reduce suffering, right? Because you've got to give a reason to care about why they're suffering, or if their suffering is even something you should be concerned with.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this just so I can get a better understanding of your social contract argument. Like, this might sound a bit weird. Let's say if you saw your girlfriend getting raped, and you had the power to stop it, you would, right?
For sure.
Okay, if your girlfriend saw you getting raped and she didn't have the power to stop it, like, would that be okay for you to, would you there in that situation, knowing that your girlfriend wouldn't have the power to stop you from getting raped, would you still allow your girlfriend to get raped?
Well, no. I mean, you would hope that everybody tries as hard as they can. I mean, not everybody's perfect, but I would hope that people would do what they could.
Okay,
I don't see there being a fundamental difference. Let's say that I see a child fall in the pool. okay? Or let's say that there's a guy walking her pool and a child falls in, and that guy could jump in and save that child, and he doesn't, right? I would think that that would be a morally reprehensible action for him to not just, if it's very easy for him to hop in the pool and get the child out. Now, let's say that you're on a cruise ship and there's a massive storm that comes by and a child falls out of a boat, and there's another guy, and he doesn't jump into the raging waters to save the child. Like, I'm not going to give him the same amount of shit. I'm not going to say, well, why didn't you risk your life to do it, right? I don't think that would be a very fair thing to do.
Okay, well, like, what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is you're basically saying the only reason you'd uphold a social contract is so that someone else upholds a social contract. So it's basically like you scratch my back, I scratch your back kind of thing.
Yep.
So if your girlfriend wouldn't be able to prevent you from being raped, what would be your justification to stop someone from raping your girlfriend?
So I would expect her or any other person to do what they could. Now, that doesn't...
Why does it matter if they could do what they could? Like, if you know that they would fail, like, I thought the social contract was so that it would benefit you. So if your girlfriend can't benefit you in that situation, why would you do it for her?
Well,
again,
because the
it
social
seems like-
contract isn't, I hope everybody does everything perfectly. It's that I hope everybody tries as much as they can. If she can't do anything, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden I drop every other agreement I have with every other person just because she wouldn't be physically capable of doing a certain thing, right? It would just be, well, if you're not capable of that...
I'm not saying you drop every other, like, contract with every other person. The thing is, if your girlfriend couldn't help you in that particular situation, your social contract argument seems to sort of fall apart a bit.
No, because everybody has different strengths and weaknesses. For instance, let's say that I get a tear in my pants or something, right? She has a serger and a sewing machine upstairs. She could fix it for me. I could never fix any of her clothes. She wouldn't even want me to try. Trust me, it would be a fucking disaster. I don't even do the fucking laundry because I would probably fuck everything up. But just because I'm not capable of fixing her clothes doesn't mean that she's not going to fix mine, right? These are things that she's capable of doing, right? Or maybe preparing certain meals that I'm not capable of preparing. Like, she can do things that I can't do, and I can do things for her that, that she can't do, right? I provide a place to live. I pay for food and all of our living and everything, right? There's trade-offs, right? Just because we aren't capable of 100% synchronous reciprocation of every single possible thing doesn't mean that no reciprocation can take place at all, right?
Okay. If that's the case, then, like, a dog can still reciprocate, like, a social contract to you to some extent. Like, they can give love and affection back to you. So wouldn't that also grant them some kind of right to treat them well, like not abuse and kill them?
So I feel like we're not really talking about social contract at this point, because social contract is also like not doing things as well, right? Like we're not, social contract doesn't necessarily mean that everybody has to help each other as much as possible, more so that we have to kind of respect each other's individual rights, which is something that a dog, I guess maybe with a fuck ton of training, maybe a dog could. But even at that, I'm not sure if it would be at the level of even what like a primitive human could do. But like things like trespassing on property, stealing things, killing people, like these are social contracts that people can respect. Not necessarily just helping or loving people, but also respecting the rights and autonomy of other people as well.
Okay.
If you were going to make an argument about a social contract, dogs are a really good way to go, though, because dogs have been literally bred to be like man's best friend over hundreds of years, and they have like a really big, like probably even a biological drive to be on mankind's side. Yeah.
Right. I was just asking you that to just understand your social contract argument a bit more, because it's still very bizarre and confusing to me, like that, someone would go to this extent to say, like, social contract is the only thing that matters at all.
Sure, and I understand that. And again, like when I talk about most of these things, especially morals or ethics, I think it's really important to be very rigid and very cold, because when you start bringing emotion into these, you get into a lot of like inconsistent bullshit where people are picking favorites or inconsistently applying their beliefs. Like I try to be as rigid on this as possible. I know it comes off as seeming very cold, but
like logic is a good thing, but like the thing I'm saying is, the golden rule, like empathy does matter. And even though, like, I think we should use both. We should both use logic and empathy in situations. And
So I don't like
understand,
empathy
like,
because like it just leads to so much like. But for instance, look at like fucking Islamic people, right? You know, like empathy could lead you into thinking that a woman wants to wear the hijab because she's protecting her body and she's protecting other men against their own whims. And if we empathize with each other, we understand that everybody is naturally inclined to these horrible human things, right? I feel like if you go down the emotional path, you can just get into so many weird areas where people are making these really dumb arguments, and it's like, well, let's just think about this reasonably instead of.
Well, I'm not saying we should
it.
throw logic out the window. The thing is, it's sort of like you are throwing logic out the window to some extent, because you're basically saying we should just allow needless suffering when we've already come to the conclusion between humans, like, needless suffering is wrong. Like, why can't we just come to that conclusion with animals? Like, needless suffering is just wrong.
Well, that's kind of the gap that has to be bridged, right? Is to, well, why does it matter if animals suffer? Like, needless suffering is it doesn't mean anything, right? There's a needless suffering of trees and rocks or any other kind of compound, but you have to make the argument for why animals
trees and rocks aren't sentient. They can't experience suffering.
But even what sentience means and experience suffering, these are all very human, very loaded terms, right? I mean, we're all slaves to mechanical processes, right? As I said before, like if you're talking about suffering or the avoidance of pain is really just an organism avoiding negative stimuli to maximize chances of reproduction,
like,
right?
Even if that's true, that doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Like, I think you can understand.
No,
that,
it doesn't. It doesn't mean that it.
Tortured.
Sure, it doesn't mean that it doesn't matter, but it's on the onus is on you to make it matter, right? Like what. So is it just like a certain biological process all of a sudden, makes an animal somehow get the right that humans do in terms of respect for life, or like that's the bridge.
Basically, we've already determined that with other human beings, essentially.
Yeah, because human beings can reciprocate, right? That's the foundation.
Well, it's not. I don't think it's just because we can reciprocate.
Maybe not for everybody. I agree with that. Maybe everybody. Some people are emotional about it. Sure.
Well, listen. I think there's a reason why we don't have the death penalty in every country and every state.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's a reason why we don't have corporal punishment in every country and every state. So
but even the people that argue against the death penalty use the most irrational arguments all the time. How many times have you heard somebody say the death penalty is wrong, and then somebody's like, well, I think we need to punish criminals, and then they say something like, well, life in prison is a worse punishment than the death penalty, so that should make you happy. Well, I thought we were avoiding the death penalty because it was bad. Now you're saying life in prison is even worse, so which is it, right? I mean, people make irrational arguments all the time. I don't really look towards like other parts of society to try to figure out my system of logic or reason. Like
the point I'm trying to make is we don't create policies entirely based on social contract. We do rely on empathy, like really most of the time. All of these laws, I really doubt we were thinking, what is the best, most efficient way to make society go forward? Okay, well, let's create a social contract. Like, nobody thought of these laws using that sort of reasoning. Like, it really started from the golden rule, like, treat others how we would want to be treated. We can understand that, like, we wouldn't want to cause unnecessary like suffering to another human. Like, I don't understand how we can't extend that reason, like why it's unreasonable to extend that reasoning to humans. Like, I'm still not like.
Wait, you mean to
really
animals?
The biggest. Sorry, yeah, to animals.
Yeah,
like
okay.
The problem I'm having is why do you think it's unreasonable to create policies to extend that to animals when it would literally like not cause it would even benefit humanity? Like, our health would improve, the environment would improve, and you'd be reducing suffering. But like, for some reason you're just saying suffering doesn't matter.
So again, we're kind of like we're bundling a lot of like what we talked about together, but I mean, we've kind of gone through these individually. Like, in terms of it benefiting humanity, we don't make laws to benefit humanity. That's not typically how laws work. We typically make laws to. Yeah.
Well, it is.
But no, we don't. For instance, we don't have laws around the types of foods you can eat. We don't have laws that make it so.
Well, again, that is partly to benefit humanity. We want to extend personal freedoms as much as possible.
Yeah. So exactly. So what we're really looking to do with legislation, we're typically looking to protect liberty. Is typically the function of government. We're looking to protect. We're not looking to make people healthier or better or to benefit them.
But why do you think you should have the liberty to torture and kill animals?
Well, because the argument hasn't been made that animals are worthy of any kind of protection, right?
Well,
So like,
Okay,
why is it
well-
okay to hack a tree into two, but it's not okay to hack the head off of a bear, right? What is the
Well,
distinction?
because bears are sentient beings that can experience pain and suffering. They have a similar emotional range to us. Like, we can understand that they're, even though they don't have the cognitive capacity that we do, we can understand that, you know, they're a living thing on this earth that is similar enough to us where they should be granted some sort of protection or given some sort of respect.
Yeah, so I can argue, or I can understand that, but we're coming back to the central point again, right? We're like, why does the sentience of an animal, why do these biological processes entitle them to the same rights as people? What is the reason, right? I think we kind of keep running back into this. It's kind of the central point of disagreement.
Well, like the weird thing with you is you don't seem to put any sort of value on life or well-being at all. Like you just flat out said, yeah, it's totally fine to massacre a tribe of people if they can't reciprocate rights or, you know, agree to a social contract with you. Like, you could do that exact same thing and justify the Holocaust, really.
But you can't, right? We already went over this.
Well, you can.
What's your right? Well, what is your argument? Let's say you argue.
Okay, well, to what extent? Like, listen.
For that particular example, if you're a Nazi, what's your argument for treating Jews as less than human? Like, what is your rationalization there for that, or your rationale for that? Sorry.
Well, you said a social contract is essentially what we should. I don't even see how a social contract makes, like, really the fundamental problem here is a social contract doesn't actually make anything moral.
Sure.
Like,
I
you
can
could
agree with that.
just
Yeah.
choose to not have a social contract with anyone.
Yeah, but if you choose to
you
not have a
would.
social contract with someone, then they could choose the same, and then someone will kill you.
Well, is that wrong?
No, someone
you're
else is
saying no.
rejecting the social contract. No, of course not. I'm very much for property rights and
Well, no,
shooting people who are fucking shit up. Yeah.
Okay, so what the Nazis did wasn't wrong. They can choose to just reject the social contract.
Well, when you say wrong, when we're talking right or wrong, I think we're usually talking in regards to our society. Now, if you're asking me if they can do it, I mean, did the Nazis reject the social contract and kill the Jews? Well, yeah, sure. I mean,
Was it wrong? Like, was the Holocaust wrong?
In my eye, what you're asking me is you're saying that, like, okay, well, if these people reject your morality, aren't they immoral in your morality? Well, yeah, of course, but they've already rejected my morality, so what does it matter? Like, I mean, I think that the Nazis are wrong, but are you asking me if they have the ability to reject my morality? Of course they do, and I would say the same for slave owners or people that think that women are subhuman compared to men. Like, yeah, I mean, the Nazis rejected, what I would consider my personal morality, and they rejected the morality of a lot of people. I mean, I guess it's within their rights to do so. Anybody can do whatever they want, but I'm not going to sit here and say, well, they're moral because they rejected my morality.
What I'm getting from you is basically it's as if you're trying to say, like, morals don't exist. The only thing that matters is social contract. Whether or not you can create a social contract with other people which allows you to, like, basically protect your own self.
Yep. Essentially, yeah. I don't argue
that is
for
what
any.
you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
so
argue for any kind of set
the
of, like,
Holocaust
morals.
was totally, like, the Holocaust wasn't wrong, wasn't right or wrong. It's just that it happened.
So under my particular morality, under my social contract morality, I would argue that it was wrong. Anytime you exit the social contract, I would assign a moral bad to that.
Why is exiting a social contract wrong?
Because now you're on a level that's very different than me, because you're not going to respect because you don't respect my personal autonomy anymore. You don't respect my right to life or my right.
Well, why do I have to? Like,
well, you don't, but then I'm not going to respect yours.
Okay, so then you agree that causing unnecessary suffering and death is wrong, because this doesn't have anything to do with a social contract anymore. Like, you're just saying it's wrong to cause unnecessary suffering and death.
To humans. Yeah, that's part of my social contract.
Well, no, I don't have to respect that social contract, so I could just say.
But
it's
if you
fine
don't,
to kill
don't
humans.
respect my social contract, then that means that I no longer respect you as a human. So you're
Right.
removed from that. Yeah. So if
Right,
you
so there's no such like you keep going back and forth. You said that it's wrong to break a social contract. Well, why is it wrong to break a social contract?
Well, you're asking me like you're asking me from a meta position. A person has morality A and there's morality B. Could an outside hypothetical observer, would he say that it's wrong to move from morality A to B? No, I mean, if you want to from an ultimate frame of reference, that guy could say that, okay, well, he moved from A to B, that's fine. But now a person who believes in morality A, like I do, if I see you move from my morality to something different, then I would say that's wrong. But it depends on, like, I guess the observer that you're talking about, like
Destiny, like, the reason we even have social contracts in the first place is to reduce pain and suffering, even if it's even just for our own benefit. It's to reduce pain and suffering
of humans.
So
yeah,
you have to. Well, why does that only matter for humans? Like we create social contracts to benefit each other, but you have to agree fundamentally that suffering and death is a bad thing, like for the most part, as long as it's unnecessary.
Yeah, for humans, for sure.
Well, why does that only apply to humans?
Because why would it apply to anything else?
Well, like you already agree. Like why does human life matter at all?
Because I'm human, and in order for my life to matter, unless you have an argument for why you are extra special, like for racist people will make the argument that a certain race.
I'm not saying humans are extra special. I'm saying like why does any life matter? At all?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that because for me to believe that my life is important, right? I have to believe that other lives are important too, because I don't think that I'm intrinsically different than any other human being, right?
Right.
So my respect for humans comes out of the fact that I am a human, and if I want my life to be respected as a human, I have to respect other humans' rights to life. Like that has to be, unless I think I'm a godlike figure or somehow special from every other human, right?
Like again, you're like the social contract isn't coming I don't see how the social contract is coming before morality. Like you're basically like you have to start off with a position that at least your life matters for some reason. It is immoral to kill you or cause your suffering for no justifiable reason. So a social contract is a good way to develop some sort of moral standard, at least within the own human population. But again, you're starting from the standpoint that like sentient life matters, like sentient beings who have a will to live, their lives matter, and unnecessary suffering is a bad thing. I don't understand how you can just say animal suffering doesn't matter because I'm human.
Sure.
That makes no sense.
So like my fundamental axioms would be that my life matters, I guess, which I think most people agree on that. I think therefore I am right. I know I exist and I know that my life matters, right? And then from there, I know that there are other humans that are similar to me. And because I want to exist, right? If that's like my fundamental axiom is that I want to exist and I don't want other people to fuck with my existence is like my fundamental belief, right? Now, from that point of view, I want to maximize whatever I can to maintain that belief. I want to exist and I don't want other people to fuck with me. And for me, I think that the most rational way of doing that is to demand for others the same rights that you would demand for yourself. That's where the social contract comes from, right? Now, if I was faced with a bear or a deer or probably not a deer, whatever, I don't know, anything else, a lion, a tiger that would want to eat me, right? It doesn't matter what part of the social contract or how I engage with him or whatever, that dude is going to fucking eat me if he's hungry or if I seem threatening or whatever, right? So I don't really give a fuck what he thinks, what an animal thinks about that, because they're not capable of engaging in me with a social contract in this way. I'm not a tiger. I'm not concerned with the existence of tigers. I'm a human. That's what I am. I'm concerned with the existence of other humans because I know they could be concerned with my existence. This is how my moral code kind of works.
So you're basically saying you don't give a shit about anyone else other than yourself, and the only reason you create a social contract with people is just to save your own ass.
Correct. But I think I can extend that to every other person too, so that they can all be self-interested in much the same way. Yeah.
Right. I think the majority of people watching might find that a bit fucked up.
Yeah, for sure, it's possible.
I don't think that's how people actually form morals. I think you might actually have a psychological problem.
Sure.
I'm not saying that as an insult.
Listen, dude, I totally 100% agree with you, right? But I would also say to the same, and I would say for you as well, like if you're a meat eater and you feel uncomfortable with everything I'm saying, which I imagine and I'm sure you would agree, there are probably a lot of meat eaters that they hear what I'm saying that are really uncomfortable with what I'm saying. Like maybe you should re-examine your beliefs, because you either have to jump on board with what I'm saying, I believe, and that you don't give a fuck if a dog or a cat gets killed, or you need to re-examine what you think about animals, and maybe you should become a vegan as well. Like, I mean, that would be my argument.
Okay, Destiny. So again, like from my position, like I'm still convinced that you don't just create a social contract just to save your own ass. Like, okay, maybe that's how you see things, but I don't think that's how the human civilization has created social contracts. I think we understand that life is valuable, at least certain life, like sentient life that can experience pain and suffering. And we created social contracts to at least help our own species. but we're starting from the point where we recognize that life does matter and suffering, like reducing suffering, is important. So,
well, for me, it's reducing human suffering. Just clarifying.
Right. So, do you think it is morally justified for like an advanced alien species to just come down and wipe out humanity?
So this
like,
is. Yeah,
like
this
again,
is a really good question, right? And this is one that I've actually wrestled with on stream before, right? So my argument would be, so your argument, you're essentially saying aliens come down to Earth. We'll argue the aliens are perfect logisticians. If you can out-argue them, then they let you exist, right? The alien says to you, we are sufficiently advanced compared to you. You are nothing to us. You guys have deemed it appropriate to kill animals on your planet because they're nothing, because they're lesser to you. So what argument do you have against us to stop us from killing you, right? Is essentially your question?
Essentially.
Yeah. And that's a really, really, really good question. It's one of like the best ones I've found to kind of stop the meat eating stuff. For my answer to them, my response to them would be, assuming that these are perfect logisticians, right? My argument to the aliens would be, we are sufficiently advanced such that we can intellectually recognize your right to exist, much the same way that you could do the same to us. If you want to destroy us, you can, but if we play this recursively, if a sufficiently advanced alien civilization stumbles upon you guys, what arguments will you have to avoid annihilation from them if you destroy us?
Well, again, this is just the golden rule.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And because we're capable of reciprocating the golden rule, I would hope that the aliens would respect our right to exist.
This really doesn't have anything to do with reciprocation. I really
but the golden rule is reciprocation, right?
No, it isn't. No, it literally isn't.
Wait, treat others as you want to be treated?
Reciprocation. Don't treat someone else the way you wouldn't want to be treated. That has nothing to do with reciprocation.
Oh, I thought that. Whoa, I'm sorry. I always kind of interpreted that as reciprocation.
No, don't do something to someone that you wouldn't want done to yourself. That really has nothing to do with reciprocation. So again, you fundamentally understand that that sentient life is valuable and that suffering does matter. It's a good thing to reduce suffering. It's a good thing to reduce death.
Wait, so do you believe in the golden rule?
Yeah, don't.
So let's say that somebody wanted to sleep at your house for the night, and this person was a known murderer who was also a Ku Klux Klansman, and he knocks at your door to come in.
This is different. This is a different situation. You do have to look out for your own interests. But
yeah, no. So you have to follow the golden rule, but only if the other person is following the golden rule. It's reciprocated, right?
Well, no, you do have to protect yourself. You don't follow the golden rule to the point where it's going to lead to your death.
Yeah, but if you're following the golden rule with somebody else that's following the golden rule, that's reciprocating it, then you're generally okay, right? That's usually how the golden rule works, I would imagine.
Okay, well, I wouldn't steal someone's wallet, even if I knew the guy was a thief. I just think it's wrong to just steal from someone. People don't have to reciprocate the same ideas for it to be immoral for you to do something to them.
For sure, I agree with that. But again, you're typically not being that way because you don't want other people to be that way at all.
Like Destiny, I don't understand how you can agree that it's wrong for an alien civilization to just wipe out all of humanity, but you don't agree that it isn't wrong. You don't agree that it's wrong for us to just torture and kill animals.
Yeah, so my argument would be that humans can recognize and respect the existence of other aliens.
Why does it matter?
Well, because that's the central point on whether the aliens on whether they should respect our existence.
That really doesn't have anything to do with morals.
Well, but what does suffering of animals, biological processes, have to do with morals?
Well, again, it's because we have empathy and we can understand that we wouldn't want to suffer. So why would you do that to animals?
Yeah, but if you're saying that my reciprocation doesn't matter, why does that matter?
I think you're trying to suggest that morals are subjective and they therefore don't exist, so you can do whatever the fuck you want. Is that basically what you're trying to say?
In terms of I'm pretty relativistic in regards to how my morals work. Sure, as long as whatever.
Okay, well, we already established that it's wrong to needlessly cause the suffering and death of other beings, whether there's a social contract.
Well, of other human beings for me.
Well, I don't understand why it would matter that there's a social contract. We understand that we wouldn't want to feel suffering and suffering. We wouldn't want to die, So whether or not you've established a social contract with
Well,
anyone,
because our not wanting to die is all part of the social contract. If I, for instance, let's say I walk into another person's house and I do want to steal their shit. I've got a gun, I walk in, right? But when I do that, I've accepted the possibility that this person will kill me. Like, that's part of what's going on. If I break into somebody's house and I want to steal their shit, I'm accepting the possibility that this guy wakes up and kills me. Like, that's part of that deal, right?
you're not like that. I don't understand how that has any relation to needlessly killing an animal.
Well, I guess I'm talking about, like, if you make the decision to leave the social contract, right, you accept that. I'm not saying that, like, it's morally bad to kill always because just killing is bad. I'm saying that part of that is wrapped up in the social contract, but that killing will become acceptable if you leave it. Like, these aren't, like, hard moral absolutes or whatever, right? There are times when we kill people in self-defense or, I guess, in war, if that's morally justifiable or not. That's a whole other thing.
Wait, let me think. This argument still doesn't make any sense to me because you're the one who's you're the antagonist in the situation where you're killing animals. Like, I also used the uncontacted tribe example. So there is actually an uncontacted, really primitive tribe living on a small island.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone comes near there, they actually shoot arrows. Who cares if they can't establish a social contract? The thing is, you're going over there and needlessly fucking killing them and wiping them out.
Yeah, you keep saying needlessly. You keep saying needlessly, like it's some kind of moral argument, but a lot of what we do is needless, right? Like the type of shirt you're wearing, the color of your chair, the figurines you have in the background.
Dude, no. You're trying to really. Wiping out an entire population of people is just as trivial as me picking a red chair to sit on.
If it's not, then you have to provide the reason why it's not. Like, again, you're trying to appeal to emotion where you're saying, like, oh, well, it's obviously wrong to wipe out a civilization of people that can't reciprocate. But then I have to ask, well, why? Other than because it's wrong, right?
I'm not just saying because it's wrong. We've already established that it's wrong to needlessly kill other human beings. I don't think a social contract has anything to do.
But there was more loaded in that. When you said it's wrong to kill other human beings, right? Well, sure, but that's
needlessly.
Okay, but part of that needlessly is if they follow the social contract, right? That's where the needless comes from. Like, if somebody is threatening your right to life, or if somebody doesn't respect your right to life, then you don't share that same respect with them. That's fine. If they would kill me given the opportunity to, then I'll kill them.
But the thing is, okay, look at it from this. I don't even need to do this. Okay, so why is it justified to go over to a tiny small island that you don't need to go to, have literally no benefit to you taking this tiny small island? Why would you just massacre a whole bunch of people? Why is that morally justified?
It's not. It would be morally neutral.
Morally neutral.
Yeah.
To massacre a whole group of people.
Correct.
Okay.
If they're not capable of respecting a social contract, if you were to show up on this island, right? So you make it sound like really bad, but say you float up on this island and you go there and your boat capsized or some shit, and you and your family were there, and these people found you and they strung you up and they skinned you alive, and then they grilled you over a fire and they tortured you, and then they ate you and consumed your bodies and your corpses and everything, right? I could phrase this in such a way that, well, what would keep me from sending people to this island to exterminate this group of people, right? And now it doesn't sound quite as bad, as opposed to the peaceful nomadic people that just wander and you happen to go there with machine guns and you go full Avatar on the island and blow it all up. You can make it sound bad, but when we're talking about moral arguments, you're talking about a group of people that are incapable of respecting my right to life. So no, I have no arguments to respect their right to life. So everything is in regards to them is morally neutral.
Yeah, this is a very strange argument. What's strange to me is you're valuing social contract above life itself.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but we all do. Even you do, right? If a human is coming into your house with a gun to murder you, you don't value his life. You don't give a fuck about his life, right?
No, that's not valuing social contract above life itself. That's just me valuing my life above his life. You're literally saying social contract is more valuable than life itself. So that gives you the right to massacre an entire population of people.
Well, in terms of how rights are doled out, right? You look to government to limit rights. So you assume that you can unless there's a law that tells you you can't. So just because I'm saying you can do something doesn't mean I'm saying it's morally righteous to do something. You can go outside and tear up every piece of grass or kill all the squirrels in your backyard if you want. Like, you can do that. I'm not saying that it's morally righteous to. I'm just not saying it's morally incorrect to do so either.
Okay, so... Okay, we talked about, like, you like, just to be clear, you did say it's basically morally neutral to torture an animal to death, like skin it alive and kill it, right?
Correct, yeah.
You'd consider that morally neutral?
Yes.
Okay, so would it also be morally neutral to go over to that island where the indigenous people live? Would it be morally neutral to tie them all up and, like, rape them all to death, even, like, the little children?
Yeah, it would have to be, yes.
Really?
Assuming
Okay.
we're assuming in this example that this is a group of people that could never ever grow to respect social contract, right? So when you say children, I kind of wonder, do you mean like people that could be like integrated into society, that could grow to be part of, like, because if that was the case, then obviously no, that would be abhorrent. But if this was like a group of beings that were for some reason incapable of ever respecting social contract or other people's right to live, then yeah, of course you would have to say yeah.
Okay. That's some crazy shit. All right. I don't know. Hey Jasmine, how long have we been doing this?
What?
How long have we been doing the stream?
Over 2 hours?
Okay. I don't think there's really much else to cover. Yeah, like, so from my perspective, like, I guess we'll just, make our final statements. Like, from my perspective, the reason why I find your perspective wrong is because you're placing ultimate value on social contract rather than life itself and the overall well-being of humans and, like, other animals on the planet. I think, like, life itself and overall well-being is worth more than social contract. So for that reason, I think it is wrong to needlessly cause suffering and death. Like, just because you don't have a social contract there, I don't think that, like, makes it morally justifiable or morally neutral to needlessly cause suffering and death just because a social contract is there. I don't think social contract makes life valuable.
Can I ask you a question? I'm just kind of curious.
Sure.
So let's say, I'm sure you've heard this one before, but, like, let's say that there's a train and it's headed down a track and it's going to run over, 10 people, and you have the ability to push somebody in front of that train that would stop the train from running over those 10 people. So it's basically a 1 life versus 10. Would you push the person to do it?
Yeah, probably would.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Then you're morally consistent, I guess. So my answer to that would be no, because I would be placing somebody in harm's way that shouldn't be placed in somebody's harm's, or it shouldn't be placed in harm's way. To take that a couple steps further then, let's say that somebody came up to you and they said, hey, I'm a stranger person on the street. Otherwise, aside from this one condition, I'm a very healthy person. I need 1 kidney. You can probably live the rest of your life pretty healthily with only a single kidney. Would you give me 1 kidney, please, so that I can continue to live? So you're basically inconveniencing yourself with a surgery so that another person could live. Would you always accept this deal?
No, not always. Like, if it was my wife, sure. But if it was some stranger, no.
Why, if you knew that it's not like a murderer or somebody that's going to die of HIV or something, and they're like, why would you not accept that?
Well, because I just place my own well-being and the value of my life above a perfect stranger.
Even though there's no threat of you dying? Or very minimal?
Absolutely. Well, there would be a threat of me dying of kidney disease, but let's say even if it were like if we had really great medical technology and there's no chance of me dying, I still wouldn't do it.
Gotcha.
And
that seems a bit strange to me that you would make the choice.
I don't see that as like consistent, like inconsistent for my views, because I don't have this like all or nothing kind of mentality that you do. Like I take context into consideration, and like I don't value everyone's life as equal. Like my wife is more valuable than some random person on the street.
Sure. So then here's an even more extreme question I'm pretty sure you know the answer to. Let's say that a doctor had the opportunity to kill you to give your organs to a number of other people to save them. I'm guessing you probably wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
Why would you be okay with pushing one person in front of a train to save 10 people, but you wouldn't be okay with a doctor killing you to save 10 other people with your organs?
Well, I guess basically because it would end up killing me. Like it would be easier to make that decision if I pushed like another person in front of a train.
Gotcha. So
But,
that kind
again,
of inconsistency bothers me. So you would be okay. So in that same example, you would be okay pushing one person in front of a train to save 10, but if somebody pushed you in front of a train to save 10, you wouldn't be okay with that outcome.
It's a little like, I don't know, these sort of scenarios are a little too abstract.
Well, I don't think they're that abstract. See, these are interesting. I like the abstractness of these scenarios because they let you really like fundamentally analyze your kind of system of values, right? So this is where somebody like this is where I kind of have a benefit because everything that I do is very rigidly, logically deduced, so I can give you an absolute answer. But if you make these decisions more emotionally, I think it could be a lot harder to arrive at like a conclusion that feels good at the end of these kinds of hypothetical problems, you know?
Right. Like the thing is, when you're talking about the train scenario, it suggests like a weird split decision you'd have to make. Like if it's something to do with harvesting organs, I don't know, it's a bit different. Like forcing somebody into an operating room and harvesting their organs is a bit different than like making a snap decision to push somebody in front of a train to like save a bunch of people.
Sure.
You know
I mean, we can argue, we can create the most convenient world, right? And we can say that you actually have a number of hours to choose whether or not you want to push the person in front of the train, right? To make the to make the analogy still be relevant, right? Like,
okay. All right.
This is where like for my social contract, I would say that like I wouldn't want somebody to push me. So you wouldn't.
Then I'd say like I guess if it's a similar situation where I'd have time to consider, then no.
So. And I would agree with you, right? I wouldn't want to be pushed in front of a train to save 10 people. Maybe I would make that decision on my own. I don't know. Maybe I would. Maybe I wouldn't. That's a pretty big... I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you I would do it. Like that would be like a very heroic thing to do. But I definitely wouldn't want anybody else making that decision for me, and I wouldn't make that decision for another person. But the interesting thing is that earlier in your arguments, you're always big on like you don't care about what the conclusions are. You don't care about what the end results are. And earlier I told you that, well, no, I don't. I care more about the morality of the particular decision. And here it kind of sounds like that's what you're saying for the train thing. You don't really care about the outcome. We're interested more in the morality of this particular decision than whether or not 10 people live or one person lives, right?
Well, I'm saying outcome should be considered.
Yeah, but like in this particular scenario, you're saying that the outcome isn't really relevant. You're looking at the morality of pushing one person in front of a train.
Taking away personal rights to create a better well-being for a number of people, I don't think that's necessarily a better thing.
Okay. And I agree with that. Regardless of kind of what that particular outcome is, I'm looking more at the particular morality of taking away the rights of another person, right?
Right. Well, like again, taking away someone's right to eat meat is a hell of a lot different than taking away someone's right to live. Like you're literally talking about harvesting somebody's organs. Like I'm just saying, like, don't eat meat. Like the one's a lot more fucking reasonable.
Yeah, but we're not talking about what is reasonable, right? Like we could make laws that say you have to wear a helmet while driving, and that maybe that's actually safer than not. But we don't have that law because you have to justify the existence of a law rather than just say why not, right? That's not a good reason to make any particular thing something that's legally binding or even something morally or ethically binding. Like why not, right? You could make the same argument with masturbation, right? Anybody can live without masturbating, so why do it? Like you should be compelled not to do it. Well, no, you have to make an argument not to do it. Otherwise,
well, again, this is something I don't think we're ever going to agree on.
Yeah,
like,
I'm sorry.
Like you're basically saying, like life itself doesn't even really matter. Suffering doesn't even really matter. Ultimately,
non-human suffering and non-human life, right?
Right. Like all your even human life. You're basically saying it doesn't matter.
Oh, sure.
So long as there's no social contract.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's something we're just not gonna agree on, at least not now. So. I guess I'll just end the discussion here. Thanks a lot, Destiny. I'll link your channel after this video goes up. And thank you to everyone who donated in the super chat. Yeah, this was a really interesting discussion. I think most people are saying I won, but I think these are like my fans for the most part.
Yeah, it's all good, and it's not like a winner or loser thing. Like I consider it a really interesting discussion too. The hardest part on mine is like whether or not sentience should be respected, and that might be something that I change my mind on in the future. I fully admit that it's definitely possible I could. So I really appreciate the discussion.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot, and thank you to everyone who donated in the super chat. What? Okay, well, I'm gonna stay on the stream, and I'm gonna
cut the
read
Google
some
Hangout.
of the super chats.
Yeah, sure.
So
All right. I'm
all right,
taking off.
Thanks
Then.
a lot, Destiny.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate the conversation.
All right, see ya.
Holy shit! Oh my god! I don't know how we navigated that conversation, boys. Whew. But I think we got there. I think we got there in the end. Somehow. I don't know how. But somehow I think we got there in the end. Whew. I would like to talk to you about your social I'm not talking to anybody about this. I feel like I constructed the most, like, I had this house of cards that I was sitting on the entire time. I was so worried.
Destiny,
oh, man.
you totally won that debate. Your all or nothing argument for Meteor totally confused him. However, since Meteor is just a space rock, it makes you sound like a sociopath. Be yourself.
I feel like this isn't the end of the vegan topic. Whoa, we're not even done with the autism topic yet, dude. I think this discussion hurt a lot because he kept talking about morality and ethical, assuming that there are moral facts that are inherently... So, like, okay, so... Well, here, let me finish reading it. Assuming there are moral facts that are inherently and objectively right or wrong, the morality is some kind of ontological thing that we discover instead of creating. You clearly don't believe this, but he kept thinking that you do. He kept arguing from this sort of morality, while you argued purely out of self-interest. Denying moral realism from the start would have made it clearer. Yeah, because he kind of seemed like a moral realist. People seem to hate moral relativism. That Stefan Molyneux guy, I don't know. I think I might be like really morally relativistic. I'm not sure if but a lot of people seem to like really shit talk moral relativism, so I try to never use that word. But do you actually believe everything you said, or were you playing it up a little? No, I believe everything I said. I'm not gonna go full JF and say some shit that I don't believe for the sake of a fucking debate. That's fucking retarded. I would never fucking do that. Unless I'm telling you like, hey, like, I'm, you know, just as a hypothetical, but I'm not gonna go and misrepresent my views to try to like troll somebody or win an argument. Like, that's, fuck that. People shit talk moral relativism because they don't understand it. Yeah, maybe.
Clappy, you got destroyed in that debate. You could have played that so much better.
Do you think you'll go vegan in the future?
Bonus
So,
meme, hi Discord, Y-Y-E-B-O-I-I-I.
if I just kind of like think it out a little bit, like some of the problems is that some of the problems that I have is that why? Well, so let's say that you have a human that's not capable of recognizing social contract. Why not just kill the human, period? Why not just kill them outright? And I would say something along the lines of like, well, it's because they're human. Why does being human matter? Speciesism is kind of an axiom that I accept that I don't think I ever really define. Like, why do I care about humans more than like pigs? Do I really have a reason for that, or is that just axiomatic? I don't like axioms. I've discovered that axioms are the things that I hate the most. Of all the things that have ever existed, it's axioms, these unjustified assertions that you just have to make and accept as true. I don't know. But then I guess maybe we go into social contract memes. What about dogs? You can train a dog to respect humans quite a bit. The dog won't hurt a human. The dog won't go into your yard. The dog will respect pretty much everything you can. What right would you have to kill a dog, right? If a dog with a sufficient level of training is capable of respecting me as a human in every sense of the word, what right would I possibly have to kill a dog? I'm not sure. You can't not accept something as a presupposition. You say that, Cobain, but one day, when I die and I meet my creator God, I will discover the fundamental truths of the universe, okay? Well, I guess those would just be my new axioms, huh? Please stop throwing around the term social contract so haplessly. Is this not like a social contract argument? Am I doing this wrong?
That guy was a literal fucking retard.
I don't think he was retarded at all. I think he was really, really, really reasonable. I think that we kind of got off on a couple points, and I think he ran around a little bit, but I probably did too. I don't think he was retarded. I thought he was pretty intelligent. You guys were all telling me that he was like really fucking crazy and shit, and I thought he was perfectly reasonable during that conversation. But You should have just started with the train argument. Well, the train argument didn't have anything to do with veganism. The train argument was just I didn't buy his when he was saying that he was more concerned with conclusions than or he was more concerned with outcomes, and I don't consider outcomes to be relevant. That seems to be the oh god, I shouldn't use any of these philosophical terms. That seems to be the utilitarian argument, right? Isn't that utilitarianism? Is when you're more concerned with outcomes than anything else? And I definitely don't consider myself a utilitarianist at all. We drive on the right, so it needs to come off over here. So that's why I kind of brought up that the trolley question. Kant versus utility. I don't know anything about Kant. I don't know anything about philosophy, okay?
I like how right at the end he made a point about how he won. People think.
About how he won? No, I don't think he said anything like that. I thought he was really respectful the entire time. He started to imply that that I was arguing in bad faith, which I guess I could have taken as an insult, but part of the reasons why I wanted to talk to him is because, one, I very rarely talk to any intelligent vegans or vegetarians or anything like that. Not that my ex-girlfriend and I never argued about it or anything, so I'm not saying she's dumb. But I've never really had these discussions before, so I thought it would be really interesting to have this kind of a discussion. But I also, maybe this seems like really... maybe this seems really conceited, but I also feel bad for him because whenever I see the discussions that he has, they're really fucking bad. Like, the people that he talks to are really fucking stupid. So I imagine to some extent, and I'm not trying to make a lot of like, I'm not trying to suck myself off here, but I'm sure it's frustrating to some extent, or maybe frustrating is not a good word to use, that he got to talk to somebody that wasn't like a total fucking retard in regards to like meat eating, right? Because I do mean what I said earlier. I think that most people that consume meat are really hypocritical about it. People that love their dogs and cats and animals and all of that and think that they're the most precious things in the world and get so mad if anybody mistreats their animals, but then they're meat eaters, right? I got so mad at that Cecil the Lion shit, like,
I like how he would not accept that humans are omnivores.
Yeah, that seemed really sketchy when I started to go into there. Maybe I should just take what he's saying, but I don't believe what he's saying. When he's saying that humans just happen to be able to eat meat by chance, is that really true? That doesn't sound very true to me. Like, we just happen to have all of the enzymes and everything necessary to break down. Like, I'm pretty sure... Do these teeth up front only exist for like breaking into like the husks of harsher fruit? That none of these enable us to tear are for tearing flesh from bones or anything like that? That doesn't sound true to me. That we would just by chance have the ability to digest all of that meat and everything. That doesn't seem very reasonable. He got axiomatically stonewalled. Yeah, maybe that too. I liked it before when I didn't know what axioms were and I thought you could argue about everything. Axioms make everything really boring to me. I'm actually like really disappointed that I talked to JF enough to figure out any of these things. They make everything really boring. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. The modern human exists solely because we've developed DHA and EPA acids. I don't know what those are. What are those? Or either that, or if somebody can give me an escape from nihilism, then I'll be happy again. But right now, it seems like nihilism kind of destroys everything, right? Like, well, how do you accept or reject one person's axiomatic beliefs over another if you don't have an answer? This is why being religious is so much easier. Fuck. What is this email title that I have? What? Hold on. Discussion with animal lover gay, which is me. Okay. EPA and DHA acids are fatty acids. The humans started developing those, and the brain, when we began eating meat, our brains then developed and we became dependent on the acids. Is that true? I don't know if that's true or not, so I can't really argue in favor or against that. The big problem is that he does not define suffering. So he doesn't really need to define suffering. It's kind of a that's almost like, oh, I should never talk about this stuff. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but that's pretty much an axiomatic belief of most philosophers, right? Of most moral philosophers, is that we typically want to maximize the avoidance of suffering, right? That's usually like a given, right? Like people don't usually make like moral arguments for or against that because it's just kind of assumed, right? Am I correct in saying that, or is that not correct? Like, I'm not saying that nobody has ever made an argument for or against something, but just in general, it's kind of an assumption in philosophy that we try to maximize the avoidance of suffering in general. Am I coming around to Sam Harris? No, fuck off. What do I run this into? I guess I can stay right here, fuck it.
Vegan Gains does the same thing as Sargon in that he doesn't read his studies closely. Take all his factual arguments with a grain of salt. BTW stayed up till 4 a.m. for this debate. It didn't disappoint.
Well. Why do you have issues with people loving their pets but not caring about the animals that die for food? Is that really hypocritical? There is emotional connection. Yeah, no, I think that's horribly hypocritical. I actually look down on those people quite a bit. I think that that's insane. That if you can sit there and pretend that your pet, for whatever reason, is like super special and worthy of, all these rights and protections, and then you sit there and like eat animals and shit. I don't know. That seems really bizarre to me. I don't understand that. It seems really, really, really hypocritical. Speaking of pets, where's Mr. Meowslin? Oh, I hear him meowing. He's behind me. Apparently he was acting naughty today, so... You need to prepare yourself for this guy wants to skin animals, this guy wants to rape indigenous people, idiot. Well, what am I gonna do, dude? I mean, you gotta be morally consistent. How does it work? Okay, so when I say I believe in speciesism, I mean that like I believe that because we're humans, we can defend other humans and we should defend other humans. But if you're going to start to include other animals in that, like I can say us versus them as like a statement of fact. I am human. These are non-human. These are the differentiators, period. Now, if somebody says, okay, well, I respect human rights, but I also respect dogs and cats and ferrets. Okay, that's interesting. What separates dogs and cats and ferrets from wolves and coyotes and mountain lions, or cows and sheeps and pigs? Or like, now what are your differentiators, right? Now mine is very easy. Well, human and non-human. That's a very easy line to draw. But if you're going to start saying that like cats and dogs and other things are important, okay, well, why not other things as well? Because now you're the one that's starting to be more inclusive, but you're the one that has to start drawing the lines, right? And your areas are going to be a lot grayer than mine, I think. What if a human has no social value to you?
I was
Every human has
confused
social
by
value
your
to you.
argument against empathy. If you reject emotional justification for anything, how do you justify caring about yourself?
It's axiomatic, right? I think, therefore I am, I exist, and I value my existence, and that's something that is intrinsic to me. I don't know, I can't give you an argument for that, I think. Help me understand why personal connection is not valid? Because personal connection can be used to fucking rationalize anything. People value things that are close to them higher than things that are... Yeah, but I don't care. That's bullshit. That reasoning is bullshit. It's cancerous fucking thinking that you value things that are close to you. That's intellectually bankrupt and morally bankrupt. And I know people do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and defend it, right? And I do, and people do it, and it's stupid as fuck that you think that people that are closer to you are more important. That's what leads people into being tribalistic as fuck and being nationalistic as fuck and thinking that their people are better than other people. And like, I hate those. I hate that kind of thinking. You can put the indigenous people on the same level as prisoners. They don't uphold the social contract like prisoners. No. Yeah, that would probably be that would probably be more permissible, right? That would be a way to make that argument more palpable as well, right? I wouldn't kill all the people on the island, but, you know, maybe that would lock them all up in jail or something. I wouldn't respect them the same way that I do normal human beings because they're human, maybe. Sure. That's a good argument. Or a good point. Should read up on the categorical imperative. Can't you separate dogs because they were bred into that role while the cattle is bred to be consumed? Maybe. I don't know. Okay, hold on. We're finally doing it. We're getting a train for steel, okay? Can you answer what I said or just dodge a Reno? Yeah, I'm just dodging, my dude. I'm totally dodging it. Let me scroll up and find it. I think you still have no idea how valuable life is. Life value is measured by much more than just morality. A bee may not look like much, but if every bee would die, humans would die most likely. So it is actually ignorance that classifies life as non-valuable, and it's wisdom which classifies life as valuable somehow. So you just contradicted your own statement. You said, Destiny, life is valuable. And then you're like, well, why is life valuable? Well, so if bees die, it would hurt a whole bunch of... Okay, so the life itself isn't intrinsically valuable. You're talking about impact on the environment or impact on humans' lives as well, right? So you're essentially admitting the life of the bee has no value, but the existence of the bee and everything that entails that existence, you know, could have value behind it. But intrinsically, the life of the bee isn't really something to be valued. It's more the impact that it has on our environment, right? Because with the argument that you just made, if we could find ways to replicate all of the impacts that bees have on the environment, the bee would become disposable. Because you didn't give any argument in favor of its life, right? What the fuck are these laser turrets here? What the fuck is going on in this shit? Why do I have all this fucking wood? God damn it. Think an animal could badge my utility? Protect it. I don't know, dude. Listen, dude, I'm all veganed out, okay? Do we have to do this? Alright, where is Quartstar at? Quartstar, you can come back in if you want, my dude. Do you think Vegan Games hates me now?
I love my dog, but I would totally eat the little bastard if I was starving to death. Has Destiny ever debated Stefan Molyneux? That would be a very interesting debate.
No. Never. Wait, where's the guy at? Why do you think people have to accept your social contract if the social contract is not as beneficial to them as it could be? Well, if you don't accept it, then you can talk to the Glax 17, baby. All right, my dude. I don't see how you have any position besides moral relativism. If you believe in like moral absolutism or whatever, moral absolutes, where do you get these absolutes from? Oh, I'm talking to you, by the way. I'm not
Very interesting discussion. You both deserve a nice, juicy steak.
talking to you, Court Star. Are you in the Discord? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Sorry, I had my mic muted. Where do you get moral absolutes from? Well, it's definitely not that. It's definitely not that like. Well, okay. First of all, this is a really complicated philosophical question, and something that people have argued about and continue to argue about. So I'm not going to pretend that I even know the full depth of like. This is like PhD philosophy tier discussion.
Oof, just for me to get some morals, I need a PhD, my dude.
Well, yeah, apparently, but I mean, it's the problem that you were having with that guy, where he started with like, "Holy shit, I can't believe you don't believe that human suffering isn't innately bad," and like called you a sociopath 5 times and thought that that's the way to win the philosophical argument, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I think I would say that most academic philosophers actually agree with you and start from a position where there aren't moral absolutes, but that it leads to a lot of problems. So that the idea is that we try to find a way to
like what?
To find
like
some.
what problems?
I mean, this is kind of a meme, but like one of the biggest problems with moral relativism is like, if you see something which is intuitively bad, like rape or something, you can sort of justify like rape with a variety of different moral theories that are bad moral theories, but you could justify them anyway.
Wait, so like I'm curious, like how?
Well, I don't know, like if you went like total nihilism and you were like, nothing matters, the only thing that matters is my pleasure. So if it's my pleasure to rape somebody, that's what I'm doing. Right?
Say you take like the enlightened self-interest position or whatever that I claim to hold or whatever, right? How couldn't I make the social contract argument that, you know, like if I don't want somebody to take advantage of me sexually, then I can't take advantage of another person to be morally consistent? Couldn't you make that argument?
Yeah, but that's not moral relativism though, because then you've got that's a moral framework, and you would say that as long as that moral framework is complied, that's not relativist. That's
okay. So then
you create moral absolutes.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Not that
so,
yeah.
Okay. Gotcha,
the idea
gotcha.
that morals are like an absolute, like they are sort of, they like exist in and of themselves is like, that's weird, and I don't really follow that line of thought, and I don't think a lot of philosophers
if I
do.
say that, so let's say that I say something like murder is generally wrong, but there are cases where murder can be permissible. That's not relativism. That's just
no.
Oh, okay,
no.
All right.
Definitely
well, then
not.
I was just using it incorrectly before. I don't know what relativistic even means.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Moral relativism would be like, if I was like, well, I think that forcing people to wear the hijab is bad, but it's okay in their culture, and so it's okay for them. That's moral relativism.
Oof. Well, couldn't you get there in an absolute way? Like, what if I say something like people should do what makes them happy, and say people are in that culture and it does make them happy? Then.
Yeah, I mean, if that's, I would say that your system of morals is bad because of that. But yeah, you could get there.
Okay. This sounds
yeah,
like
it's about what system of morals you choose.
This sounds like the compatibilism bullshit. It sounds like you're redefining shit to make it work.
Oh yeah, I remember that discussion that you had with that guy.
That was the least satisfying shit in my life. Discovering compatibilism. I thought I was gonna find some awesome shit that was like, oh my god, this is because I really like the concept of free will, and I don't like the concept of determinism. It's it's very inhuman, right? But like, so then when I hear like compatibilism is like the thing that everybody believes in, it's like, oh well, this is fucking awesome. But then you read that compatibilism just kind of redefines free will to mean it's not free will. I mean, that's kind of that's kind of shitty.
Compatibilism is like a super like. It's kind of, I mean,
it's
obviously it's still
meme.
accepted. Yeah, but it's like, it's basically like if you take the concept of free will as we define it, you redefine it over and over and over again until it basically doesn't look anything like free will, like the commonplace. Yeah. And I mean, then we're starting to get into the Bertrand Russell, like linguistic analysis type of philosophy where it's like, well, what concept do you have in mind when you're considering free will? And like, shit, dude, like this stuff gets super, super complicated, but I don't know, like the way to figure these things out is definitely not to repeatedly call somebody a sociopath. Like I don't know, like that guy, it was like really frustrating, honestly, listening to both of you talk. Like I was a little bit triggered, but
I mean, I can understand his frustration. Do you understand his frustration?
Yeah, no. Your guys' whole conversation could have been solved in 1 second by you guys being like, oh, well, I don't believe in human suffering as an intrinsic moral wrong. Like,
well, but I do believe in human suffering, but the problem is that he just couldn't convince me that animal suffering was important. I do believe that human suffering is wrong, but
you start from a position of nothing. He takes that axiomatically. You build that up with a sort of a logical deduction. He takes it axiomatically, like suffering is axiomatically wrong. That's like the Sam Harris fucking meme where he's like, imagine a world where everybody suffers as much as they possibly can. Like, don't you agree that would be worse?
Landscape.
And it's like,
and that's axiomatic as opposed to mine, which is which has a little bit more fundamental behind it. I understand.
Right.
Okay.
For you, suffering is wrong because it's exactly what you don't want. You don't want you're self-interested in not suffering. So you provide social contracts to people, which is something that I kind of want to talk to you about if you.
Yeah, sure.
Are okay with
I think just because I know in terms of him calling me a sociopath and whatnot, I think I can understand his frustration. I think that when you argue, I am very confident that I could win an argument against 99.9% of meat eaters. I think that the problem is that when he debates people that are meat eaters, the easiest way to do it is usually to just point out the glaring fucking hypocrisy and the inconsistencies in what they think. So
absolutely.
And it's usually really easy when you start to and I will say that fallaciously he appealed to emotion quite a bit, where he would say something like, don't you think it would be obviously wrong to skin a dog, in your yard? And it's like, well, but no, not really. But I think a lot of meat eaters would say well, yeah, of course that's wrong. That sounds horrible. And then you have a big gotcha because it's like, okay, well, what's the difference between that and massively farming cows, right? But when you can't nail people on the emotional side, I think it starts to feel really strange to argue that, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing with him is he's basically first of all, he's basically parroting the Sam Harris's and that whole, I think we talked about Peter Singer before. He's basically parroting a bad version of Peter Singer's argument, which is kind of about the what's the cutoff for what's the human versus animal distinction in particular, right? But at the same time, I don't know that your conception of a social contract makes a whole bunch of sense. After we're done this conversation, I'll send you a couple articles. So this is actually something that philosophers have talked about before. It's called social contractarianism.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure everything I've talked about has been talked to death by PhD level people that have way more engagement with the literature than I do. Yeah.
I got to tell you, dude, every time I thought I had an original idea in one of my philosophy classes, my prof was like, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah. It's, every idea has been explored to fucking the ends of hell and back. But basically, so for me, one thing that's kind of fallacious is you value the social contract, right? So what benefit is it that you're gaining when you engage in a social contract with somebody, just in general? So there's stuff that you want to avoid, right? And so you engage in social contracts with people to avoid them or to gain the benefits, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those benefits in particular would actually be the things that you value and not the social contract itself. The social contract is a means to get to that thing that you value, but fundamentally you still value the benefits, which is why the social contract exists at all.
Correct.
Okay.
So wait, just so that I fully understand this. So let me try to use that to poke a hole in my argument. So let's say that I believe in social contract, but I don't really believe in social contract. I just believe in my own personal rights. Let's say that somebody else at one point became a divine-like figure, such that they were able to kill anybody they want. They could do anything they want with no repercussion, right? That person buying into my morality, if he could get all of the benefits of social contract without engaging in social contract, then he would do it, because I don't actually value social contract, just the benefits that come with it, right?
Okay, I think that would be true, but I would kind of discard that thought process on the idea that it doesn't really. You're talking about fundamentally a practical application of ethics. That's the whole reason. The guy who kind of pioneered this train of thought was named Thomas Hobbes, very, very popular philosopher.
Okay.
And the whole reason that this exists is because it's practical. It's really easy and nice to make normative claims about social contracts, and it's a practical way to apply ethics, which is something that people have a lot of hard times with, right?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think I like it, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I agree with you 100%. But fundamentally, the social contract helps us establish moral rules, and we call those rules morals, but we establish them because it still allows us to gain a benefit of some type, right? You would never enter willingly a social contract which causes you suffering. There's
a net suffering or what?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not talking about a BDSM relationship.
No, but let's say something
real suffering.
Let's say something this kind of sounds memey, but taxes are real suffering. But that's a social contract that I engage in because I see the overall benefit of it.
Oh yeah, I would say that in this case would not be a net suffering because you get something out of taxes.
Well, even if you have to contribute,
like public health care.
Sure, but like even like at my income level, I probably pay more in than I get out. But like that's still like a. But I don't. If you're talking about like net suffering in general, like, well, but or I'm sorry.
I see.
It's not really complicated. I'm not sure. But
no, that makes sense. I would ask you then if you would engage in, would you engage in a social contract where there was a net benefit to other people but not to yourself?
Yeah, I think I generally would. But all of that comes about in a self-interested way. Like that's usually how I argue it. So maybe not. Really.
Can you explain that to me? Because I want to know exactly what you mean without any uncertain terms about like what how do you make that decision then? Sure. So it's not just about the benefits conferred on you.
Sure. So let's say that I live in a society, and let's say that I'm very wealthy and I live in a very wealthy area. And let's say that there are less fortunate people around me, right? Let's say that I have the ability to take cash from myself and distribute it to other people for no direct gain, or I could keep it all for myself, buy shit, and live a fine life. And they're not going to like revolt or anything, right? I would argue that I would be in favor of the former universe because if I would bring up those people around me, it would ultimately benefit me in the end because the country would be better off as a whole. There would be less crime. I would be spending less money ultimately on things like prison and whatnot. But those people coming up would also be people contributing to society. They would be contributing the arts. They'd be contributing to education. It would make the whole country
okay. So no matter what, it still confers an end benefit.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. So like maybe that's not. Maybe I don't actually care about other people. It ultimately comes to the end benefit. Yeah, it's usually
like a net benefit. Okay, that's fine. So so you confer a net benefit, and the way that you define benefit, that word benefit, is
axiomatic, I guess. Things that maximize my personal rights, things that maximize my personal happiness.
Okay, so what you're talking about there is that this is utilitarianism. You hit it right on the nose. So utilitarianism, most people think about pleasure utilitarianism, where it's like the greatest pleasure. This is fucking Sam Harris's whole meme. He just discards like literally 99% of utilitarianism that isn't about pleasure utilitarianism, because you have all these problems when pleasure is your maximizing principle. It's fucking retarded. Like it's really like the worst. Excuse me. Like I'm not trying to disparage the different labeled. But like sincerely, you pick a maximizing principle, and everything that you do is basically to maximize that amount of principle. So for you, if you pick your principle to be like liberty, right, the maximal freedom of everybody, and the way that you get there, like the way that you engage that utilitarianism is going to be social contracts, that's fine. But I don't think that it leads to the result that you obtained in terms of veganism. So like, I think what you're talking about is a relatively advanced and a good way of looking at ethics, but I don't think that it leads to the conclusion that you think that it does.
Sure. So can you give me like an example of a conclusion that would be unsatisfactory to me, do you think, as a result of using these ethics?
Yeah. So I think that when it comes to you're talking about maximizing liberties, right? That's your maximizing principle, and we're going to use social contracts to get there. Okay. So I mean, there's nowhere in that statement do we get a really good reason to distinguish between humans and animals just on the basis that humans are of a different species, right? It sort of becomes a racism argument where it's like being racist, but in terms of species. Okay?
Yeah, speciesist, right?
Yeah, it's speciesist, right? So we don't want to be speciesist because it's stupid. It's fallacious for exactly the same reasons that being racist is fallacious, right?
Why?
Oh yeah, for sure. Well,
so I mean, I consider racism to be fallacious because when you're racist, you don't really have anything rational to build the racism on. Like, what is a reason why one group of people is intrinsically superior to another? But yes, I feel like you can argue that humans are intrinsically different than animals because we are intrinsically different.
Okay, I agree, but there would have to be a principle in which we're different, like our intellect or something.
Our DNA, like biologically, we're different.
Okay, but there would be something that makes humans superior in a way to animals.
Well, I don't know if it necessarily. I guess so. The way that I try to reason it, you feel free to poke holes in any of these, sure. Yep. The way that I try to reason it isn't necessarily that we are superior to animals, just that we are a thing and they are something different. So we have I guess like a responsibility to our own, but just because an animal might necessarily be as intelligent or something else, like I'm not really concerned of levels of intelligence or empathy.
Okay.
Just like where
would you derive that responsibility to our own from? Like I'm gonna just go ahead and I'm gonna throw a big old disagree on that. Humans, like fundamentally, humans evolved from animals, and we are a form of animal. Are we a lot more intelligent than the rest of the animals in terms of introspection, our subjective experiences, like what we're capable of in terms of our IQs and stuff? Yeah, absolutely. But that, I mean, if you can imagine like having the same argument in 300 years where, you know, people like are basically, you know, way more intelligent than they are today, right? Because now as a society, we seem to value intellect more than physical strength. And, you know, over the course of a long time, we'll eventually become more intelligent. Like, you can imagine having this discussion in 100 years and people thinking that we're subhuman, right? Like, think about like really intelligent species of apes. Are those so vastly different from humans that you think that like axiomatically they're not morally considerable? You have to like provide some sort of basis on which
why does that presupposition exist?
Yes.
I guess it really just comes down to I guess the social contract meme is the big thing. Like, are they capable of engaging in me in a way that is
okay, so you see how it's kind of circular to be like, well, my maximizing principle is the social contract, or my maximizing principle is free will, and the way I'm going to get there, or like liberty, I guess, and the way I'm going to get there is the social contract. But animals can't correctly use the way that I'm going to get there, so they don't deserve the maximizing principle at all.
Yeah, fuck them. What?
Yeah,
so I guess like what
that says is use a different tool to get the maximizing principle. Because if we're maximizing liberty and our tool is insufficient, right, to get animals,
well, it's sufficient for humans. What tool would you recommend that would be sufficient for animals as well?
I'm not even saying that it can't be, just that in your sort of creation of it, it hasn't been. But like, yeah, it's sufficient for humans, but we would need a reason to deny that free will or that liberty to animals that isn't animals can't use the way that we're doing it right now. So like what you just said is like, okay, it's acceptable for humans only to have the maximizing principle because only humans are like, you know, like it's kind of a bit of a circular argument there. Do you see what I'm getting at?
So like the argument that I would be making would be humans, fuck, I'm fucking lost as fuck, dude. Hold on, let me think about this for a second. So humans, okay, wait, we don't fuck humans, okay? So I exist, and I want to maximize my personal happiness and liberty and all of that, right? This is an okay axiomatic statement. I exist, and I want to maximize my personal happiness, right?
Great,
okay.
I'm happy with it.
Okay, so I am at this point now. Now, in order to do that, as an extension of that, this is where I derive the social contract from, right?
Right. Practically speaking,
yes,
the way that we would get there would be the social contract, because we can't rely on people to just, you know, be ethical all the time. And the best way that we can decide. So like one problem that utilitarians have had a problem with is moral calculus, where you're like, how do you fucking add up all of the individual people's pleasures and stuff? And the way that you can get there for you would be the social contract. So you can avoid that problem by saying, well, as long as everybody's acting in their own self-interest, we're maximizing this principle, and that's what's moral.
Wait, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's just important to separate what you're trying to do from the tool that you're using to do it. So like the social contract is a tool that you're using to maximize the principle of utility in this case. Right? That's how you decide to
because
make
otherwise
the
you're
moral
being
choices.
otherwise you're being circular. Is essentially what you're saying, right? Like I don't want a tool that begs the conclusion.
I don't think humans have a moral obligation to any species that cannot understand morals
fundamentally animals
in the first place and cannot be expected to follow them.
I mean, start before the utilitarian principle or anything. Humans are exceptional animals, but they are fundamentally animals. We're made up of DNA just the same. We evolved in just the same way. We are fundamentally animals, and animals are able to differing degrees to experience the same subjective experiences as humans.
Sure.
I think that to deny that,
I can't possibly disagree with that, right?
No,
unless you're religious or something, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you can go the whole religious, like, well, humans have an eternal soul type thing, but
I don't believe that, so I can't use it.
Neither do I. Yeah. Okay, so humans are fundamentally.
I actually just became religious again. I'm Catholic now. So, do you have anything else you wish to say to me? Because if what you're saying isn't found in the catechism, I don't give a fuck.
Don't give a fuck about it. Yeah.
Here. So wait. So let me. Can I? Okay. So you're essentially saying that. Okay. So I exist as a human. I want to maximize my happiness. The way that I do that is via the social contract. You're saying that the social contract, you can find something better that would still maximize your happiness as a human, but you could extend it to animals as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the reason that we can do that is because animals are not fundamentally different. So even if you imagine just for a moment a world where the maximizing principle being pleasure is not stupid, and we wanted to maximize pleasure, you can maximize the pleasure of animals. And actually, we would have a moral responsibility to do that because we're the only people able to do it, right? If animals aren't if they're not introspective or whatever, they can't really maximize their own pleasure, just like infants can't, right? But we as the beings who are making these moral decisions, we have an obligation to make sure that our children have as much of that maximizing principle as possible, even though they maybe can't reciprocate, just like you were saying. And the same goes for animals, because fundamentally humans are animals. Like we all belong to that same world.
Okay. Hold on one second.
Or the same category would be a way better way to say that. Same category. And you can start getting into, and I think this will make you a lot more comfortable, like
wait.
Different sorry.
Wait, motherfucker, don't fucking gish gallop me, okay? So here's a question that I have. So let's say that I say that I am a speciesist, and I believe that humans exist on a separate realm from animals because we have our own we have our own unique genetic makeup that makes us human, that separates us from us, right?
Well, first of all, every individual human has a different genetic makeup. So
yeah,
if
we have a genetic makeup that makes us human, right? That makes us capable of breeding.
So how different do you have to be? So like gorillas and cows are actually really, like, this sounds stupid, but genetically very similar to us.
Yeah. But
so how different does it have to be before they're not considerable? This is why the speciesist thing doesn't make any sense, right? Either you're
whoa. Don't dismiss my speciesism so quickly, sir. Okay, so I would argue that even though genetically they might be very similar, they're very distinctly non-human. Would be my argument there. As in, like, we have our 46 chromosomes or whatever that we have determined to be...
Hold on. Somebody just messaged me in Discord. Hoarded Soviet, you're fucking wrong. Never message me again. Okay, you can continue.
Okay.
Sorry. My problem with him not defining suffering is that he doesn't explain why a simple computer program like press a button a cry goes out from the speakers shouldn't be deserving of rights. Why should the cutoff stop at biological stuff?
Okay. Wait, okay, so you were saying, so I'm saying that humans, there is a hard line of what defines a human genetically.
Yeah.
Right? Even though there's a lot of similarity, that it's still like a hard line on this defines like a human as being a human.
I mean, I could probably accept that, but then I would be like, why is that line like morally considerable,
So why would you care? Why is it morally considerable?
Yeah, why do we care? Like, yeah, you're right. And there's also hard lines, like, to an extent, hard lines about, like, the gender somebody is. There isn't really, and we could get into that discussion another day, but like hard lines about somebody's sex or something, right?
So then let's say that I make an argument that we should care about those lines for whatever reason. Actually, I guess I don't really care about those lines. I'm more interested in the social contract, huh?
Yeah, we would want a reason to care about those lines. There's also hard lines about, like, states and countries. We can't just pick arbitrary boundaries to split ourselves up into. There has to be a good reason for them, right? And the main reason that I think a lot of people would have between humans and animals, and the one that you brought up a couple times, is their ability to reciprocate, and their levels of intellect, right? But no matter what thing you pick, some humans don't meet that criteria. Like literally anything that you pick, whether it's ability to reciprocate, whether it's intelligence, whether it's their ability to use tools, some humans don't meet the criteria and some animals do, bottom line. Yeah. So like those distinguishing, the category distinguishing ideas are not well founded to distinguish between types of animals.
Sure.
Yeah, and the nice part about this for you is that if you can go along with what I'm saying for a second, now we can start to look at like the maximizing that maximizing principle and how able animals are to have it at all. So like a tapeworm is not going to have a lot of liberties. It can't. There's only a certain number of things that a tapeworm can even do. So how morally considerable is a tapeworm? Well, not probably on the level of a plant or something, right? A plant can photosynthesize. Okay, so maybe we shouldn't just wantonly kill plants because they can do that. But if there's even the slightest reason why we might want to kill a plant, like for food or something, fine, we're good. Because we as humans have a lot of that we can have a lot of that maximizing principle, and we should, right?
Okay.
But when we're talking about animals that that are definitely proven to have subjective experiences, like a dog or a pig or even a chicken or like rodents and stuff, like those animals to a degree have to be morally considerable for the same reason that like an infant is morally considerable, right?
Sure. I don't necessarily agree with that, but for the sake of this argument, sure. I think you can draw a distinction between like I don't like saying that infants are the equivalent of animals because I think the potential can be taken into account.
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna throw a big old disagree on that potential thing. I'm really sorry, dude, but like it's the same. I mean, I think you are actually maybe not pro-choice 100% of the time. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we could have a whole different discussion on that. Not from the ethics perspective even, but from like kind of an argument from like bodily autonomy and stuff. I would really love to have that conversation with you, but not right now.
Sure.
The problem with the argument from potential is like things having the potential to be something is not the same as it being that thing.
I agree that it's not the
having
same.
The potential to be a car is not a car. There's a reason we pay different amounts for those things.
Correct, but the potential of that thing is important too. Like for instance, a pile of steel might be just as much a car as a pile of plastic, but the steel is more valuable because it has the potential to become a car, right?
Yeah, maybe more valuable, but not the same value. And for that exact reason, a baby, like if you had to choose between killing a baby and killing an adult who was fully fledged out and had their, all of their personality and were capable of being, having a lot of liberties and pleasure and stuff, that's not. I would say that you would want to kill the baby over the adult, right? If you're trying to maximize the principle, right? Or if you're trying to maximize it's kind of a contentious statement, but you got to admit, like, no matter what potential the baby has, it hasn't realized any of it yet. That baby could die tomorrow in a car crash, and so could the adult. So they're like,
but I feel like that's like a really weird kind of world to be in too, because can't you also argue that the potential represents a greater potential amount of enjoyment? Like this is an argument used for like, let's say you have the difference. Okay, so like let's say you have the difference between saving somebody that's 2 months old versus somebody that's 20 years old, right? You would argue that, well, the 2-month-old, what if he dies tomorrow? The 20-year-old is a much more developed human, right? These are kind of the arguments you would make.
Yep.
But like, let's say you had.
It's not so much that I would even go that far. It's just really fundamentally that like whatever potential you think something has, you can always just randomly or arbitrarily ascribe a greater potential to the other thing. So just to make that a little more clear, let's say that you have a baby and an adult, right? And you're trying to decide which one to kill because you have to for some reason. You don't kill the baby because you're like, well, the baby has a lot more potential. He's got a lot more life left to live. Okay.
Yeah.
But then I could just be like, well, that 20-year-old could be the guy that invents the cure for cancer tomorrow, and he's a lot more valuable. And you could be like, well, that baby is going to invent the cure for cancer, and he's going to be the first black astronaut. Like, I don't know, dude. Like,
well, that's why it kind of feels like a wash to me, because say you've got somebody that's 60 years old versus like a 1-year-old, right? Well, no, the 1-year-old has so much life ahead of him. The 60-year-old has already lived so much, like. So
like you're agreeing with what I'm saying.
Well, but isn't that kind of going against what you were saying? Like, say you've got the choice between like
what I'm saying is that potential is not a useful marker. And if
well, no, but what I'm saying is like if somebody is like 1 year, or maybe you didn't, maybe you misunderstood, or maybe I misunderstood. Like I'm saying that like a 2-year-old, I think most people would value the life of the 2-year-old more than the life of the 60-year-old because they would say the 2-year-old has so much more life to live. That in that case, the potential would outweigh what's already been done by the 60-year-old. No.
So much more life left. Well, I mean, then we're talking about like whether you think that life is intrinsically valuable, but it doesn't matter for us because what we're trying to maximize in your case is not like having more life left to live. The maximizing principle is their liberty, right? It's their rights.
Okay.
And I think that in virtue of being older and being able to do more things, that the older person has more rights. So you can make what you want of that.
Gotcha.
I think that maybe like the whole having rights thing is not a super great maximizing principle, but it's also kind of hard to find one of those. So we'll just go with it for now. But yeah, like that's sort of what I think about that. Yeah. So you want to be consistent in how you're building those things up, right?
Sure, I understand. All right. Well, you got any more memes for us, buddy?
Yeah, it turns out you're a sociopath, so.
I'm sorry, I try not to be.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, if you have time and you want to talk about it, I'd really love to talk about the abortion thing because I think I could totally convince you. I had a paper published in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy last year about this topic.
Wow, dude. What is like your area of study?
So I have a Bachelor of Science in Physics.
Mm-hmm.
And my minor was in math, but I have enough major credits to also have a major in philosophy.
Why not? Have you ever thought about just grabbing the degree for it?
I would have done the double major, but my university doesn't offer double majors in sciences and arts.
I mean, like,
so
could you pay to go back and like just take like 2 classes and get the degree, or?
Yeah, it's there's like a minimum degree length of like 10 classes, so for like $2,000 or $3,000 to have another Bachelor of Arts, I'd kind of be like, I might do it one day if I'm interested in doing the master's.
Wait, how much would it cost?
Like probably $2,000 or $3,000.
Oh, yeah, dude, for another degree to have 2? How sick would that be? Why wouldn't you, dude?
Because I don't have $2,000 or $3,000.
Well, if you get it, dude.
Well,
I would do it for the fucking vanity, dude.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We can't all be super rich streamers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, we can't all have 2 degrees or publish things in the Encyclopedia of Stanford fucking circle jerk. So fuck
that's
you,
true.
dude.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So are you ready for this? You ready for the argument?
I'm really fucking argued out, but yeah, go for it. Why not? Hit me up. Hit him up.
So this is not an argument from like standard ethics, because I think a lot of times the abortion debate gets wrapped up in whether or not the fetus is a fetus.
Yeah.
Or that the fetus is a person. Wow. Fuck. If the fetus isn't a person or a person, it doesn't matter. So for the sake of this argument, we'll just say that the fetus is a person, because that's the most charitable. That's the most charitable you can be.
For sure. Yeah. And I would consider that enough to win my argument. So yeah, for sure.
Great. The only thing I'm not going to try to defend is a woman who intentionally gets pregnant and then has abortions.
Okay.
So I know that has happened before, and people will bring that up. Like,
but it's stupid.
Yeah, it's so rare, and it's like I'm not even going to try to defend it. So we're not gonna go that route at all. Okay. So the idea here is that somebody's bodily autonomy, or the right that they have to decide what happens with their body, is more valuable than the fetus's life. And you might be like, well, no, but if you think about it, like, it is. So you have a lot of functioning organs, for instance, like your kidneys and lungs and stuff, that you have 2 of. You can donate them, right? And you could donate them to save somebody's life, right? And you don't, because your choice to decide what happens to your body is more important than that person's life.
Sure. So this gets into like a very weird doing. I'm sure you're familiar with like the doing versus allowing harm.
Yep.
So like let me throw this curveball at you, okay? These aren't gonna be curveballs for you, but like, so if somebody came up to me, if a stranger came up to me and they said, "Hey, listen, I need a kidney or I'm gonna fucking die," right? I would probably say no. Maybe. I would feel pretty bad, but I would probably say no. But if I woke up in a hospital and there was a person attached to me and my kidneys were running dialysis on their body or some shit, and all I had to do was push a button that would disconnect me and I could walk up and leave, I don't think I could do that. I think there's a difference there on that doing versus allowing harm, as fucked up as that sounds. I think that those are different scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, the doctrine of doing versus allowing harm is, just so you know, something that's actually quite contentious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I'm sure. I know. Yeah. There's a lot of different thoughts on
that. Do you think that is actually the situation? I mean, well, I'm going to disagree. I think that, like,
you think they're the exact same thing fundamentally?
Yeah, I actually think that even if you are in a car crash and you spear somebody's kidney, or both you spear some of their kidneys, it's completely your fault that happened to them. You still don't have an an obligation to give them your kidney, like, even if it's completely your fault. Not even if you just wake up one day and happen to find somebody attached by choice. Even if you've actively produced the harm to that person, I still think that you don't have an obligation to give your body up for that, for that reason.
Okay.
And you might be like, well, it's kind of fucked up. But do you also want to live in a world where, like, sincerely, would you want to live in a world where that's not true?
I think so. I think I would. Yeah, that you would take responsibility for that.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, so if you've I feel like that kind of commits you to, like, donating blood as much as possible. giving up, becoming an organ donor, giving up all of your organs.
So I would argue that it's a little bit different in regards to giving blood or being a forced organ donor
because of the doing versus allowing harm thing.
Well, yeah, because you were directly responsible for that car accident, so you have more culpability there, I guess. More responsibility to right your wrong than like being forced to donate blood or whatever.
Oh yeah, I don't even disagree with having more responsibility. I just don't think that it overrides your bodily autonomy. And I think that would be your number one, for somebody who has said a few times that liberty and rights are the one thing that you want to protect, bodily autonomy is a pretty fundamental right.
No, it is, but I'm also very big on I very quickly lose respect for the rights of other people when they don't respect the rights of other people. I will lose that respect instantly. If you're like a violent criminal, this is why I'm really big on property rights. I don't know how much you know about this, but I fully believe that if somebody breaks into your house, I think that you have carte blanche, no questions asked, right to kill that person without a second thought, just because they could represent a potential threat to your life, and because they've already shown such a disregard for your property that at that point you don't really consider them as having any rights anymore. So I'm pretty extreme in regards to I do very much believe in personal rights. But I also am a very big believer that you can give those rights up pretty quickly as well if you fuck up. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And to your mind,
so if you engage in a risky behavior that causes a car accident that would cause somebody's kidney to get speared or whatever, and then you have the capability of righting that wrong or whatever, then I believe that if for sure.
Okay. Well, I think I do have a sort of a counter argument for that, but I think it is way too in depth for this would be a 3 or 4 hour conversation at that point.
Okay.
I know that sounds really stupid. And
no, I
maybe,
understand.
I'd be happy to, but because then we're talking about sort of what's inherently valuable, and we start getting back to the sort of ethics discussion again. It's an interesting point of view. I think that most people would tend to agree that bodily autonomy is pretty important.
Yeah.
And when you get a lot of those,
do in general, but
yeah. Interesting. I would be happy to sort of write up a little counter. We could talk about it another time, but it's too much for this forum anyway.
Sure.
I know that sounds really stupid and
no, I understand.
naked AP of me, but yeah, cool.
Yeah, well, maybe some other time we can have a big old meme discussion.
Yeah, that would be good. I really enjoyed talking to you. I hope I kind of changed your mind on this whole social contract thing. I'm going to send you some links too, so you can read up about the formal sort of the formulation of this, and hopefully it'll help you kind of see or maybe get some of those conclusions a little more squared away.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thanks, my dude.
Yeah, well, cool. I appreciate it, buddy. Thanks a lot for the conversation.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just going to stick around your Discord, so if you ever say something stupid again on stream, I'm going to fucking DM you so much shit.
Yeah, sure thing, my dude.
Okay. Hey, take it easy.
Yeah, I'll see you later, buddy. My dudes, what's up? Can I go get food?
Hee XD.
Hee XD. What the fuck is even going on here? Can I just take a random clip of that? Do you think this works? And then just kind of scoot it down here. Like that, do you think? Oh no. Oh my god, I just did that backwards. It was supposed to be like this. Fuck. Fuck, I fucked this all up. God damn it, I just fucked this up so bad. Will they spin it around automatically? Nope. God damn it.
I believe the thing with pets is we train them and extend the social contract to them. However, once they break that contract, then they lose their equality. If my dog or someone else is attacked, I wouldn't hesitate protecting myself or others. Thoughts?
Yeah, sounds fine.
Can we get some Nathaniel? You made me stop being vegan. Can't wait to plow through some non-social contract. Indigenous tribesmen in the near future as well.
How much money for Roblox stream with Nathan? Fuck off. You're forced between choosing one random person killing 10 random people. Would you do it? I don't. Listen, guys, can we just... I just want to build factories. Can we just build factories? I'm hungry. I want to go and eat soon. Look at these factories, dudes. Look at these factories. We come up here. Wait, like that? Wait, that doesn't look right. What the fuck? Wait, how did I do that one? Oh my god, this is off. Oh no, what's going on, guys? This is all fucked up. Am I working out today? Listen, Ayu Franker Z. As soon as I get back from eating... How am I losing turrets up here? Get your shit together, guys. As soon as I get back from eating, we're gonna fucking shred. We're gonna do it hard up, okay? Ayu Franker Z, just for you, okay? We're going... full on squats, bench press, deadlift today. Okay, that's what's gonna happen, dude. As soon as I get back from eating. Oh no.
Hey everyone. Thought this was probably better suited for a short video rather than a stream of tweets. I know a lot of you saw a picture that Carl, aka Sargon, posted last night. You may
Was she crying?
Or may not have noticed that in the picture I look like a fucking hot mess. And that's because I was. You know, that picture was taken after, you know, about 15 minutes of crying and hugging and talking in the street, on a street corner with Carl. And, you know, I know people have a lot of strong feelings about Carl. People are aware of how he has treated me in the past.
How many chins does she have?
For me, like in the whole anti-scene, all these communities, I would say that Carl is the person that has contributed the most to my very human pain. I think that, you know, mistakes were made. And last night, we finally talked about them in person, and I was just, it was a really powerful, intense night for me, because this is something that I've held on to. You know, some of the things that he said about me, the way that he's treated me, have been really hurtful. And last night, you know, he held me and apologized.
What?
Told me, you know, why he was sorry, demonstrated a real understanding of the pain that he had caused me, and a willingness to stop doing that kind of shit. And for me, you know, I meant a lot, and, you know, I'm working on repairing my relationship with him, having a relationship with him that's more healthy. You know, we're not going to see eye to eye, And, you know, he may do stuff in the future that I disagree with. That he was, you know, the fact that he was able to do that in such a genuine, authentic way, and also apologize on Twitter, having, you know, a moment of self-awareness about some of the other pain that he may have caused other people in the community, you know, Anita specifically, I think was a pretty solid good faith gesture, and, you know, that makes me really happy. But more than happy, it makes me feel like I can, oh God.
I'm sorry.
Such
I
a
shouldn't be
baby.
laughing. This is
It
really
makes
mean.
me feel like I can heal, forgive, move on. And I don't expect anyone else to feel that way. I'm not, you know, reconciling with Carl as a reconciliation between feminism and the antis. It's a reconciliation between two human beings. It's for me and me alone. And, you know, anyone who's going to freak out about that, it's none of your business how I handle the ways that I've been treated online. It's none of your business, you know, how I go about that and how I try to move forward. For me in my life, forgiveness is very important. It's central to who I am. It's central to how I live my life. It's central to my mental and emotional health and my happiness in this world. And I needed to be able to forgive him. And he finally gave me what I needed to start doing that. And, you know, we still have a lot to talk about. And, you know, a lot of things I'm excited to talk about because we have very different perspectives on things. But yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of context, you know, a little bit of my thoughts on it. And people are already, you know, I received it, my phone blew up this morning with all of the feminist folks being angry about it. And you know what, they're entitled to their anger. They can feel however they want to feel. But for me right now, this is about my pain and my experience and being able to move on and forgive. That's, you know, me. It's just me. So, you know.
God damn. Listen, guys, don't worry. I'll always hate Sargon for you, okay? I'll never turn to the dark side. Unless I start... Maybe if I start dating, like, Shoe on Head or something, maybe then I'll come over as well. Maybe this is their goal, to get everybody on the left. We have to watch out for ContraPoints, guys. If ContraPoint starts dating, like, Armored Skeptic or some shit. Oh, no. It's all over, dude. All right, we're doing it. This is a healthy factory. Look at this shit go. We got green chips moving out the ass. We got red chips moving, I think. Wait. No green chips? Oh, wait. Wait. Why is this not? Oh, because I can't place the red chips. Okay. We got blue chips working. What else? What else do we need? What are we waiting on? White potion. Which is made. Oh, this stuff. We need armored bullets.
You've said you're against the death penalty,
We
right?
need steel.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing it's because of the uncertainty, but assuming it's certain they did it. If criminals abandon the social contract, would it not be right, or at least neutral, to kill them?
I mean, if there was no chance of them ever being rehabilitated or whatever, then I guess knock yourself out. All right, am I allowed? Can I go get food now so that I can come back and get shredded so that we can make some carnivore gains? Oh shit. Watch this vid on stream.
There's an anti-feminist YouTube user by the name of Sargon of Akkad.
Sargon.
And a few days ago, he recently made a petition addressed to universities. No, not a specific university, not even universities within a specific location, just universities generally. Okay, good luck with that. Calling on them to temporarily suspend what's called social justice courses. Now, at no point does Sargon actually define what he means by social justice courses, but nevertheless, his reasoning is as follows. Social justice has become scientifically illiterate, logically unsound, deeply bigoted, and openly supremacist. Openly supremacist? Well, who or what is it that they are promoting supremacy of? It doesn't really make sense for you to say, oh, they're supremacist, without actually saying...
Okay, I don't care about this. Listen. Can somebody find me that, like, the 15-minute interview clip? Was it really 47 minutes? Wait, did the guy take down his clip? Fuck it. Let's just listen to some of this. This is funny as fuck.
Just add a picture for you. I know people.
Progressive left.
Well, not
you've just said it existed. Hang on. You just.
Wait, what? Why does it sound so shit?
And the end conclusion of your.
Sargon DMC edit? Fuck off. Wait, where's the
Hello everyone. Time for a video response.
Where's the original video? Oh, was it this?
New Sour Patch Kids Tropical have arrived.
Be live, and then we'll post it up later, and we'll.
This is a good meme. Okay, are you ready?
For you, and put it in the frame. And sure. Yeah, I mean, I think you have a sense of it. I'll sort of set the conversation up, and then we'll just take it from there.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good. It's what time is it over there?
9:30 at night.
Okay, great. So not too. Are you in London?
No, but near it.
Okay, cool. I almost was in
trying to dox him.
I was gonna go to LSE, but ended up deciding not to go. All right, are we all set?
Quite.
We set, Kelly?
Quite.
All right, so we'll be live in about we're live whenever. All right?
Yep.
Welcome to a Majority X debate between Michael Brooks and Sargon. You're not, like, Sargon of Akkad, because, forgive me, I actually confused you with Sargon of Iberius, but this is Sargon of Akkad, and we are going to be debating the progressive left meme, terrorism, Islam, the Middle East, and figuring it all out together. I know people are watching on the live stream. We'll obviously post this again later after it's all over. And before I go further, I want to welcome Mr. Sargon himself. Sargon, how are you?
Hi there, very well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Glad to have an opportunity to have this this confrontation with you, this friendly confrontation.
It's not friendly.
I guess we'll sort of start this conversation off. This is how it went, because I do a segment for Majority X, which is the Majority Report's YouTube channel, called Debunked, where I take ideas like Barack Obama's a secret Black Panther, or something equally as ludicrous as that, and I'll do a debunk. And I went after this meme that I see a lot on social media of this quote-unquote regressive left. And you had a response to that, to my video, where you attempted to take it down. But let me first frame the argument so everyone remembers what I basically am arguing in that video and beyond. There's sort of three core areas here to this debate. Number one is that a lot of people who, and look, first, before we go any further, I want to concede right out of the gate that if we're doing sort of hunting on social media for people writing stupid things, we can find examples of anything. So I'm sure that there are some people who have justified, even terrorism in some instances. There's people who've justified human rights abuses because of a kind of delusional cultural relativism.
Right,
I did.
So we agree from the gate.
So we
there
could
is such a thing as the regressive left.
Well, not in the way.
You just said it exists.
Hold up.
Oh my god! Why? I remember listening to this.
The progressive left doesn't exist.
So I'm going to explain that. So it exists as in the same way Bernie Bros exist. in the sense that, yes, you can find maybe one or two examples of people writing dumb things, but as a large, organized, politically effective force, no, it does not. And I'm going to explain the three... Wait, hold up. I'm going to explain the three variables, and then you can go ahead.
Okay, go on.
Okay. So number one, it doesn't exist that the sort of prime people driving it are people who seem to be like yourself, unfortunately, that are people who want to claim the term liberal, but also engage in lazy ahistorical generalizations about Islam. So that's why this term floats around a lot. Number two, it seems to appeal to people who do not want to do the actual homework and take on the intellectual challenge of, as an example, studying history, studying policy, understanding why we are where we are with an issue like Islamic terrorism or Islamic extremism. These are people who don't want to engage in a conversation on, as an example, who funded Wahhabism and the role of Saudi foreign policy in developing that and the role of Western policy in developing Saudi foreign policy. These are much more complicated discussions than just internet memes. And people who use the term regressive left almost always want to avoid them. Number three, the reason it's a problem to talk in a reductionist and dumb way about Islam is not because it's PC or it hurts people's feelings or all this other mishigas. That's Hebrew. Yiddish, by the way. The reason is because we need to be very smart and very precise and very strategic in understanding these issues, precisely because terrorism is an important issue, as is multiculturalism, as is the quest for human rights and reform within not just Islamic countries, but in fact globally. So when we make dumb, generic overgeneralizations about Islam, we undermine the work of people like Fatima Mernissi, as an example. I don't know if you're familiar with her. She was a prominent Moroccan Islamic feminist. Asma Jahangir, who's a Pakistani human rights attorney who's worked in Pakistan for several decades. Khatami, Ahmed Musali, who were both Islam and democracy theorists, working on theories of reconciling Islam with democracy. Now, these projects may or may not be successful, but if you're saying that you are compassionate and concerned about the human rights dimensions of what is happening inside Islamic societies, and then you turn around and you say that Islam is one monolithic thing, or the motherload of bad ideas, which you co-signed on in your video attempting to take me down, then, okay, so you absolutely did. Okay, so great. When you co-sign on that, and then you say you want to support reformists within the Muslim world, you're engaging in a performative contradiction, and again, avoiding doing the actual legwork of the real historical, real policy investigation that is required to forward what you claim you want. So the conclusion is that it's a thing that exists in tiny pockets. It's vastly inflated in terms of its importance. People who inflate it in terms of its importance don't want to do policy or history or geography or economics. And as a result of not wanting to do policy, history, geography, or economics, it leads to dumb ideas, bad policy, simplistic and delusional understandings about very important things. Look, I don't play video games, so I don't make YouTube videos about them. It's important to have a grasp in the ground of what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm convinced I'm talking to someone from the regressive left now, if that's any help to you. Identifying exactly
profound help.
Well, you do seem to be under a few misapprehensions.
Okay, but go into actual detail.
No, you've just had like a 5-minute monologue. So
go into actual detail, though. Don't do silly ad hominems.
I will go into detail. Right?
Okay, go ahead.
So how big is big enough for you to regard someone as important? That's the first question that comes up. Because you think that the regressive left is made up of unimportant plebeians on the internet making ahistorical generalizations. And not just... The thing you have to understand as well is the regressive...
So earlier, his definition for big enough was people that can affect policy change. I don't know if Sargon missed that or not, but...
left is not limited to opinions on Islam, but that is one of the major issues that people are trying to talk about that the regressive left is getting in the way of. But how big would these people need to be?
What makes me a member of the regressive left?
No,
you just threw it out, so I want to know why.
Question.
No, you answer mine first, because you put a direct accusation at me.
I asked my question.
You put a direct accusation at me.
I asked my question.
I care.
I don't care that you care.
I don't care that you don't care that I care. What makes me a part of the regressive left? Go ahead, justify
Literally your opening monologue.
Right, so
and
explain
you said you don't understand why. So let's actually get into that, shall we?
Yeah, tell me why I'm in the regressive left. Go for it.
You have made the assertion that the people in the regressive left, who you agree are the regressive left, are not big enough to be important. How big is big enough to be important to you?
What makes me part of the regressive left was the question.
No, the question is how big do you think these people have to be? I mean, do they have to be in charge of a major news outlet?
I think that you can, this is a semantic game. I think if you want to say, okay, so as an example, you guys wheel out Glenn Greenwald as an example of the quote-unquote regressive left, which is exactly, look, and I actually don't agree with everything that Glenn says about foreign policy, but mainly, sorry?
I wouldn't expect you to.
But mainly, the reason seems to be, and again, explain what makes him regressive left. If you don't want to explain what makes me regressive left, you're going to have to answer that question. It seems to me that the main objection to him, again, is that Glenn Greenwald engages in policy analysis and history analysis, which you guys always go to as that's a justification, that's an avoidance of the issue, even though those, of course, are the main drivers. But what makes Glenn Greenwald of the regressive left and or what makes me of the regressive left? You still haven't explained
it. We agree that Glenn Greenwald is agreed to be a part of the regressive left.
Well, I don't even agree to the term. You still haven't explained to me why me or him are part of it.
I will get to that, but we have to establish what we're talking about first.
We have.
He's not going to ever define it.
Right?
Spoiler alert.
He's someone with a wide reach, with a loud voice on the internet?
Yes, sure.
So would I. He's also a part of the regressive.
Okay, so great. I'm excited now. Explain what connects the three of us other than being Jewish.
Calm down, slow down, right? We're not in any hurry, right? So
we do actually have a hard out. We have other things to do. So go ahead.
That's fine. But you have to understand, we have to go through this. So the less you interrupt me, the easier this will be.
And the easier will be if
you
answer questions.
The New York Times, they would also be a major outlet. You'd agree with that. And Salon.com?
I've never heard of the New York Times.
You've never heard of the New York Times?
Bear with me. I've never heard of them.
But what about Salon.com? Have you heard of them?
Is that a bar?
No, it's a newspaper. Well,
newspaper.
I say generously. It's a regressive outlet.
Okay.
Okay. So
how does he not know he's being fucked with right now? Oh no.
We're trying to discuss events and people, and we need to discuss ideas.
Okay.
Do you understand the difference between those two things?
Before I answer yet another one of your questions, and you're going to explain what makes Ezra Klein, Glenn Greenwald, and myself regressive, because insofar, all I can tell, the qualities that we share, is that we are interested in policy, history, and the apparatus of how things are actually done, not in masturbation on the internet.
Criticizing your analysis of these things. In fact, I'm going to just assume that I agree with what your analysis is.
And we're Jewish.
Right?
Is that a factor?
No, why would you think that would be a factor?
Because I thought it would trigger you. I'm just playing with you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Relax. It's all right. I'm just joking.
You have to understand, I probably agree with you on your analysis of US foreign policy. I'm in no way a fan of US foreign policy. However, I'm also not a fan of the policy of the regressive left. It's interesting that
what is that policy?
Racial issues before anything else, because this
What's
is something...
What's the policy?
Well, bring up racial issues. In fact,
that's not a policy.
That's what? He has no substance. I love this interview so much. Sargon has no substance. Like this guy's just trying to peel back just the first layer, just that first outer flaky skin of the onion, and Sargon has like no answer for anything.
Policy of the regressive left, right? I've got seriously, right? Okay, I'm looking at an article from Salon.com. White people are more racist than they realize. On what?
What is this? Who cares? What is this? A random article in fucking Salon? This is the... Who cares?
Possible level do you think it's okay to generalize all white people, or anyone based on their skin color? I mean, that is literally what you're arguing against when it comes to Islam, and this is always a feature of the regressive left.
Okay, so I'm going to engage in, apparently this bar or pub you were referencing published a thing about racism, so I haven't read it. I'm not familiar with the article, but I will go based off of the headline. If you agree, and I just want it to be noted that it is very interesting that you have not engaged at all and are basically conceding the policy terrain, which is the whole point of my video, and what you said was bullshit. But I'll go into the Salon thing. I'll go into the Salon thing.
Your policy analysis.
I'll go into the Salon thing. The whole point is the policy analysis, but I'll go into the Salon thing. What I presume is, do you want me to answer? Or go ahead.
Sorry, okay, you go ahead.
Okay, so what I presume is that the Salon article from this pub, which I have not read, and it's interesting that pubs are publishing articles, that probably what they had done is looked at some research on unconscious racial attitudes and biases. So as an example, you can take a study, and I actually participated in one in college to help somebody for their thesis, where you can rate, when you see names on a screen, you can rate positive or negative reactions to them. Now, you're not told whether or not these are quote-unquote black names or white names or Asian names or whatever, but you can see certain names like, well, in apropos of this conversation, say Mohammed. And if you rate it negatively, maybe that is a cue for biases that you might have that you're not consciously aware of. So I would assume that the article is just saying that a fair amount of white people hold some biases that they're not necessarily aware of which that's undisputably true and not terrifyingly controversial.
Great, okay, let's take that point. So now if we have data that's very similar, that shows us that, for example, the large number of Muslims hold a conscious bias. In fact, this is actually their opinion and attitude on a certain subject. And that subject is remarkably illiberal. What should we do?
Well, here's what we should do. First
Wait, so did Sargon just fully got annihilated because this guy probably guessed what the article was about, which Sargon was going to make it sound way more extreme. And now Sargon is going forward, is like, okay, actually, I'm okay with that Salon article. Now I want to do that to Muslims too. I'm actually super okay. Wait, because you know that Sargon was going to use that article as an example of something bad, because he started the conversation off with, like, do you think it's okay to generalize an entire group of people, blah, 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 right? But now he's like, oh shit, like, okay, I just want to do what that article did with,
What you need to do when you talk about Muslims, obviously, is, first of all, disaggregate that polling data. And any good polling data on quote-unquote white people is going to do that as well. So we know, let me finish. I'll finish.
No, but that's
I'll finish. No, I'm answering your question. Just because you don't like the direction I'm going in doesn't mean I'm not going to answer it.
That wasn't your first response about the thing about white people. You went on to justify it because it was about white people.
I didn't justify it. I said that was probably what the article was.
Put in a caveat at the beginning.
That was probably what the article was. Well, I didn't say how I would write the article. I've never read the article. So I'm not going to get into these mental gymnastics with you. I can only speak. No, because I'm going to speak to... No, because you still have not defined how I'm a regressive leftist. You haven't answered any of my questions, and you're not responding to anything I'm saying. You're talking about an article that I haven't even read. So I'll answer your question if you stop interrupting. If not, you can go ahead.
Look, right.
Do you want to answer or no?
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, you answer.
Okay. So what I would say is you need to, first of all, disaggregate between a religion that includes over 1 billion people. That's pretty obvious. Attitudes are not the same. They vary widely. Absolutely. The second point is that primarily, if you look at this historically, and not as some static ahistorical idea, and you do the actual legwork and the homework, that I know someone like you could do, because obviously you're a smart guy, and I'm not saying that in any way facetiously. I mean this sincerely. This is partially what frustrates me. You can do the homework and look at and say, okay, so why is it that in different times in history, as like in Spain, as an example, Islam was much more forward than Christianity at that time. Why was it? No, I'm going to finish the point. I'm going to finish the point.
Yeah,
why was it that the rise of modern Wahhabism, which is the core point of the problems you're identifying rightly, is a modern product of Saudi and Western foreign policy? As soon as you engage in that conversation, you're talking about policy, you're talking about history, and those where the real issues are. So if you think just quoting some polling data and
Islam
telling people
sucks.
that their ideas are stupid is going to either help liberals in those societies or solve hard policy questions, it might make you feel better at night and it might make you feel pleased with yourself, but it's delusional. It's not going to do anything. It's not going anywhere. And I've never advocated that attitude for white people or anybody else.
Are you uncomfortable talking about these ideas? Because, like with Ben Affleck and Sam Harris on the Bill Maher show, as soon as Sam was trying to explain...
Why would Sargon ever agree to go on a show with this guy? I'm intimidated by this dude. This guy sounds like he knows like a great deal of shit going on in these countries. And Sargon is like, okay, but did you see that episode of Real Time with Bill Maher when that one celebrity guy, when he talked about how Islam people aren't all horrible? Wasn't that horrible, dude? Like, and this guy's like, well, did you hear about in the country and like, why? These guys are on totally different fucking platforms. Why?
Look, we know who these people are that hold these ideas. We know exactly how many people hold these ideas.
And we know exactly what they're doing.
And we know exactly what their ideas are.
We need to know exactly what they're
Why can we not talk about these ideas?
How many people hold these ideas?
Well, it depends which idea you're talking about.
Well, pick one.
Well, Sharia law, for example. I mean, I presume you're not in favor of Sharia law, right?
Well,
what does Sharia law mean?
In favor of any type of religious law.
But
But just a note here, we're still going off, and the wheels are coming off. You have not defined in any serious way regressive left, or explain what connects me, Ezra, and Glenn. Other than that, we want to talk about policy. You still haven't done it. I'll get to Sharia later, but I've already asked 4 of your questions without you answering that one.
It's the fact that you seem to have racial and ethnic hang-ups and sort of cultural hang-ups.
I think you do. I'm not hearing any from me.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do think that, right? But
well, that's just what you're fixated on.
Sharia law now, right? Okay, I've explained why I think you're part of the regressive left.
Because no, you haven't. No, you haven't. You're asserting that.
One of the
what hang-ups?
What
hang-ups? Tell me what hang-ups.
You will not allow the conversation to go any further forward.
Because I won't let it go in your direction, which was the point of my video.
You're doing that right now.
Okay.
No, you really are, right?
Define it. All I'm asking, define what are my hang-ups?
Actually, just do it.
Just do it.
You seem to have a problem talking about people of different ethnicities.
I will talk about any ethnicity you want if you ever answer any questions.
In this specific case, let's talk about Sharia law.
No, after you answer the question, I'll talk to you for the rest of the conversation about Sharia. If you can answer the 3 questions that you've avoided the whole conversation. What are my hang-ups? Define regressive left and what makes me, Glenn, and Ezra. Yeah, you can keep repeating it all you want, but you haven't answered the question. This is a liberal debate.
What you're doing now is indicative of your position on the regressive left.
Not agreeing with you? Okay.
Attempting to diffuse and
define your terms. Then we'll talk about Sharia the rest of the time. Answer the questions, then we'll go.
I have answered your question.
No, you haven't. You've
there
said
is no
you
answer good enough for you.
All right, I've answered your questions on Sharia. I've answered your questions on Sharia. I have.
Okay, well, I haven't answered any questions about Sharia yet.
Well, let's just say I have.
Do you agree with it? And you kind of went blah, blah, blah about that. So
because I've already answered 4 questions when you've answered none.
For you to understand, right? Do you agree with Sharia law?
I'll go into Sharia if you answer those questions. But look, for sake of moving things along, because you're never going to answer. But again, I just want this notated that you still, over 20 minutes in this debate, have not defined your terms and you've not answered any questions. Now I'll talk about Sharia.
Right.
Okay. In terms of reality, here's how Sharia works. I don't support. For me, in Western, I don't.
That's not how it really works, because I don't think you live in an Islamic country under Sharia law, and neither
I don't
do
think you do either. Yeah.
That's what I just said.
Okay.
And let's talk about what they tell us about Sharia law. Let's see their words repeated via this data, shall we? Let's see what they actually think and see if you agree with
it. What about listen, dude, okay? History, policy, more like bullshit. I've got Pew polls, motherfucker. Does he even know about the Pew polls? Does he even know about the Pew polls? I bet he doesn't. I bet this motherfucker doesn't even know about the Pew polls.
If you would answer my initial questions, we can definitely do that. And I'll also make the conversation a bit larger. But yes. I still would love to give you another opportunity to answer any of my questions.
Like you agreed to. So
any questions that you can answer? No. Okay. We're 22 in, no answers. All right, go ahead. Do the Sam Harris Sharia thing. Go ahead.
Right. So do you agree with Sharia law? The answer was no, right?
Well, I was giving you a full answer, but you cut me off.
Okay, but you can just say yes or no. It's not a trick question.
No, you can't.
I don't agree with Sharia law. I think Sharia law is abominable.
Good for you.
Okay, but do you agree with Sharia law?
I can explain what Sharia law is to you. I could also play your game where I could say I've already answered it and try to move on. Okay, I'll explain it to you if you don't interrupt me. You ready?
It's like Donald Trump condemned the KKK.
Look, I'm tremendous like Donald Trump. I agree. I do a fantastic job. But look, it's true. It's true. But look, here's the reality. I do not support, personally, religious law of any kind. That is not my normative preference. Now, the second part of your question, and this is where, again, it's more complicated, unfortunately, than you wish to present it. If you go to a legal scholar like Rafia Sakaria, are you familiar with her?
No.
She's a good person to look up. It's a good idea to do some of this stuff. No, I'm going to finish. So she'll explain, as an example, when you do specific polling on Sharia, it means very different things to different people. So as an example, in Saudi Arabia, Sharia means, as implemented by the Saudi system, a vicious, Wahhabi, cruel, human rights abusing system, which I'm sure everybody would disagree with, and everybody would oppose a foreign policy that props that up. Now, in Egypt, what Sharia has meant in the past, and it's getting complicated now in the present iteration, is it became a stand-in for people who oppose the secular dictatorship of Hosni Mubarak. So in other words, the Muslim Brotherhood delivered healthcare services, and they advocated Islamic finance, which doesn't charge an interest rate, and people perceive that as more just. So when you're talking about, and this is why it's so great to do the research and read, because when you're talking about Sharia law, you're never talking about just one thing. And this is a great thing for us.
Sargon had no idea. Sargon 100% thought that Sharia law just meant like fucking stoning women and fucking like cutting their fucking clits off. That's 100% what Sargon thought before this guy just said this. Guaranteed.
For us, because what we can do is we can find the people that we support and want to align with in those societies and build bridges that way, which is far more effective than just quoting Sam Harris.
And you're absolutely right. Sharia law is not consistent. So why don't we talk about certain aspects of Sharia law that we can know that people are being consistent about? That's a great idea, right?
I have no problem. If you're willing to have the type of, if you're willing to have an integrated conversation like I'm having and not just repeat poll stats and a couple of Quran quotes and Sam Harris, great. We can talk about everything. Everything's on the table. Everything's on the table.
Now let's talk about the reaction to homosexuality under Sharia law.
You're not really getting the point here.
No, I think you're not really getting the point. The fact that
he doesn't know about the Pew polls. What about the fact that 82% of Muslims said this thing about gay people, though? What about that poll? What about that Pew poll?
Not allowing this conversation to happen.
I've just been having the conversation with you for 10 minutes and you still haven't answered any of our questions that you've avoided.
Finer points of Sharia law and you've refused.
I actually just walked you through them. I will take a leave from you. I have answered them fully, except I actually have.
Very specific topics regarding this, but you seem to refuse to want to do so.
No, I'm actually getting more specific than you. That's what's actually happening in reality. But go ahead. We can talk about gay rights and Islam now. Go ahead.
Right, okay, so...
But just again, I want to index. 25 minutes in, you haven't answered any questions and you don't want to talk about policy. But go ahead.
No, look, you don't seem to understand. I agree with you on policy.
Because he has
no... That is not a point of debate.
Because Sargon has no fucking idea about any of this policy. Sargon can't possibly disagree with him on anything because he's totally fucking clueless.
What are you running around doing all this nonsense about regressive left?
This is a photocopy of when Lauren Southern came to me for the immigration debate, and I spent like fucking 2 weeks. I read her fucking book. I read all these fucking random reports. I did all this shit to get ready for the fucking immigration shit and the economics and everything behind immigration. And then when I come in, she's like, hey, so I don't really want to talk about any of that. It wasn't even that important. I just want to talk about how threatened I feel about my culture, okay? I agree with you about all that other stuff. I just want to talk about my feelings.
On Twitter,
I don't understand why people call you the regressive left. And I'm
still waiting for your explanation. I'm still waiting. I would love to learn. I've been waiting.
He still hasn't defined what regressive left means. He still hasn't said what that means.
Tell me.
Learning usually involves being quiet and listening.
I will listen to your explanation. I'm all ears. Go ahead.
Do you understand? Right, okay, so let's talk about the Middle East and North Africa.
Ooh, no answer to my question. You just did it again. I have to admit, it's hard, as far as filibustering, you're doing a fantastic and tremendous job. It's true. It's true. Okay, go ahead.
Do you understand that you said that and then said that I'm not answering
because you didn't do it? But go ahead. Go ahead. Just indexing every time you don't do it. But go ahead. We'll go to gay rights.
Right. Okay, so do you understand that in the Middle East and North Africa, being gay is very illegal in most places?
You don't say. You don't say.
Right, now, is this something that you think U.S. foreign policy is responsible for?
It depends which aspect of it you're talking about. So, as an example, there is undoubtedly, in places like Saudi Arabia, an official homophobic policy. Who props Saudi Arabia? So, it's an all of the above question. Of course. I think if we had aligned, as an example, in a place like Pakistan or Turkey, and I've spent time actually with gay rights activists in Turkey. I'm curious if you've ever spent time with gay rights activists or LGBT activists on the ground. So, if we aligned with, as an example, in Pakistan, someone like Asma Jahangir, who we have ignored to support both corrupt democratically elected governments as well as military dictatorships, yes, I think that we would have done a great deal more to facilitate the rise of moderate and progressive and genuinely religious Islam, as well as facilitate human rights activists working on gay rights issues. Of course, fanatical religions oppose gay rights. Everybody knows that. There's nothing breathtaking there. There's nothing exceptional there. Of course.
Okay, so you actually do think that U.S. foreign policy is responsible?
No, I said it's an aspect. No, I said all of the above. All of the above. And that's what we have control over.
Okay, but how much do you think that influenced it?
Well, I'm gonna try to put on my so now just so we're aware.
What percentage?
This is why I agree with you. I think that U.S. intervention in the Middle East in like the 60s and 70s did cause the rise of Islamic fundamentalism.
Very good.
No, exactly. We don't disagree on these facts.
Okay.
Right? However, at this point, do you think U.S. foreign policy is continuing the trend in, say, Iran?
Well, actually, Iran just had amazing election results from moderates and reformers. So actually, our diplomacy and engagement is facilitating a shift in political tiers there. So actually, it is. With regards to the Middle East, no, I'm going to finish. You asked a question. Let me finish it. Now we're in policy. Very good. With regards to the rest of the region, are you serious? What do you think? Quite literally, this is not a PC justification. ISIS would not exist if you did not invade Iraq and dissolve the Ba'ath Party. We would literally, when we subcontract foreign policy to the Qataris and the Saudis, when we subcontract Qataris to the Qataris and the Saudis, and they flood weapons to Jabhat al-Nusra and ISIS, yes, we are supporting those groups. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Okay, good.
Do you think that Muslims have no agency of their own?
No, I think
the agent! Where are you, Dharma? Dharma! Whoop boop! Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you in chat? Whoop boop! I told you he believes in the fucking agency memes. I told you he fucking believes in the agency memes.
Ideology exists in Islamic societies as it does in others, and it's a problem. There's no disagreement with that. Glenn Greenwald agrees with you on that, my friends.
That's great. But do you not think that Muslim agency plays any part in this at all?
I believe I just said it did, and I don't know anybody who disagrees with it.
That's why I was reconfirming. Sorry. So you do.
There's nothing around. You haven't gotten a got you. Everybody, if you were listening to people like me, genuinely, we would say yes.
Look, okay. So you do agree that Muslims have agency, right?
Indeed.
Now, 93% of Muslims in the Middle East, most of them living under Sharia law, agree that homosexuality is something that should be illegal. Right? Is that not an idea we need to address?
That is an idea and a policy we need to address. And I haven't. So, and this leads to the next part of my argument, which you haven't addressed. So what I said was that indeed there is far too much power, primarily, which you seem to agree with, which is great. Unlike someone like Sam Harris, who sees it as a static, non-geopolitical issue, that there is far too much power given to Wahhabism as an example. I talked to a Bangladeshi journalist last year, and it was really actually quite depressing and terrifying. She was I'm going to finish. She was a Bangladeshi Muslim, and she was horrified of the role that Saudi Arabia played in Bangladesh. So to answer your question, the way we combat that homophobia and that idea is by, again, shifting policy to support activists and allies on the ground, which is contradicted by saying that Islam is one monolithic thing and is garbage. That's the problem. You said it was a motherload of bad ideas. That sounds
It is a motherload of bad ideas. All of these ideas are really, really widely held in Islam. And
so how are you going to be an ally for someone who doesn't view Islam that way, who's on the ground fighting to reform it? You're performing a contradiction.
If it wasn't like that?
It's like everything. That's what religion
is. It's rampantly homophobic. We can agree on this.
At this particular historical
moment.
Yes,
we're not talking about tomorrow or yesterday.
We are. No, I'm talking about everything because I look at things historically.
No, but for this discussion, we're talking about right now.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are. No, and we've just agreed. Even yesterday, before, in 10 years' time, it's probably still going to be rampantly homophobic.
I don't know.
Exactly. We don't know. So let's just talk about what we know now.
No.
So at least we know now, right now.
See, this is what you guys
and
want to avoid.
For, say, 20 years, however long, it's rampantly homophobic. We can agree on that, right?
This isn't getting.
This isn't a gotcha. This is not a gotcha.
I've already agreed that homophobia is a big problem, just as it's a big problem in India, just as it's a big problem in many other places.
It is, but we're talking about the Middle East. So don't
actually, that's another problem here. I talked about Bangladesh and Indonesia. I'm not just talking about the Middle East. No, we're not just talking about the Middle East. If we're talking about Islam, we're talking about the whole Islamic world. This is amazing how narrow you guys want the conversation to be, just so you can play these little word games.
No, these aren't word games.
You're not talking about anything.
The problem with the regressive left, you're unwilling to.
That I want to talk about policy?
The regressive left.
Yes.
No, wait, what does that mean?
Homophobia in the Islamic world is a problem and needs to be addressed by allying with progressive Muslims and shifting U.S. foreign policy. Great, done. Bank it.
Right.
The problem for you is that you contradict yourself because on one hand you say you want to be an ally of those people while at the same time telling them that fundamentally their religion is shit and fundamentally a bad thing. I say, look, Islam is everything. Islam is Sufism. Islam is the house of wisdom in Baghdad. Islam is Islamic feminists and human rights activists, as well as dangerous fundamentalists and monarchs. Let's assign with the good people and move the ball forward.
Hey, so spoiler alert, for the next 15 minutes, he doesn't actually define it. I don't think we need to listen to this. Holy shit, what a fucking meme, Lord.
Simple.
Oof, those downvotes. Oof. Oof.
Huh?
Oh, hey, what's up, buddy?
Can you hear this? Okay, never mind.
No? Wait, what? Wait, are you trying to get your keyboard to work?
Oh, did I break something?
Wait, what happened? Can you hear it?
Yeah?
Wait, so why can't we hear it?
I don't know. It was working yesterday, right?
What did you do to it?
Test? Hello? Oh my god, am I echoing?
Yeah, you turned on a mixer effect.
This is so cool.
You can hear your own voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I don't know why the keyboard's not.
Is it plugged into the mixer? Hello?
I'm trying to fix it, hold on.
Oh. Oh, I heard something there.
Wait, what did I do? Well, it was good talking to you.
Wait, what happened?
Goodbye.
Wait, what'd you even come in here for? Oh my fucking god. Okay. Alright, listen, I'm fucking hungry, guys. I'm gonna go get food. God damn it. The devil dog destroyed our setup. The demon? Well, we have to tell Deanna happy birthday, guys. Make sure you go to her stream and do that, okay? Wait, am I not making enough red chips again? What's going on here? Why are these things not all... Because I'm not getting plastic? Oh, because the plastic ran out for a second. This design is so shit, dude. It's so bad. Oh my god. Oh. Sorry. What's up, dude?
Have food on me, my dude.
Oh, well, thanks, dude. You can fix the design so easily, just remove the splitter. But apparently the splitter is necessary for the copper wire or something. How am I not getting enough plastic in here either? What the fuck? I just think it's a shit design. I'll get a new one. I'll copy paste a new one. I'll probably have to rebuild the factory when I go to move it, right? To make things scalable or whatever, but... Also, this is fucking shit too.
When Lily was little, she was playing in the garden when I saw her kill a butterfly. So to teach her a lesson, I said, just for that you don't get any butter for a month. Next day in the kitchen, she killed a cockroach. I said, nice try. Quote.
What? I get it. I get it. Stolen from Reddit's front page. Nice meme. Look, this thing's not even like fucking getting plastic. Fuck. Oh wait, now it's not getting copper. That's why he's got the copper like routed in. This is such a bad design. I'll do it later. I'll redo it later. Fuck this shit. What a shit tier design. Alright. My resources are all looking good though until we worry about that. I love you guys. What are we playing tonight? I'm not sure what we'll play tonight. We'll figure something out. Hey Harkton, why don't you calm the fuck down, okay? Yeah, Steam Engine. That's why it's really shit. Or it seems like a shit design. Oh, wait, hold on. Did this one guy want to talk? 1 second. This guy like wrote up, I think this guy watched too many Naked Ape videos. This guy like wrote up like an entire thing about how my my discussion with Maddox was like cancerous, circle jerk, stupid or whatever. And then so he's like, did you see Destiny's, oh, Space Evades, you fucking dick rider, responded, did you see Destiny's response to the Naked Ape video? And then obviously he disregarded every single point. So I'm like, hey, I got some free time today. Do you want to hop on stream and talk about it? And then he disappeared. I did this like 2 minutes after this post too. I wonder if he's still posted on Reddit. Oh, no. Do you think I got a lot of fans from the vegan thing? Did he say anything about me? Vegan Gains Twitter. Does he really think I'm a sociopath? Destiny won a one-way ticket to the psych ward. Guy was unsure raping children and skinning them alive was wrong. Nice. Holy shit. What is this girl's face? Oh, these are all the big vegan memers, dude. The chat was so triggered calling you a psycho. Yeah, they were calling me a lot of mean names in there, okay? I did not appreciate it. Oh, wait, he liked my YouTube video with me talking about no bullshit. Oh. I can't believe I can't believe this guy's fan base. Oh my god. I rebel against society by being fat. Holy cancer. Oh, Destiny was the best, most logically consistent person Vegan Games has ever debated. Oh, thanks, guys. That's all I strive for. That makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. And this even got a lot of thumbs up. Thanks, dude. It's even got more thumbs up than this guy. It's just not higher. I don't know why. Just go vegan for views? This was such a disingenuous debate on Destiny's side. Wait, really? Is this where... I feel like if I read through all the comments, it's going to be a bunch of people talking shit about me, but nobody's going to actually, like, bring up a counter to anything I said, huh? Is that what's going to... Is that what's going to go on here? He chose logical consistency over honesty. Wait, what does that mean? It's because people are really wrapped into intuitivism? Yeah, but MMA Cheer Puppy, isn't that something that some psychologists, like, say is really important? Intuition? I actually hate intuition. But they probably define it a different way too, huh? Like, if you have, like, a visceral reaction to something, there should be a way to justify it, or that's probably there for a reason or something. Destiny came across extremely dishonest in a desperate attempt to follow a logically consistent route. Damn. I've seen other Destiny debates about things like racism. He seemed like a perfectly normal human being, but I'm not anymore. He straight up sounds like a psychopath in this debate. He was the most logically consistent, but it was the logic of a psychopath. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this. These kinds of comments are okay. People say empathy or the golden rule has nothing to do with reciprocation. Is that actually true, though? It's simple recognition. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It's an obvious moral failing to, to organize a dogfight. Obviously. Huh. Oh, this guy's got it. Sentience is the basis for moral consideration. Why? This is a position, not an argument. This is what the guy that I just talked to said, right? That he was treating this axiomatically and he wasn't justifying it. Vegan Gains couldn't prove it, so he kept saying, ugh, you're a psychopath. Ha, got you, bro. Tell me why sentience shouldn't be the basis for morals and ethics. What? Destiny, the tribe rapist / killer. Nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Too bad Destiny's a fake nihilist. When you push people with aberrant ethical views far enough, you'll usually discover they're full of it. His own unorthodox sense of morality. When you apply natural human morality to the question, you have to concede that being vegan is correct. The classic no true Scotsman fallacy. In so few words, said so eloquently. Whew. Who is Philosopher King? This is my new boy right here, dude. Why I Eat Meat, an argument against animal rights. Oh, no, never mind. He's just a meat-eating dick rider. Oh, no. Does he at least have a cool voice?
I first came upon veganism a couple years ago.
Oh, no, he sounds like Abe.
That was the ultimate stab in the back.
To ask if an entity...
I'm just kidding. Okay. Maybe I am gonna be a secret murderer. Oh shit, Naked Ape already proved it, that I want to kill people, right? Oh my god. Why do all these YouTubers use Roman / Greek statues of advertisements? I don't know, dude. Because they don't like themselves enough. I love myself. I'll look at pictures of myself all day long. I am the epitome. The most optimal caricature of logic and reason TM. Yeah, I explained all of this. It's kind of annoying that people... The least ignorant person you debated thus far. Aww. This was better than roaming full of bullshit and bearing put together. I can be like the meat eater defender on YouTube, guys. Oh my god, I found my niche. At 3740, Destiny says, okay, for anyone to torture a pet dog, he's a psychopath, and vegan gang should just end the debate right there. There's no point in debating a fucked up in the head psychopath. What? This is so fucked. Intellect without compassion is the root of all evil. Oh my god, that's so fucking deep. Are you reading YouTube comments? Why the fuck not, dude? I love YouTube comments. All right, listen. I love you all very much. Social contract versus punching Nazis. What you're gonna have the right to die. On the other hand, a while ago, Destiny was arguing that he wouldn't punch someone with different political beliefs because he wouldn't want to be treated that way. My point is, how do these things go together? What? You don't see a difference between Nazis preaching political beliefs on the streets versus Nazis locking up Jews in concentration camps and killing them? Me during this talk so far. What? What? Why did he say this? I don't think Destiny is a legit argument, but then he doesn't actually bring up any of the arguments. What? These are so stupid. I think this is truly the first debate I've seen Destiny lose. His stance makes sense. If someone walked into his house and shot Aslan, I'm assuming he would be really sad. I would be sad if somebody walked into my house and shot my computer. That doesn't mean it's like a living thing that's worthy of like the right to life. How does being sad confer? What? You can empathize with animals and still eat meat? Yeah, of course you can. It's called being fucking retarded. When Destiny says he wouldn't slow down for an animal if he didn't hit it, if it didn't affect his car, I think he's lying to himself. Why would he care if I run over an animal on the road? Generally, I don't like to because, one, I think it makes the roads look fucking disgusting when there's a road killer, and two, because I don't want to fuck my shit up. I don't know if it's going to destroy my tire or wheel or some shit, but otherwise, what the fuck? You probably run over animals all the time and you don't realize it. Why does it matter? Destiny has changed a lot in his old edgy views of the world. This is one part where I believe he's stuck in his old ways. You wouldn't mind running over a cat? Not sure I believe it. Wait, what? Why would you care? Wait, what? Who? Never mind. Like, these are the things that don't... These are the things that, like, don't make sense to me. Like, these are the things where I have a very negative view of people that are like really? Like, you wouldn't care... you wouldn't care if you ran over a furry cat on the road. Like, Jesus Christ, like, have a little bit of like integrity. Like, you say this, but like, you don't care about the cows and the bulls that are constantly being breeded and injected full of fucking hormones and antibiotics and stay in one place all fucking day being like milked and shit and cut up and slaughtered for food. Like, you don't care about any of that. All of that is okay because you don't have to see it. But if you run over a cat, it's like an extreme emotional crisis to you. Like, doesn't that sound a little bit shallow? Bread, sorry. All right, well, listen, guys, I love you. It's been fun. I'm going to go be a psychopath. I'm going to get me some Indian Vindaloo to celebrate. Okay? Stay safe. Be careful.
Holy shit, go eat already so I can leave z.
And then we're going to come back, and I'm going to get fucking shredded for IUL Franker Z, okay? Just for him, okay? We're going to kill this workout. All right? I love you. Be careful. I'll be back in about an hour, I think, okay? Stay safe. Ripperino, cappuccino, puppuccino, fettuccino.